الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. STC بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
When the world tells you how to play, we say, win it your way.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالى لي. ملوك الصين دي انا ملخصها في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرش كل المجال حبايبي بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدق ايه اركي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين الصين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الأقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك الصين ببلاش. مع التحديث الجديد لستي سي بلاي، تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات، نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين، وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستي سي بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
When the world tells you how to play, we say, win it your way.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالالي. ملوك الصين دي انا ملخصه في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرش كل المجال حبايبي بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع ايه اركي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الأقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش. مع التحديث الجديد لستي تي بلاي، تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات، نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين، وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستي تي بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
When the world tells you how to play, we say, win it your way.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالى لي. ملوك الصين دي انا ملخصه في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرش كل المجال حبايبي. بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع ايه ابكي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الأقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش. مع التحديث الجديد لستي سي بلاي، تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات، نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين، وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستي سي بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
When the world tells you how to play, we say, win it your way.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالى لي. ملوك الصين دي انا ملخصها في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرش كل المجال حبايبي بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع ابكي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الأقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش. مع التحديث الجديد لستي تي بلاي، تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات، نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين، وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستي تي بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
Ladies and gentlemen, proudly presented by Saudi Airlines, the Gamers8 Rainbow Siege Trophy.
سيداتي سادتي بكل فخر كأس جيمرز 8 الرينبو 6 سيج مقدم لكم من الخطوط السعودية.
Hello and welcome to Championship Sunday. Yes, it is our final day of our Rainbow Six Siege competition here at Gamers8. The lion's share of the $1.2 million prize pool will be claimed today by just one of our teams, alongside this incredible Gamers8 trophy. My name is Banks and I am your host, and I am joined on the stage by my co-host, Fancy.
حياكم الله من جديد اعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور في تشامبيونشيب ساندي يوم الاحد اليوم النهائي لبطوله جيمرز 8 الرينبو 6 سيج، وحنا كلنا منتظرين مين اللي بيقدر يرجع اليوم معاه الكاس وايضا معاه اللاين شير من جائزه $1,200,000 بتكون مسلمه من جيمرز 8، وكلنا بنشوف مش اللي ممكن يصير في المباراه الاخيره اللي الكل منتظر لها، لان حرفيا راح يتحقق تاريخ كبير الليله باذن الله.
I think I can safely say that today's final is going to be quite the spectacle, especially as we're going to have the home crowd here cheering on their local organisation, Team Falcons, but they're going to be going up against the Titans of Europe, BDS, Fancy.
المباراة النهائية بتكون ما بين فريق BDS ضد فريق فالكونز. زي ما احنا عارفين فالكونز قدروا انهم يرجعون بكمباك جدا قوي من اللوزر براكت بعد ما خسروا مباراتهم ضد نفس الفريق ضد BDS، وقدروا يتقابلون مرة ثانية في الجراند فاينل، فبيكون مباراة الانتقام وفرصة فالكونز انهم يثبتون انفسهم مرة ثانية بعد ما شفنا ادائهم الرهيب في الايام الماضية.
We do, however, have something very special in store for you at home and in the arena. We've got a very cool show match that's going to be played right here on the main stage, basically to get you all warmed up here and, of course, at home. So, before we give you any more information about that, let's go over to the desk where they can break everything down before we dive into the first match of the day.
قبل ما نبدا مباراه الجراند فاينل راح يكون عندنا مباراه الشو ماتش، بحيث انه راح نقدر اننا نتحمس شوي ونحمي الجمهور ونحميكم ايضا اعزائنا المشاهدين في البيت قبل ما تبدا المباراه النهائيه. ولا ننسى ان الشو ماتش هذه بتكون جدا مميزه، لان الروسترز اللي راح تشوفونها بتكون فريده من نوعها. قبل ما نعطيكم معلومات اكثر عن ايش اللي بيصير في الشو ماتش، خلونا على طول نروح للاستديو التحليلي نتكلم عنها اكثر ونشوف مين الروسترز اللي بيكونون معنا، ونرجع لكم نقدم لكم مره ثانيه اياهم على المسرح.
Welcome to the Gamers8 Grand Final Day. I've pushed Milosh away and I've taken over for this show match. With me today is Whippet and Gibson. Guys, this is the Grand Final Day. Are you guys excited?
I'm so excited to get into this one. What a run we've had this competition. We have a massive surprise run as Falcons have made it all the way to the grand final, representing their region for the first time in a final of international competition. That's massive, but they're facing off against the Titans of EUL, BDS.
And they're facing off against BDS for a massive prize pool, because Gamers8, we're known for bigger and better. And there's a $1,200,000 prize pool. $400,000 goes to the winner, and second place takes home $250,000. But let's check out the way to this prize pool and how these two teams made it there. Team BDS beat Team Liquid 2-0. That was kind of a stomp in some ways, right, guys?
Yeah, it definitely was. BDS came out of the traps flying on that one. Liquid didn't have any answer for, in particular, one man, Shaiko. Shaiko has been incredible. And when you look at the performance of how he's played, and when we get on to his kill total later on today, the fact that he's done that in very few maps is absolutely ridiculous.
Yes, and it was ridiculous, but BDS will be facing off against the Falcons later on today. But as Banks told us on stage today alongside Fancy, we do have a show match. Geekay Esports are going up against Made in Brazil. And guys, I heard some of you guys are a fan of one and the other team. Who picked who here?
I'm a little bit of a fan of MIBR in this situation. This is a roster that tends to always run deep in international competition. It wasn't an ideal run for them here at Gamers8, but they are a fantastic roster. And now that the shackles have been lifted a little bit as they go into a show match, they're going to put on a fantastic show against another hometown team.
And Gibson, Geekay Esports, this is your team. So before we dive into all of this, usually I ask for predictions, but we're doing things differently here. I'm sure that you all have seen this basketball challenge on stream. So guys, let's do it this way, okay? I'm going to put this basketball right here, okay? We're going to do this. I'm going to give you 3 balls.
Thank you.
These represent the first 3 maps or so, because it's a best of 3. So let's see how many maps are Made in Brazil going to make.
Put me under all the pressure now for all of Brazil.
Yeah.
Twister back at the hotel will be very excited to see with this one. Oh. Well,
Yeah.
that's an impressive
So
start.
they're not going to win the first
one.
one. They're not going to win the first one.
Putting too much pressure on me now for this one. Fingers crossed now. Ooh.
Okay, that was kind of close. That was kind of close.
That looks like an overtime one there, doesn't it?
Yeah, it kind of looks like we're going into a draw maybe. Can you get the last one?
I really hope now when I'm on camera I'm actually going to be able to get one at least.
Yeah. So a solid 0 out of 3 on a score of 1 to 10. A solid 0 as well. Gibson, you two, you got to get 3 shots as well, right? Let's see how many maps Geekay takes before we dive into the map veto here.
Before we get started, I am very competitive. Whippet knows it, so if I lose this, I'm just walking off the broadcast. I'm just going to tell you that here and now. So come on, this is for Geekay. This is for the region. Falcons and Geekay, this is for you.
There we go. I'll push it a little closer just to give Geekay a little bit.
No,
that
not
was
a good start, is it?
Oh. Okay, that was kind of the closest one so far. Will this go the way of Geekay if you make it?
Of course.
Of course. Okay.
Easy one.
Let's do it. Oh. That was so
guys.
close.
I'm gone.
With this, right? We have to jump into the map veto soon. But with this, we're kind of looking at a 0-0 kind of thing here because apparently you guys could not score. You guys could not make your teams proud. Made in Brazil, Geekay. What are we looking at here? This kind of matchup, do you think?
Well, I think when you look at a game like this, it is a show match. So it's an opportunity for A, the players to have some fun, and B, it's an opportunity for the likes of Geekay to go up against one of the best teams in Brazil and show what they can do. If anything, there's a lot more on the line for this than Geekay than I think for MIBR. Now, one thing I want to speak about, 3 members of this Geekay roster, well, they have beaten VP and they have beaten the Empire roster in EU. So they've got a pretty good record whenever it comes to playing against T1 teams.
Yeah, and we actually have the maps up on screen here. We're going for Oregon and then Clubhouse with Chalet as a decider. How are these going to play out, do you think? Let's go with you, Whippet.
I'm a little bit surprised that we're going to be going to some of the most default maps inside of our competitive pool. We see Oregon, we see Clubhouse. We do get a little taste of Chalet if we do take it all the way to map 3, but these are pretty standard default maps. It means all of those complex things are kind of understood, meaning we get a little bit more room for fireworks for those individual talents to absolutely pop off, and I think that's what we're in store for with this matchup.
And Made in Brazil are going to be starting on defense on Oregon is what I'm being told. Is that going to be a good thing for Geekay, or is it going to be a good thing for MIBR, do you think?
I think for MIBR it's a good thing because from what I've heard about Geekay, they like a spawn peak. So what better way for them to start than to be on defense and be able to get a couple of kills on the board early. But really, I think it'll be a good chance for both these teams.
But this is going to be an exciting match. Let's throw it over to the show match and let's get things started.
Welcome back to the main stage, where it is time to introduce your first competitors right out here. It's going to be a good one, Fancy. Who doesn't love a show match for bragging rights? So, allow me to introduce our first squad. They are another local organisation, and they are formed quite recently. However, they are all very experienced, especially within this region. Please, welcome to the stage, Geekay Esports.
المنافس الأول فريق جيكاي اي سبورتس، كلنا نعرفهم لكن جايين اليوم بحلة جديدة مع منظمة جديدة، واللاعبين أبدا ما راح يخيبون ظنكم في الأداء. كنا متحمسين نشوف انه يفوز في النهاية، لكن لا ننسى أن مباراة الخصم ما راح تكون أبدا سهلة، لأن يعني خصمهم ما هو غريب عليكم أيضا، خصمهم أحد الفرق المتأهلة إلى جيمرز 8، لكن ما حلفهم الحظ وقدروا يوصلون للبلاي أوفس. أعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور، رحبوا معنا فريق MIBR. A battle forming across the world. We have Brazil versus Saudi Arabia. False. Can I have you over here, please? We're going to do a little bit of a face-off, I believe. Fancy, do you want to introduce your player as well? That's exactly what I'm going to do, Banks. عندنا زي ما احنا عارفين اعزائنا المشاهدين، البرازيل والسعوديه راح تكون هي المباراه القادمه، وكلنا متحمسين نشوف ايش نتيجتها، لكن قبل كذا خلوني ادعي احد من اللاعبين اللي هو تومي. تفضل معاي، كان بينحاش لكن رجعنا لاخر لحظه. خلينا نبدا على طول. تومي، وش ودك تقول قبل ما تبدا المباراه الفريق ميد ان برازيل؟
صراحه جدا متحمس، وهذه فرصه اول مره يعني حلم فيها كنت من زمان، والامانه راح يكون فوز باذن الله تيزي يعني.
يعطيك العافيه. The main thing that the player was talking about is how excited he is, and this is a dream for him coming true, and he's saying that he can't wait to show you what he got because it's going to be an easy win.
Ooh. Okay, false. I want you to come here. Stand here, okay? I want you to face directly at your opponent, okay? I want you to just stare at him, okay? Get a little stare down, okay? I need to feel the tension. I want to feel the energy in the room, okay? Would you like to say anything to your opponent before this match?
Bring it on, guys. Want to see what you got.
The less said, the better. The tension is filling the air. Silence is golden. It's also deafening. I'm going to hand it back over to the desk so they could bring us into this show match.
حماس مو طبيعي ما بين فريق جيكاي وفريق MIBR. جيكاي جايين يثبتون انفسهم الان على انترناشونال ستيج، وهذه زي ما احنا عارفين اول مره لهم يواجهون فريق عالمي، فخلونا نشوف ايش اللي ممكن يقدمونه. اثبتوا انفسهم قبل في المنطقه في الشرق الاوسط بشكل كامل، لكن ودنا نشوف ايش بيسوون ضد فرق العالم. على طول هذا الاستديو التحليلي.
We've emptied out the desk. We're getting ready for this show match. Made in Brazil are going up against Geekay Esports in just a second. But first, let me just try my hand at this one right here. Yeah. So, based on our basketball predictions, it's going to be a solid 0-0. Let's throw it over to Gibson and Whip It, and let's get this show match started. Guys, have fun.
Good to see that we're not the only ones that can't make the basketball shots at least, but we're getting ready for this show match between Geekay and MIBR. Another chance to watch the MENA region go head-to-head with one of LATAM's most storied rosters. I'm really excited for this one, as stylistically, both these teams line up very, very well. I have a feeling, because it's a show match, there's no pressure, they're playing playing for fun. It is going to be an exciting one, and I have a feeling they're going to stretch their muscles. There's going to be a lot of action. I have a feeling a good few spawn peaks are on the schedule as well.
Yeah, it's going to be loose, it's going to be fun, and I think that's the main thing. It's a chance for these teams to play on the main stage as well. However, Geekay, we spoke about their record against T1 before. They're going to maybe want to keep that up and going against Brazil this time around. But what about MIBR? They're a side that I think you've got a lot of fans of because of your announcement photo. You know, you've got lots of jerseys. You have jerseys representing multiple teams in this tournament. But for your talent photo, you rocked the MIBR hat.
I had to. I absolutely love this roster. I love this organization. And I actually love the entire LATAM region as well. But this is a team that I really feel that have a very interesting stylistic view on Siege. They are a nice, aggressive. They kind of are that kind of mirror of what the LATAM region at least want. What we inside of EU see them as. Aggressive, they're in your face, they really want to take fights. And as they go up against the side from the MENA region, which also love that aggressive style of play, well, that is going to lead to sparks all around the map. The maps we went to, the first one we will see is Oregon. I was a little bit curious when I saw this one come out, but when you think about how Geekay are going to be holding up in this matchup, they want to do the best showing possible against a side like MIBR, so the fact that it's going to a more default map, I think that means that they just want to go maps that they understand well so they can put on the best show possible.
Definitely do, and speaking of putting on a show, I have heard from inside sources that Hashum from Geekay is known to be a bit of a demon whippet, known for spawn peaks, and I've heard he's pretty good when it comes to opening KD as well.
I've heard that. I was in that room with you as well. I was getting all those secret little bits of information. But yes, Geekay is a very, very good roster at being in your face and aggressive. And as we touched on the desk, 3 members of this side were actually on the former roster that managed to get victories over Empire and Virtus Pro last year in Gamers Without Borders. This is a side that has that potential to really be a problem for international sides. The question is, will MIBR be able to handle that smoke, or will it be a little bit more in favor of the more veteran side?
Well, I think for MIBR, this is their first trip to the main stage over the course of this event as well, so they're going to want to win. You know, we know that Twister came into this event and he was pretty hyped up about the chances of these Brazilian teams, and this is the only Brazilian team we're going to see on the final day, and it isn't a show match, but for the region, I'm sure MIBR would like to finish it off with a bang.
I mean, no one wants to lose. No matter what the consequence is, show match or not, you don't want to lose. You want to do your region proud as possible, so MIBR, for them, they're going to be able to say, all right, let's go out and try and win this. It's also another match on LAN. It's another position where you're sat in an arena, you're in the stage, you have admins behind you. It's a good kind of setup and feeling out how it could be when they look towards making another run at a major event inside of Siege, or of course the COP Elite 6 when that starts up again. So as we get ready to dive into this one, any prediction? Now, our basketball predictions didn't go to plan, but what do you say deep down? Who do you think is going to be able to take this one?
Honestly, I'm going to go for MIBR just because I think that they've got a little something to prove. I know that you're a little bit hurt by that because you wanted to be the MIBR stand in the room, but do you know something? If Geekay go and win, I'll not be mad at all. I'll be pretty happy if they win too.
I mean, everyone's going to be winning this one. I'm stealing the line from Fresh on the desk. Everyone's a winner in this one. If you're watching this, you're going to see a fantastic game. If both teams playing it, it's going to be a nice experience. LATAM going against a new region. And for MENA, of course, any time they get to play an international side on LAN is massive for them. But I'm going to say MIBR. It's a side that has so much talent. It's so storied. It's got massive experience as well. It's a side that makes deep runs inside a competitive player, inside a top-like competition for a reason. I do think they might just be able to edge it out.
From Rio to Riyadh, Whippet coming in for the show match. We're just waiting for the players to get ready and the map to start. This is the show match. Any last players, though, that you want to call out on MIBR that you'd say are worth keeping an eye on in this?
It's a difficult one to pick out one player from this side. Falls is one of those players that you find always popping up. Luca is another massive example of it. This side has a lot of depth throughout the entire side. Filippo as well is one of those players that really is a terrifying force in the server to go against them. I can almost say that for every single member of this side. It is a well-rounded roster. And I always say, I don't exactly know what to expect when we go up against Geekay and we see them play. I've not seen VODs of them. I've not seen how they. I can't even recall the Virtus Pro and Empire matchup, so I'm very much excited to see what they bring in this game.
I love this. I love coming into a game not knowing what to expect. Throw into, you know, CL quals, SI quals, whenever these teams come in through. And for Geekay, this is a free hit. For MIBR, though, you're coming into the show match. You've not won a game the whole tournament. So this is your only chance to win one. Could they potentially be going back to Brazil with a 0 beside that W list?
They don't want to. No one does. For them, it's going to be a matter of pride, okay? You've come out to this event, it's a long travel all the way from Brazil to get here. You've also got yourself through the qualifiers. You just want to be able to kind of say, okay, we won a game, yes, it's in the show match, but at least you don't go completely empty-handed from it. And think about MIBR's run. They're not a bad side. They were able to get through this qualifier. They beat FaZe on the way here. One of the best sides in Latin America right now. I mean, look at FaZe. They have a major championship inside Sweden underneath their belt where they took that matchup. They took that competition. FaZe have also run deep in a lot of international play as well. They're going to the Berlin Major, and MIBR got over them in the qualifiers to get here. So, you're not a side to look lightly upon.
I'll tell you what, this is a show match. This is a little bit of fun. So let's have a bit of fun between you and I, Whippet, okay? Both of us have brought jerseys from our local region over here to Riyadh. If MIBR win, I will wear my GAA jersey in the crowd for the final. If, by some chance, that Geekay win, I want you to wear the Fermanagh one.
Well, I want to put MIBR in this one. They're my team. I can't agree with that one. I can't agree upon your terms. I don't think we want to be bringing out our local Irish sporting jerseys to this one. We just wait to get ourselves into this one. I'll run you through the maps once again. We have Oregon, Club, Chalet. That's the 3 maps that have been chosen by these teams. As we go as well, I think MIBR on the defensive side, starting on Oregon, is where we tend to favour it now, but the climate of this matchup is swinging towards that. But this is our show match. What we're looking at right now is just kind of warming up, getting ready for our grand final later on.
Yeah, we are, and let's have a look at that video again so we can just talk about what maps we will be playing over the course of this one. And look, show matches are fun, and the maps that were picked with it when you speak of them, there are ones that both teams can have some fun when it comes to spawn peeking. So let's go through it again. Oregon was selected by Geekay. Very structured map, but when you speak about the whole idea of spawn peaks, this is one where you can have some fun with it as well.
It's a map that the linearity opens it up, and it might sound a little bit counterintuitive, but because you know how it's going to be played, you know the setups you're going to be facing, you likely know where people are going to be, you can kind of play around that presumed information again without the stress of this being in a live competition, in a show match situation. You can kind of play a little bit more loose, fluid and free, and both these sides will very much do it. We saw very good Oregon throughout this competition so far, and we moved to Clubhouse, which is a very similar style. One of the oldest maps in the competitive pool, only seeing minor changes throughout its lifetime, and another one that has that level of linearity, so I think both of these kind of shape up similarly, but the big kind of elephant in the room is going to be that Chalet pick.
It is, and all 3 maps, they've got very definitive styles as well. Chalet's one where we can see those spawn peaks, and honestly, you can get a lot of kills on Chalet just by hanging around windows, waiting for people to come your way, particularly up on that top floor. We've seen it through Library, shooting in towards those blue stairs and on the invert rappels. But honestly, I'm excited because obviously Geekay are going to be starting on attack on Clubhouse as well. So the first 2 maps, it's down to them to set the pace.
They certainly are. They really will have to try and go against it. MIBR, though, I think will have that intention to fight them on that entryway as well. You're still just waiting to get things rolling here between these 2 sides. When we look at this, though, I'm so disappointed. There's no border, there's no sky, there's no kind of those crazy maps we don't see a lot of play. Have we seen a border yet this competition, actually? I think we may have seen, we have one. It's not a map we see a whole lot of at all, actually. And it's, I think I would, stylistically, would have liked to have seen it between these 2 sides.
Yeah, it actually would have been a really fun one between these 2 sides when you think about it, because it is a very frag-heavy map, and it's a fun one for viewers to watch as well. But we know which maps we are going to. 3 maps we've seen quite a bit over the course of this tournament. But Whippet, I think going into this one, the main thing is, as Fresh said, that everybody has some fun and everybody's a winner.
Stealing Fresh's lines from the desk now. But that's twice now we've stolen it from the desk. But yes, you know, this is just going to be getting everyone a little bit pumped up, warming up for what we have again. I mean, let's take a little bit of a look forward to what we're going to be seeing later on today. So once we get through this show match, once we get to see the fireworks of these 2 teams going head to head, we have our grand final. Our grand final will consist of BDS versus Falcons. When you read that out on paper, who would have thought Falcons would be there. But we don't have to look too much forward to the past as we already get into our ban phase here on Oregon between Geekay Esports and MIBR. Are you expecting any wild cards here?
A little, maybe. It is a show match after all, so we could see something a little wacky. And it is taking some time for MIBR to make the first ban, and when it does come through, it will be Thatcher. So no, nothing wacky just yet.
A Thatcher isn't going to be that surprising at all. I think we're all going to be somewhat aware that ban's going to come out. It's Oregon, so you don't want to deal with it. These are going to be pretty default bans. These are going to be reasonably standard, unless GK decide to go against the Rhythm and the Jackal. Not uncommon. You could ban more useful operators, you could get rid of the Hibana, but instead you're going to take away that Jackal. That's going to enable a little bit more freedom on that roam presence. It works both ways, as MIBR will be starting on that defensive side. The second ban, or the first defensive ban, will be that Valkyrie. And how many times in the course of this competition have we seen players on Valkyrie go absolutely nuclear? All I have to say is one name, and that's Shaiko.
Yeah, something tells me that Valk will be banned on every map that we play tonight between Falcons and BDS. And the final ban from MIBR, just to make sure the show match goes the right way, is going to be Clash. So the annoying shield operator on defense will not be used. But we are going to get straight into the action now. Round one, and we are going to be going to Laundry and Supply. So down to the basement, where it's got the highest attack or defender win rate of any site in this map.
The basement's a pretty difficult site to break down in terms of the offensive side. The reason that is because you really have a limited number of ways to actually gain yourself access to it. If you think about this, when you get open those hatches inside of dining, inside of meeting, my brain hasn't woken up yet. It's even late in the evening. You still have limited avenues to get yourself in, and when you make that final execution, you tend to get funneled into very, very narrow places. So it relies on that final little burst of energy from one player in particular. So we go into this one, and setup-wise, I have a feeling we're just going to see a pretty standard one. I don't think MIBR are going to be showing the bleeding edge of the strap, though.
No, they definitely aren't. But Reduct with Pulse is going to begin opening some windows on the big tower. So will that have an impact on this round? Pulse, of course, a fun operator when used the right way. And with Oryx playing in big tower, again, a lot of the defense is playing over that side of the map. Looking at the attacking side, Trixt has gone for Maverick. So it's Finka, Maverick, Ace, Zero, and Iana. So they've got some nades, and Zero, one of those operators on this map in particular, but that can pretty much do it all. You can get the breach all by yourself.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those operators that has a lot of individual utility, but there's going to be the very first pick. Filippo gets that one, and gets the ace off the board very, very early. Not going to be the ideal start for the side of GK. You would want to keep your hard breach alive for a little bit longer. And now that's going to start a little bit of stall out. This western side take doesn't have the information there. His Rapsto might get caught from the window when he does so. The player in the school bus, he'll keep his way back up the white stairs, likely to be safe to get recovered as well, but it has to rely on his teammate to leave position. That will be Filippo who gets that now, and will use his Azami, keep at barriers to make himself a little bit more safe. Luguera's trying to push up as well, put some pressure, but the drone will spot him out. No, he darts into the showers just at the right time, but I think they got a call on it. Yes, they have. A push now, and whoa, what a wonderful shot there. Get us back to level 4 versus 4.
And Faris gets that one. Look at Dara, the next one to fall. Tommy here, still by those white stairs, as the rest of the members of MIBR have all fallen back, waiting for this push to come. Looking on main stairs, Filippo holding main door, but the rest of the push from GK is focused on that Freever side, as Tommy will just donate one of those drones over to MIBR.
A little bit of a gift, that one. A little bit of a gift, just sending that drone straight to no pass you likely would have seen. Filippo will find a second one now in this round. A little bit of a roaming rampage on the Azami. Forcing Tricks in a very difficult position now. We'll send the nade, we'll chase him down the laundry stairs as well, trying to give himself some space, some time, but with a minute 20 left on the clock, they sort of need to get this execution rolling. They have a lot of map control upstairs, but look at Redux, now inside a meeting, and if they don't drone him out, well, guess what? You're going to be in for a nasty surprise with the player outside my main lobby. We'll find a mess of damage, and that Pulse Redux will not be too keen to peek wide again.
Yeah, Reduct took a lot of damage, but he will make it back to site. Faris will get a kill onto Raps, making it a 3v3 now as Trix begins to push from Laundry. The nade is in his hand. He chucks it down highway, but there is nobody there. Hashim playing as well inside Freezer. Another nade will be thrown over behind the lockers. Another nade wasted by the side of GK as the three members of MIBR are all consolidated in one little small space, and Faris now begins to push through construction.
With just over 30 seconds to work with, every moment will be critical. Reduct will find that nade, or that C4, or the San. 27 seconds left and a little bit of a tense break of action. Filippo swings wide, finds a third in this round and leaving it now in a 1 versus 3. Fars creeps down the laundry stairs. Tries to make an impact, but I think it's all but over at this stage. Heroics will be needed. Individual performance with the ARX in hand. So many angles to check, and look at MIBR falling back and deeper inside of sight. Picks up one. Looks for a second. The player in pillar swings wide, finds it. Redux at that final kill. MIBR claimed the very first round here in Oregon, but a good showing from Geekay on that.
It was a good bounce back after the start that they had, and Filippo getting that opening pick as well put them on a back foot. They brought it back to a 3-3, but then the structure from MIBR was able to pull that one back. So as far as MIBR are concerned, job done in round number 1 on defense, which is of course what you expect to see here.
The defense is going to be a little bit more favored. I mean, why wouldn't it be? It's Oregon. You know you're going to get this side in particular. It has a massive weighting on the defensive win rate, so I'm not too surprised MIBR were able to lock that one out. They go upstairs to dorms, and this might be a different story. It's slowly tapering off in favor of the offensive side, but it's a gradual taper off as well. For GK exploit this site, I think overall awareness of how to attack it and break it down. But I mean, setup-wise, again, it's going to be pretty simple for MIBR. It's default, and this means GK will know exactly what to do.
Well, this is a site where if you can establish ground floor control with the operators that GK have, you can begin using all of that offensive utility to try to get kills for free from below. Because at the moment, based on the setup they have up to 8 nades to use, as well as then having Tommy to be able to get the wall open, and they have brought those 8 nades. So, Whippet, if they can establish ground floor control, they can begin to put that utility to use.
They need to try and get that ground floor control and solid information as well to make the most of what they have. They have lots of nades to use, a lot of them, but you need solid information. You might be able to get 1 or 2 picks just from using your default knowledge, but that won't be the ideal way to do it. So they make the initial entryway from the western side of the building. Once again, they have information of the player inside of dining, but guess what? There's going to be Raps who'll swing wide, find one. That's a zone off the board, and that's going to be a good start from MIBR. He'll now peel back, waste some time as he'll fall back deeper in towards these defensible positions. Looks like Falls knows someone's pushing him from deep inside of green. He's aware of this. No one's actually inside of green. That's going to be trick. Setting a nade up inside of small dorms. It will find some damage to Gera, but not enough to down or kill. Early stages of this round look all in favor of MIBR, and this roam presence might be a problem for GK.
Yeah, Far scouting out. They've got players all around the map waiting for something to happen to get a kill on their side as they move over towards that main window as well. Tommy on top of Big Tower, but you do have a Zami nearby. He's holding that angle. He's waiting. Somebody might come across at some point, but now it's time to move. But Raps will get a second one for him, bringing it down to a 5v3. Very similar story to the first round. And Philippe, no, he's not. He's not going to do it with the Deagle, is he?
Well, no, he's not. His teammate, though, will be able to find 1 or 2 me, and it's going to be a bit of a problematic situation now for GK. MIBR in complete control of this round, 5 versus 2. Second Nave key getting sent in. Will it arrive upon its destination? Doesn't matter. Lugera shuts him down, 5 versus 1, all done the tricks now. Minute 20 to work with, but MIBR, they're going to go hunting. I wouldn't be too surprised to see someone vault out that window to try and hunt down this final surviving Maverick. But he might just keep himself alive, and he's trying to just regather himself. Again, this team, for the side of GK, this is the biggest matchup they've played in a very long time. International competition on an international stage, show match or not. They're going to try and put on the best show possible, so he takes some time and figure out what went wrong. But it looks like Filippo is going to go on the hunt, and he might go out that window very soon.
Yeah, anytime you play on a game that is broadcast, you want to win just to make sure that you keep your ego intact. But now with Filippo holding one side, it's just a waiting game. We're biding some time. Trickst, it's, you know, there's more. He can get a couple of kills for himself in this situation, but as it stands, we've got a little bit of a standoff, and with 30 seconds left, MIBR have won this round, and the members of MIBR are just going to try bait him to move.
Yeah, they're going to wait to try and figure out where he is. Maverick will begin the move around now, and now that he's been released, he will try and find some damage, and that's going to be Filippo shuts him down. Flawless round from MIBR. They lead themselves by 2, and they were in complete control with that one. The roam presence was the ultimate factor that was pretty defining of that one, and the opening pick really did just unravel it.
It really did. So MIBR 2-0 up after that one, and now we're going to move to that tertiary site. Let's see if GK can pull a round out of the bag. But as it stands, Whippet, MIBR are looking very, very good.
They really are. I mean, this is MIBR are a side of absolute quality, absolute class. And they will try their best to get this one over the hill. 2-0 the scoreline for them. to go to the tertiary site now. Can they complete a flawless rotation here? Setup boys, I'll say it through all of this one, we're not going to be expecting too much. And I really do love the addition of the Oryx in these teams right now. Oh, why bring a shotgun, right? You bring a Thunderbird, you bring an Oryx, or you even just sacrifice that HP on an Oryx, and you have these massive rotates essentially for free, and the fastest operator in the game that has a very good weapon to scrap and brawl with as well. They have all that mobility options to creep and crawl around and are in play. Not a very common sight in competitive matches.
Yeah, I'm a big Oryx fan because he's so useful on so many maps, and we've seen them bring it out every single time, and it's been to some success, as Raps has been able to find kills a couple of times in this one, as has Reduct when he's played other operators. But the push coming through from GK, very similar once again, but every single round they've pushed over from the small tower side, and Hashim lucky to not get taken down by that early spawn peak.
I mean, this is going to be the problem. If you go from the same clear every single time against a team like MIBR, guess what? You're going to fall yourself into some struggles. And, well, opening pick is going to go in favor of GK, but doesn't last too long as MIBR managed to find themselves a trade. Filippo all the way up inside a small, big tower. And look at this. Look at Era trying to toy with an idea of going out that main lobby door, looking for a pick, but I think better of it now. Drone game now is getting set up from the offensive side, trying to figure out exactly where MIBR are sitting, what they're holding, and out he goes the main door. Takes a beating from the side of Toomey, but falls back in the F2 sings and gets one more. Farah will claim that kill, but looks like one member, Hassan's been downed outside. Thankfully, it's the Finka, gets themselves back up with that adrenal surge.
Yeah, Toomey gets taken down by Filippo. Gotta be said though, Farah's 5 kills so far in this one, carrying the brunt, but's going to get taken down. Reduct takes down Trixt as well, leaving it all down to Hashim, the Finka. 2 nades in the back pocket, up against 3 members of MIBR. Look at Dara, low HP as things stand, but this one, if he can find one, there's a chance we might believe maybe the members of GK can pull one round back as Hashim begins to now make his move. And there is Lucadera, gets the kill. MIBR 3-0 up after 3 rounds.
A flawless rotation on Oregon. You'd expect the defensive side to be weighted right now. MIBR look in complete control of this match, and they will just manage this one out best they can. And I mean, they are giving this a fair shot as well. GK are really coming out swinging to try and break this, and this looks like it's not going to be necessary to show much. You're seeing nomad knife fights outside. They are actually trying to win this one. Of course, MIBR don't want to go home without a single W in that win column of this event, and I think the local heroes will want to get a victory on this main stage as well. So both teams absolutely gunning for it. MIBR are just in control on Oregon right now.
And GK are a team that feel they're every bit as good as the Falcons as well. They're a team that think that they could compete at that highest level. So if we get a situation where they beat MIBR, the MENA fans will really feel like this tournament was a massive success. For MIBR, though, this is their only chance to get a win. You know, at the end of the day, we pointed out they got grouped, and that's not what they would have planned for coming into this event.
No team looks at an event like this and says, yeah, we're going out in groups. No one looks at an event in general and goes, yeah, I know what, groups, that's our target. But, you know, MIBR are certainly disappointed. They were actually knocked out by Falcons in the group stage, in that lower bracket, in a 2-0 defeat. And one of the maps that they went to was MIBR's favorite map, and Falcons put on a show. They showed just how good that MENA region, that team has been so far. Momentum all in their favor, but we move in the round number 4 between these two teams. Can MIBR keep this flawless record rolling? Oregon GK break the deadlock. To the basement we go once again. This site is so strong on the defensive side. I have a feeling MIBR will be leaning on that one again. And I really am interested if they're going to go for a little bit more of an aggressive roam presence, because that's really been disrupting GK. And GK, are they going to fall into the same trappings of going for that west side clear?
Yeah, it's been a big problem for them, and it's played into the hands of MIBR, because a team like this, a tier 1 team that plays against some of the best teams in the world. Just remember, last year was the year of LATAM, when you consider that those are the teams that MIBR are playing against. But the push coming in at the start of the round, Lucadera spawn peeking once more. Will they rappel up, and will Lucadera add to that impressive tally? 3 kills on the board, but look at Filippo, 6 and 1 after just 3 rounds.
Absolutely stellar performance. if they were still in the competition, I think Lucadero will be in the hunt for the kill lead of this. Storyline for that one, for the grand final, of course, is going to be O-Kills versus Shaiko. Very, very close. Shaiko's I think kills per round is at like 1.4. Is incredible so far, and he's played significantly less maps and O-Kills as well in that hunt for that 25k bonus. So round goes in, and it looks like we're going to see a bit of a variation now for the side of Geekay. They are not going for that western side. Clearly, they've already got a significant amount of map control. Much better from them this time, as it's going to be way more beneficial in terms of their timing. Get themselves in the building, open up these hatches, and get this execution rolling, or at least the stages and steps towards that execution set up a little bit sooner.
And will it be Faris again for Geekay that will carry the brunt of the kills? 5 for him, none for the rest of his teammates. As we see XKey just beginning to drone out. Having a look down those stairs, will spot out the Mozzie, who's unable to take out that drone. Maybe we'll be able to get it at the second attempt, but will fall back to pillar. All of the members of MIBR just waiting for this push to come through, as Dot will just sit on the cam and provide that information. And now XKey will begin opening up those hatches.
Head those hatches open, get yourself that avenue and direct access into sight. Put some pressure on the defensive side as well. MIBR won't be able to play as many power positions as they would have liked. As Hibana, the Queen of Hatches, will go through her job step by step to as much as possible. Fleetman not a big fan of that fan either. Removing that from play. Minute left in this round. Mirror window pops inside a freezer, and oh, it opens the gates, but only to MIBR. A trade, 4 versus 4. Minute left, and it's time to go. Geekay are waiting at the gates. Will MIBR be ready for this wave of pressure to arrive?
Lucadera still playing that position by pillar that it's very important to clear out. Trickst is a second too late to the party and allows the defender back into some safety. Tommy is going to come in for some assistance though. They've got all the members of MIBR inside one room except for one player in freezer. And Raps is just waiting, biding his time. Hashum pushing down with Zofia. That LMG, 150 rounds you can fire without needing to move, but the C4 will take down Trix. Tommy will fall as well, so it's all down to Hashum. Pushing down 3 freezer. Does he have ice in his veins, or will he get lit up? Well, Lucadera lights him up, and that's a 4-0 lead now for MIBR.
MIBR in complete control of this matchup. Not looking wavered, showing their veterancy here right now. Class all throughout that roster. Just providing too many problems for Geekay to break down right now. Oregon, at least historically, has been weighted towards that defensive side. MIBR doing a good job of taking full advantage of that as they move into the next round of their rotation. Are they going to get 2 successful 3-site rotations? That would put them on match point very early. But 4-0, very strong from MIBR.
It is, and when you look at both teams, there's a transparency straight away, or a big difference in the way these teams are playing. The members of Geekay, the only player that has any kills for them at this point is Faris, 6 and 4. Nobody else has got anything on the board, and when you look at the side of MIBR, apart from Falls, who's 1 and 1, everybody is getting involved in the action.
I mean, this is what we expect from a roster like this. They're going to get in the faces, they're going to try and brawl. They do like to take their fights as well, and they're going to be feeling with that extra bit of, I think, comfort in this situation. It's not an official match. Well, it's a show match on the main stage, so a little bit more relaxed environment. Lucadera trying for a spawn peek again, and we see that blue silhouette so tantalizingly close to it. They'll toy with the idea, sees a tracer rounds, but nothing will arrive from it just yet. Looks like the intention is going to be for a mainstay or a main master bedroom push. There's one player Farah on the opposite side from the rest of his team as pressure arriving. Hassan already inside of Zulu, trying to creep their way up and catch this one player on the western side. But they got this control. I think they're going to be happy to take it and just hold on to this angle in case that rotation arrives.
Yeah, it's not a bad rotation point to hold for Hashum, waiting for a defender to come that way through shots. But Lucadera's rotated back the other way, coming in through meeting now. As it's just a little bit of tension building in this round. Faris on the invert repel. We've seen him pick up a lot of kills, and Falls will very late into the round plant one of those mirrors, and that will be a kill coming on. Trix gets one, but Faris will fall to Raps. It's a 4v4, and now Trix will begin tossing some nades from below, and Reduct will get taken out by XKey.
It's going to be a 4 versus 3, the best position Geekay have been in so far in this series. The double peek, the white stairs. Falls will get the credit for that one. An aid sent in the trophy to try and clear whatever utility they can with that mirror window instead of walk-in, causing all sorts of problems. Geekay have got control, but they've run into a wall of utility. And look at this, on the flanking side of lobby, it's the Jaeger. He might just find one, but no! It's getting watched and held, but it's going to be a trade-off. Falls finds one once again. The case now dropped and Cole, but what a shot! Tricks to the quad, looks for an ace if he can win this one out. But all down to Raps now. DMR in hand and pressure. He's positioned now. No one to compromise, but he makes it a 1v1. Is tricked on for the ace. He needs to find this player, but he has a minute left to work for information.
Well, the ace will win the round for his side. Raps with 5 kills of his own this game so far, but will we get some positivity for Geekay as Trix will just cleverly begin to drone? He's got plenty of time, so work out the safest path to find yourself this kill, because I have a feeling he is not going to go for the plant. I think he wants the kill, but he knows there's an ace on the line.
I mean, right now, going for the plant's going to be a very dangerous position. Got no one there to cover you, no one there to hold your cross, but doesn't even matter if you can't get in the sight at all. Ace denied. MIBR's run continues. 5 uncontested rounds. They look in complete control, but a much better round from Geekay.
Really good round by them as they're able to just give themselves a chance to win, but in the 1v1, MIBR are able to take a 5-0 lead, and as it stands, they are in for the chance of that 6-0 half.
I mean, it looks like it's going to be. It looks like that's what we're in store for right now. MIBR not really giving anything up at here. They are just playing, I think, the best siege they've played all week. Only if they could have done this against Falcons. That would have been nice from them, wouldn't it? Unfortunately, they could show up the best siege inside of a show match so far. So we go to a tertiary site once again on the cusp of completing 2 flawless site rotations. That will leave them on match point if they can do so. Can Geekay find something now to prevent MIBR getting themselves to match point here early on Oregon? Setup wise, again, they have a massive extension of the roam. And that Thunderbird implies spear through a weight, a weapon, fantastic for brawling on the defensive side. 3 shots to send you to observation. How will they use it? Redux on that up, and the entryway this time not focused on the western side. Again, good changes from Geekay, but Raps, look at this, trying to go for that pistol, 1-tap spawn peek, but no one's there. Hassan got located with that alibi clone, but no one's there, and MIBR, I don't think they're going to be contesting the entryways too aggressively, at least early.
Yeah, you try to find the 1-tap, it's not there, you fall back, the nade gets thrown up towards Armory, but Hashim unable to add anything out. Raps runs out now because he knows where that nade came from. As they look once again to find a kill, Hashim now competing on the other side of this garage door, peeking around the corner. Filippo takes some damage and falls back, as still the opener eludes us in this one, 45 seconds in, but it's not for want of trying. And there is a default cam still up, just feeding information towards the members of MIBR.
Leaving a default camera up. Oh no. You can't be getting away with that one against the side of MIBR, but look how close these 2 players in basement are. Raps dangerously close to the player looking inside of Shaiko. Lukera tries to pop up and get aggressive. His Warden activated. He won't be blinded by those flashbangs. He's going to try and find that pick on towards that Nomad. Forrest is going to be an easy time caught through the wall with massive damage. Brawling, twisting, turning. Raps to try and tap away to the wall himself. But look at this, 2 players all swarming around that Malusi. He'll pop up and can't find one. Shut down with LMG Hassan. 5 versus 4, 5 versus 3. This is the best position Geekay have been in all series now, and if they can get one more pick, they might be able to put MIBR to bed, but no. One trade back, Filippo finds that one. Falls looks to try and find even more.
And Lugadera holding up, but Filippo brings it back to a 3-3 again. Lugadera peeks around the backside, brings it to a 3 versus 2. As Trix preps another nade, but that's an easy one for Falls as he decapitates Trix up or from behind stage, and now it's all down to XKey playing inside. There's Lugadera, gets the kill, and it is a 6-0 half on Whip. But I'm just going to say it, that's probably one of the few times this whole tournament you haven't seen a 5-1 half.
That's actually true. We have seen so many 5-1 splits in this series. It has been ridiculous. I mean, I'll just throw you to the SSG Liquid game that we saw yesterday. Not only was it a 5-1 split, SSG continued to get themselves on the match point, and then, well, fumbled the bag, just a bit let Liquid back into that matchup. But so far, MIBR look in complete control. Haven't let GK into this one at all. Will we see a flawless Oregon from our Brazilian side?
Well, it is now match point. And can MIBR finish this one up nice and quickly, or will GK pull one back? So, if you are GK, your attacks didn't go so well at all. What do you do to change this?
Well, you're on the defensive side now. They went to what you would assume is the gimme site, right? The basement is the highest defensive win rate for any of the sites on Oregon. So you'd assume this is the best chance they have of getting around and getting themselves back into the action. For MIBR, they have an aggressive lineup brought out. An Ash, a Sophia, and Amaru, a Flores, which would be designed to clear that elbow hole. And no surprise, it all falls on that Finca. They will be there to cause as much chaos as possible, but a spawn peak set up by Key here might be a bit disastrous if anyone stumbles into it. But I want to see what MIBR's decision with the Amaru will be. And he's going to go straight in the T3. And Key will hear that, surely, and this will be your very first engagement of the round.
X-Key just looking up towards it, but it's going to get taken down. Another kill from MIBR gives them a 5-3 advantage once more. Finca, when ready, will tap that button and Raps will be res, but down inside sight and no attempt whatsoever to pull him back as Faris gets one, but that's a member back on the feet. Trixt playing by the bomb chassis in a very difficult situation. Trixt pulls the kill back, giving us a 3v3. Never mind, it's a 3v2 as Trixt gets another. And can GK win their first round of this map? Filippo going to just move that Flores, that RCXD down, but it gets impacted as it was making its way down the stairs, and then a step on a goo mine will just halt this push for a little second longer. It's a 3v2. Can GK clutch out their first round of the map?
This will be massive for them mentally to be able to get at least one round against the side of MIBR. The Ash inside of Freezer taps away. Nothing connected, nothing landed. Minute 40 left, so lots of time to gather that key information to try and clear himself an avenue, an entryway. Filippo a little bit isolated alone with the case in hand. Both players will need to lean on their own skills. No support, no coordination required. Hassan looks to try and get aggressive inside of Freezer, will do so. Finds it, Tricks to get Filippo, now leaving it all down the Ash of Redux. Now this is where you gotta really put the shift in. Can you find 3 on the Ash? Your 4C, not what it used to be. Can he make it work?
Well, it might not be as good as it once was, but if it can be as good once as it ever was, this will be a round win for MIBR as Redux begins pushing down through pillar. Those DMR shots coming out, making a lot of noise. 2 taps from that can be absolutely deadly, but Redux will fall back again. 50 seconds left on the clock as the rotation game will now begin. Ash deciding this time to push through, but that laser gate will do damage, making him even more vulnerable as he's got a direct line to sight now into B. The prone player, Trix gets the kill. GK ensure that this will not be a flawless win for MIBR.
But I mean, that's huge for them. They got around, and now maybe could be a springboard. Going to be difficult to say that one, though. The performance has been all in favor of MIBR. We see the side swap, GK win on the basement. So realistically, right now you're looking at GK getting a chance, a very good shot at being able to take victory on Dorms. I'm assuming that's going to be the site they go to. And then once they go to the tertiary site, that's when it's going to be a real test if they can get over MIBR, because teams tend to lose that tertiary site where you want as much rounds in your defense as possible. So we move on into this one. They do go up the Dorms, as I said they would. This is their best chance of a second round before they have to go to the Gauntlet of the Oregon tertiary.
And it is down to MIBR to take them down. A big thing, though, for GK that round was the fact they were able to claw it back from a 5 versus 3, which is a good thing for them. I'm just going to cast your mind back to the very first day of this tournament where Falcons were very poor in map number 1. Now they're in the final. They had a little bit of jitters for their first game on the stage. Could this be a case of GK being on a LAN, playing against a tier 1 side from a different region? Maybe they're just a little bit nervous going into this.
I think nerves are going to be a factor in this one. Again, this is a side that are playing for the first time a team from LATAM on LAN. So it's not going to be the easiest time. It's not like they're going against a team from LATAM without experience. This is MIBR. This is a really strong side. to get to this competition or to qualify for our event here in Riyadh. They had to beat FaZe. Blue Arrow is going to find the opening pick on the Forest. And problems begin to grow. Oh no, they're gonna go on in, and it's gonna be a mess, but Hassan shuts it down. The flank, the aggressive plays in there, but now it looks like the Candela is sore. They send on in, but no one's there to push these players in. Redux falls the 2, we find the second one in this round. Make it 3. MIBR went for something quick, went for something smart, and it falls flat. 1 versus 4. All down to Filippo. He has lots of time to work.
And where will he find that next kill? Ying on the window. Will just get ready to throw a Candela and 2 ticks. There's a free one. Straight it back straight away. GK win 2 rounds back to back, and confidence is starting to grow. But this is where you get tested. We're going to your tertiary site now. Going to one of those ground floor sites, whether they go to the kitchen side or over towards meeting. This can be a very different attack from MIBR, depending on which one they go for.
If we go to meeting, MIBR are going to be forced to take a lot of control upstairs. You want control of attic, so then you can get your execution rolling from stage. Then someone will come late from inside the lobby. That's what they'll do. If we go for a take inside dining, which is going to mean they get small, they get west side control, they get control of side of that small tower. They try to clear showers. They get Zulu. They push up towards the end of that hallway by the bottom of white stairs, and guess what? They'll work at execution from there. That's what they'll do, and we see this site roll out. We have went to meetings. That means we will see a likely heavy contention upstairs inside of dorms. Once they get that control, they'll open up that wall on stage, and guess what? They'll work that execution. Get around that cap can because they might catch someone as a late rotation could arrive on that kitchen door.
And if they want to take top floor control, MIBR have got a very good lineup to do so. Amaru can go straight up to T3 and begin clearing over from attic side as GK are putting a lot of defensive resources up on top of that top floor. But we have started. This is match point for MIBR. 1 of 4 more attempts they're going to get if we see GK mount some sort of a comeback. But Raps is going to go straight away. No time wasted, right on up to T3.
I mean, why waste time? We've seen that Raps has a confidence to win those fights, even if there is someone lurking, waiting for his arrival. So he's really confident to do so, takes a significant map control so early, and is given it for completely free. He'll waltz on in, and look, it's every single member of GK so far back and compressed. Raps can just walk on in, and he will do so, but he's not going to be too keen. 4 finds the opening pick, that's going to be falls off the board. Imaru gets self-flashed out, has to push a little bit deeper. I think Raps is going to walk on in, and there's the cap. Can catches him, but going to be a flurry of kills. MIBR get 2 of their name. Trade back from Tricks as well. 3 versus 2.
Look at Derek creeping towards maps, but here's the footsteps up on top of the stairs, forcing Azami into Armory, who's going to throw up that trap. But whoa, look at Derek get the kill. No, caught out by the camera, as it's now a 3v1. All down to Redux, but can he reduce this GK defense down to 0? No, he can't. Faris gets a kill. And well, I'm going to say it, Faris has been very impressive on the side of GK.
I think GK are really gaining confidence on the defensive side here. The map favors it, and it's a little bit easier to pull off than the coordination required to get an execution on the attacking side rolling in our current climate. So they'll be leaning on that just a little bit. Good job from them so far, and considering the fact that they were facing getting flawless here, this is a nice little pushback from them, getting themselves another round and putting a little bit more pressure on MIBR because you don't want to get reverse swept.
No, you do not. And for MIBR, they don't want to be involved in a Brazil scoreline either, to be honest. That's 7-1. I think some of the Brazilian sides are a little bit sick of that over the course of the tournament. But GK showing some shoots of positivity. 3 rounds in a row on defense, and now you move back down to one of your favorite sites, back down to basement, and can you win it? Because if it becomes 6-4, MIBR are going to be starting to think, oh no, are we going to get beat by another MENA team?
They don't want that. What a storyline that would be for the rest of the community of the MENA scene as well. They can get a victory over 2 international sides. But MIBR are very much keen to not to fall victim to that again. A TO has been called. You can see their coach behind them talking, animated fashion as well, making sure they don't let this one slip. A little bit of motivation, morale boost as well. Fist bumps all around, keeping the spirits high. But for them, They cannot slip into this complacency. Yes, you're on match point. Yes, you have a very large lead, but that one more round mentality can be really detrimental to sides. So for MIBR, try to reset just a little bit, get yourself back into the action. To the basement we go once again as Geekay have completed a flawless site rotation. Both sides have done it. Not a single attacking round has been won yet. Surely not. Surely we don't see a single attacking round won. Surely MIBR can get one at least. Or I don't know actually anymore.
GK reverse sweep, question mark?
It's on the cards. It very much is on the cards.
Well, we're going to wait for this round to start, and it is 6-3. MIBR pretty happy. They've got 3 more attempts at getting match point before they take a 1-0 lead in this series. On the side of GK, with those beautiful player cards that we have on screen, it'll do them a lot of good as well if they can win this one out, because we've said it before, they think they're as good as Falcons. They actually believe they're better than Falcons. So what better way to prove it than to beat a team that Falcons have already beaten over the course of this tournament?
I mean, if they want to have that, they stake to that claim that we're better than Falcons, I think they want to do it in a little bit more of a convincing fashion than trying to get a reverse sweep already. Of course, Falcons got a 2-0 victory earlier in the bracket against MIBR, which actually knocked them out of the competition. On the first day, I believe, actually. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I think it was.
Wow. That's unfortunate for MIBR. First day knockout. We've had a lot of games out. I tend to forget what we've seen so far. Lots of exciting matches as we've seen. But as we look at this matchup, MIBR in a massive lead, GK beginning to build just a little bit of momentum. A little bit of a reminder, of course, this is our show match to get you all warmed up, primed, and ready for the main event later on this evening. It is so exciting, this final that we're going to witness. BDS versus Falcons.
I can't wait. Honestly, BDS, who have been one of the best sides in Europe for so long, had what was their worst stage in EUL in a long time, losing out in heartbreaking fashion to that spot to the major. Well, what better way to just cheer yourselves up after that than to come over here and win what is a massive tournament when you look at that prize pool. Now, considering that as well, they've started to show shoots of the old BDS. They're not quite maybe as good as they were, but they're looking very strong.
I mean, Shaiko's woken up. Shaiko 1 Valk is a very, very scary thing that we've seen throughout this competition. And that would be massive. But when we look at the overall storyline of this one, this is MENA in the first final of an international event they've ever been in, against BDS, which is looking like a little bit of a scary thing to face on LAN. Shaiko, really much awake. I mean, Alems as well has had a massive performance. But we look inside of Falcons, and we look towards our grand final. O'Kills, Shalad. Like, these are massive, massive players that have had huge impacts. All I want to say is, if you have time to go back and watch the VOD, watch that match against TSM. Falcons had TSM on the ropes from the very first map. They 2-0. Was it 2-0 or was it 2-1?
2-1.
2-1. They got a 2-1 victory against TSM, and they really rattled TSM throughout that matchup. And Falcons are a team that managed to find a way to win against all the odds, no matter how bad of a situation they pull themselves in. Guess what? They're always able to find something out of it. So that will be a very exciting grand final once we arrive upon it. But we still have to get through our show match, which we will have at least one more map, at bare minimum of, if we get through Oregon when this tech pause resumes. How do you feel about this so far, Kibby?
This game, I'm pretty happy with it. It's a show match, but we're getting to see some very nice plays from MIBR. And after what was a very, very poor attacking half from the side of GK, they've started to pull it back. 3 rounds back-to-back. I think that's looking for round number 4 as they've completed that rotation, like you alluded to a little bit earlier. All they have to do is do it again, and we're going to overtime.
It's not going to be that easy. It surely could not be that easy against a side like MIBR. Now, we often talk about how the teams from the LATAM region are a little bit more emotional than we see for the likes of Europe. This could be a factor. You're on match point, you've just lost 3 rounds consecutively, and you lost them pretty decisively as well. That could be a factor going into this, but this tech pause gives them time to reset, gives them that ability to begin to look at this and go, okay, what were our mistakes? How can we amend them and get this done? Because they they really don't want to let this slip. Because, I mean, the Reddit post writes itself about this one. If MIBR let this one fall away. So they really just want to be able to lock it out right now get themselves to the second map, which will be Clubhouse, which I believe was their choice.
Yeah, it's been actually really good from MIBR, but they're a team with a very deep map pool as well whenever they need to. And, you know, I'm sure the Twister is watching this one as well, hoping for a win for this region, you know, for LATAM, and what's been a tournament that started off rather disappointingly. And then Liquid breathed a little bit of life back into it. And when you consider the games against BDS, when you look at the score, the actual, you know, the 2-0, you think it was one-sided. But both of those games, if I'm not wrong, went all the way through to overtime.
Yeah, they did. They were massively long matches for those games. I mean, we've seen so many good games this event so far. Every single team, whether they were underdogs or not, have performed. And I mean, one of those other storylines that we've seen in this event was Wild, for example, yesterday. That matchup against Falcons, where Falcons booked their ticket in today's grand final versus Wild. Well, that was one of the best games of Siege I have seen in a very long time. Wall-to-wall action. It was a really long, dragged-out matchup, and it took overtime on map 3 to decide who got that spot to face BDS. That just shows the level of competition in this. And Wild, what a surprise story from them as well. Aside inside of not even T2, T3 European competition. They haven't even qualified for Challenger League yet. I'd say they probably will be there when that season starts. But what a run they've made here as well.
Yeah, a little asterisk beside that T3, because I think everyone believes that they're going to make it to CL. One of 3 teams in the EU side that I think are really making that next step up towards T2, and maybe, if things go their way, maybe they jump up to T1 as well. But that game you spoke about, the Wild game, the overtime phase that we had, we'll touch on that one a little bit later as we get back into the action. So match point again for MIBR as we go down to the basement, and not quite as much of a rushing lineup on MIBR as they brought this time last time.
Little bit more sensible from them in this one. I mean, not surprised at all. They don't want to lose this one. They're not going to try and bring it out. But we see Dokkaebi getting brought out. And we were speaking with Kaneo from Wilds last night. Dokkaebi is one of those operators that people are really beginning to pick up on, because if you need to make a late rotation, that tends to require, guess what? You got to do drone work, and when you only have 40 seconds to make a late rotation, drone work is a bit of a nightmare. It can get very messy to move those pre-placed drones you had for a set plan. What Dokkaebi allows you to do is, well, press one button, activate that global ability, and now you know, okay, roughly based off sound, if you're clear or not to get that rotation rolling. So will MIBR be needing to use that one, or will they do their best Kaneo impression with that SMG-12?
Well, the SMG-12, the Kaneo impression you spoke about, some players call it a door opener. Well, Kaneo calls it a head opener, as we've said already. But there is Dokkaebi using that ability very early. Little bit of a waste, I think, in the early stages. But no, it is going to be used to take down Hashum as Lucadera gets the opener in this one. MIBR wants to finish this first map of the series very quickly. And now another gunfight opens up. Filippo will add another to his tally as then he removes that camera, but whip it a little bit of what you would say experience, not pushing straight down into pillar after you get those 2 kills, just resetting, waiting for a little bit more action, and then Raps will take down Faris, making it a 5v2, and MIBR are on the verge of winning map 1 in this 5v1.
Well, a little bit more on the verge now as we find ourselves in a 4 versus 1 now. Falls inside a freezer, it's all down a key, left alone, finds a second. Am I going to start to believe in this one? Smoke's weapons get a buff in a 1vx, so it's time to fight and brawl your way. SMG-12 or SMG-11 in these positions is so good, but no, shut down by MIBR. They get themselves the first map here on Oregon, and it looked concise, it looked strong, it looked like the MIBR we expected to arrive at this competition.
Yeah, they made us wait a little bit longer than maybe some people thought whenever it was 6-0 up, but credit to Geekay for fighting their way back in and giving themselves a chance. Nobody expected them to win that one, but we are going to jump to a break, and when we come back, we'll have the second map of this series.
Welcome back to this matchup between MIBR and EK Esports. It has been a very, very strong round for MIBR, but we will run through some highlights brought to you by our sponsor Aramco. MIBR, absolutely dominant here in Oregon.
Yeah, really good start to them in this game. They took a 6-0 lead on defense and made work a little bit hard, but there's the story of round number 1. The pushes from GK over the first few, they decided they wanted to take small tower, and it just did not work. They changed things up and did things a little bit better as we progressed through the rounds, but it was just excellence from MIBR.
And that's what it was. We saw a little bit of that, I think, just class this team has. MIBR are a mainstay of that Latin American region. They've always made deep runs in international competition. Unfortunately, this wasn't one of their deep runs, and now in our show match, but they are putting on a good show against the MENA home team. And I mean, it was just a case that MIBR just didn't let them in. We saw a flawless sweep on the defensive side from GK, but since then, once we got back from the tech pause, I think MIBR had kind of reset themselves and went straight for the finish of that matchup.
Yeah, one of the bright sparks over the course of that game really was Faris on the side of GK, picking up multiple kills, as did Tommy a couple of times whenever they did eventually manage to pull some rounds.
And it was very key to get those rounds as well. He didn't want MIBR to run away with it flawlessly. They got their job done. Well done from them. As we get ready for this one, our next map of the series is going to be going to Clubhouse. Any thoughts about that one as we get ready for it?
When it comes to Clubhouse, probably spawn peaks once again. We see it be used effectively, looking all the way over from when you talk about the CCTV spawn peak. We've seen a few times over the course of this one, but really it's about controlling areas of the map when you get to Clubhouse. When you want to take top floor, garage is a very, very important part of the map, especially over towards that rafter side. When you go down towards basement, you really want to control in and around blue or kitchen if you want to take that side as well.
I mean, you need to have a massive amount of control for Clubhouse. The linearity in the age of this map means that, again, both teams should understand it fairly well. That's kind of why I think we went to these more default maps in the lineup for both these sides. Oregon was a little bit, I think, not what we were expecting. I was expecting a little bit of closer brawling on Oregon between these two sides. We moved to a map with a little bit more flexibility, a little bit less linearity. Will we see a different scoreline moving into this?
I think for a lot of the people watching, they're going to want to see GK win a couple more rounds and make this one tight. MIBR, do they want to clean this up one as quick as possible, or do they want to try some new things that maybe they haven't tried before, something they haven't practiced? Well, this is what a show match is for. Show us what you have some fun with it. And you gotta say, if you're looking for standout players for MIBR after map 1, it's hard to pick a standout because it was a team performance.
It was for MIBR. I mean, again, when you look at this roster, they're all very capable players, so they're very keen just to be able to get the job done, and they did do that in a pretty key fashion. No one really stood out. There was no significant hard carry at all, but we don't have to wait too much longer as we get ready to move into our operator ban screen.
And the bans coming in, are you expecting anything different this time around? I think the first ban coming out straight away will be Thatcher, so no changes on that standpoint whatsoever.
No, it's actually going to be a pretty standard ban, and it's all down to this one now as we move to our next stage, and I think it's going to be likely a hard breacher.
And it's actually going to be Ying, so stopping the attempt of a rush. And the next ban coming in from GK, they've had their attacking ban in defense. They're taking their time. They're having a little bit of a thick. Kaid can be a very good operator when it comes to keeping those hatches closed. But on the defensive side, the ban coming in 3, 2, 1. They have made us wait. And the ban will be Valkyrie. So no surprise there either. We know how impressive Valkyrie has been. MIBR now with the final say when it comes to operator bans. And will it be a Kaid? Will it be something a little bit different? When it comes to how GK played last time around, they like to use Oryx, but I don't expect that ban. 2, 1, we've made to wait again, and the ban will be Mozzie.
An unusual one for Mozzie. Not something that we see a lot of that ban arriving, but I guess those Mozzie pests are a nuisance you would rather not deal with at all. Maybe we are expecting something similar to a 2-1-2, or more commonly known as an SSG roam. don't think so in this case, at least. So as we get ready to dive into our very first prep and action phase here on Club, will you be so daring to give some predictions?
I'm going to say MIBR again. Yes, GK showed me some shoots of optimism in game one, but MIBR just, they look so calm, they look so relaxed. They're having fun, and, well, game number one went their way with an impressive victory. Going down to that basement, will we see the SSG roam? Well, whip it. We were lucky enough this tournament to actually see SSG playing here on Clubhouse.
Yeah, we did. We saw SSG play here, and they played actually quite well here, but, I mean, that side's going through a little bit of a rebuilding process, so I do think a little bit longer till we see SSG's era of dominance of Club continue, or resume, I should say. Or actually restart. It has been a little bit dormant now, but to the basement we go for the very first defensive round here, and MIBR are on that side. Lineup-wise, we're going to see something very similar once again to the side of GK, and a very aggressive run out from Raps, try to pick off someone early. Cautious of those pre-fires as well, so we'll send some fire down towards that pool to a window. No one there, of course, still early stages in this round. But I think that's at least an example of how he wants to continue this.
Yeah, a little bit of aggression. We love to see things like that happen. But MIBR, they're going to want to keep their record, their 100% defensive record in the show match intact as TRIXT begins droning in. Not a lot of intel gathered for that one in particular, but it is one they can keep an eye on as the round progresses. They're playing very slow, though. That run-out seems to have shook them a little bit. They didn't lose any players, but they're just holding some angles now, waiting for the next one to come. But looking at MIBR, does anything stand out to you?
Right now, no. This is pretty standard from them. It's going to be how they want to play this, an aggressive upstairs hold. They just want to be able to make it as difficult as possible, and that's going to be a very difficult one, but Fair's going to win that one out. Quick reaction to the F2 in hand as well. Opening pick, first of the map, goes for GK.
GK getting that one, and now Vigil will move into Garage. And using his ability, that cam going in will give a little bit more intel as they look to get rid of the default cam up on top, so Vigil has to be careful. That zero cam gets eventually taken out, but MIBR, they're a man down, but they're still holding very good positions. There's the impact, opens up a line of sight, and Tommy will get taken down as MIBR pull one back, but there's Hashum pushing through dirt. GK getting a bit of momentum in this round.
That's what they needed. They found that pick, they found that trade. Philippe looks to get aggressive inside of Durner, just outside of it by AKs. And well, this is it. Well, Zafia laying prone. They'll try and catch it now. The hatch will get opened. The Kai Claw will be late. You can't trick that one out. A little bit of late toss at all. C4 primed and ready to try and catch anything, but I don't think they're going to be too keen to put too many steps inside of kitchen. Less than a minute left to go. It will be a kitchen hatch execution. They need to clear the Kaid, and guess what they've just done? But here arrives the pressure, but the case goes down. Lugadero might be able to make an impact now as returning on the site. That's going to be a massive pick from the Azam. Gets one, falls, huge pop-off, but now it's all down to one member. Farah, who started the assault, but shut down by Falls. Who gets all the way by Church, gets it done. MIBR claim the very first round here on Club.
And it looked for just a moment like that was a GK round in the back, but look at Dara getting a couple of big kills and allowing MIBR to take that lead. That's 7 rounds they've won on defense without any answer from GK whatsoever. And is it the structure that GK are struggling with here?
I think so. I think GK really wanted this to be a little bit of, kind of stand and bang situation. Stand in the middle, throw punch for punch, try and be as aggressive as possible. But what MIBR have done is, guess what? They've brought their structure. And a side that is very good at doing so as well. And that's presenting problems from the side of GK. They just can't solve the problems. And when you can't break through strategy, then you begin to worry about the players of MIBR who can punish you. And one thing I'll point out is look at that dock. And look at that primary weapon. That's the French shotgun, not something we see a lot of.
I think on Clubhouse I've only ever seen this once in games that I've actually worked, and let's just say it didn't go very well the last time I seen this, but Filippo may have something different in Vine. Not using the revolver though, using the other pistol, but will open line of sight down into stock to prevent any form of entry, and using these to just prevent those nades being used from below. Looking on the attacking side, they've brought themselves Maverick. They've brought themselves a hard reach, and then Zero with the backup. Well, never mind. Zero will do Zero. And this one as Tommy will fall, and Hashum begins moving, and the Maverick trick begins on the main breach.
Massive opening pick there already. Problems for Geekay. One player lost early. The Maverick somewhat stranded and alone. No one's there to help cover him for this breach. Bar will get one more. Looks like massive damage done. Filippo falls back with a shotgun in hand. Try to brawl up close and personal with that one. Perhaps looks to make something work the bailiff, but thinks better of it. Windows prepped, primed and ready. And that's going to be a shotgun, fires off. Finds one member of Geekay. Out pops the alibi, taps away. Bar is tucked away nicely in that corner, not caught out. And Key will now look to deny that window, look deep towards it, and try and catch anyone daring to do that once again.
And I wouldn't put it past MIBR to try the same thing twice, but we will wait and see. Alibi still inside master bedroom. Faris knows there's a player there, so holding that cut off if they decide to move back into construction. The Maverick getting back to work on the main breach as Doc still sits with that shotgun. The ping's coming out, so Faris knows exactly where Alibi is, but it's very passive, no real moves, and now Faris will push that aggressive button, coming on in towards master bedroom, firing his gun, letting them know exactly where they are, and this time he will catch the head of Raps. The shotgun coming round the corner from Filippo will bring this back to a 3v2 with 1 minute and 15 left to go.
MIBR in control with this one. Time to make an execution work. If you're inside of Geekay, you got to worry about 2 shotguns up close and personal. And we've all met the other side of that Doc shotgun once before. Playing so dangerously close, both these players tapped away with the LMG. Very scary premonition. Oh, the LMG gets 1, makes it 2. Oh no, MIBR throw it away. The LMG shuts it all down. And Geekay tie it up 1 round apiece.
Well, that's the nice thing about not having to reload, isn't it? You can just keep firing through that breach. And Sophia wins that one. Hashum makes it 1-1. And a much better attacking phase there from Geekay than what we saw all of our first trip over towards Oregon. Now, the big thing for me was the fact they bounced back. They lost the opening pick, but they were able to get themselves back into a situation where they could win the round. And Sophia given 3 1v1s, though, it has to be said.
Yeah, giving them 1 by 1 by 1 by 1. Not exactly how you want to handle that situation. MIBR mismanaged that round, but they have themselves a second bite of the cherry, as they will now go back to the same site once again, try to amend their mistakes this time around. And no Doc shotgun, unfortunately, for as well as it did work getting that one pick. I think it's a wise choice to bring a little bit more utility inside of that Oryx.
And a very different operator as well, when you consider what they are good at. Oryx, another operator which can get really involved with your site setup, can move quickly through the map using hatches, and then that little dash is able to get you past windows and doors oh so quickly, making you a very difficult target to hit. But now the round properly begins. 3 members, 4 make that 4 on the top floor. The spawn peak comes through. Hashum takes some damage, but stays alive. I'll begin getting rid of those default cams. We saw default cams work against Geekay in the previous match.
Yeah, but whenever you leave a default camera up, you got to wonder questions as to how if you let that one happen. You never should see that from a team of any caliber at all. Maverick trick employed once again. Better start though from Geekay, having everyone alive to do so. Now we're just waiting for the cover to help that Maverick get the job done. Zafia on low HP as well. Not too keen to take any more fights, and the opening pick's going to go for MIBR, and a second one to follow as well. Problems arise with the Oryx, who found those 2 picks. Filippo will now rotate the long way around. Use all those Ramba charges to do so. He'll relocate, make himself a problem once again as he emerges inside of Adam.
Will there be another? Now remember, there's a Claymore outside that window. If one of the members jump out, Faris will get the kill onto Lucadera, bringing it back to a 4v3, just giving them a little bit of a chance. But the HP, Hashum not looking too good. Faris has been in the wars as well with Trixty, the only player who has not been in the battles just yet. And Hashum will push on up below the stairs, holding the line of sight. Reduct knows exactly where the player is behind that AC unit, and they will hunt in a pack and take down Faris, making it a 4v2. And Trix is just daring them to run out that door.
He really is. He's waiting for it. They're going to try and hold and get a pick here. That's what they need right now. From the side of Geekay, they need a pick. They need MIBR to give them something. likelihood of that right now is actually kind of high. I do like the peek and explode, of course. This is a show match, so you'd imagine they might be a little bit more keen to make those decisions to get over aggressive. Yellow pings provided, so they have good information. Maverick, of course, has nades in pocket to work with. If they can get those up mid to land, it could be very effective. Falls looks for run out, but I guess no one's there. Drone spotted him out. Drone removed. 40 seconds to work with now, and looks like MIBR might just lock this one out, but Falls might get caught napping with the Maverick, and he does so. 3v2.
And Trixt gets that one on the board. It's a 2v3, and now firing up on top of the rafters, but there's nobody there. But be careful of Oryx pushing in towards Garage on the door, but he doesn't want to get himself caught out. Don't give the free kill to the Maverick, who's getting ready to peek around. The drone will just give away your position. Maverick's going to peek. More damage on the Trixty, who will bring it back to a 2v2, but this is essentially a 1v2 as one player's down. 9 seconds left, and MIBR, provided they don't do anything silly, will take a 2-1 lead once more. One player will chase the kill, the other will hang back. There's the kill, and MIBR take the lead once more.
They get the job done, get themselves back in the lead. A little bit harder than it could have been for them, but they got it in the end. I mentioned that there was a chance they could give it away. There was a chance they might overpeak, they might overextend and make things difficult for themselves, and guess what? That's exactly what they did, and that's not the start they would have wanted, but good for them. They got themselves out round, but Geekay way more competitive here on Clubhouse so far.
A lot better. Really impressed by the way they're playing, and you gotta say it's the fact that they're not giving away as many free kills as they did in the last game. They're giving themselves chances and fights. They're droning a lot better than they did on the first map. And MIBR finding it a little bit more tricky to maybe deal with some of these attacks. But of course, a change of a map will also change the team's play style as well slightly.
Maps have different styles of play, different ins, different outs, different methods to break them down. And it looks like MIBR thinking it was spawn peek through jacuzzi walls. Gym, bedroom are site of choice. You'd imagine default extension, deep inside of cache to deny that initial entryway. And I'd imagine this wall will get reinforced later on. Bugdero really wants to get a pick from this one. So who's going to be spawning over there? No one, absolutely no one. Okay, so time to get those reinforcements up. Eventually they'll figure that one out. But looks like MIBR opting for a very aggressive style of defense here, as every single member from the side of Geekay seemingly spawning out by construction.
Yeah, and will they push fast? Pre-fire on that potential spawn peak that we've seen actually come into effect over the course of these games. Wild used it in an earlier game over this tournament, but the move up now towards the roof. Hashum will get the open, a reduct will fall, and from here they can begin to just mold their defense, move the members of MIBR where you want to, and they're going to begin opening up that CCTV wall. Then we'll probably at that point, once they get it open, see them open somewhere else, maybe a construction wall or that logistics hatch, to just give them another potential entry, a potential pinch onto the site. But in order to do that, you've got to get every other thing on your checklist done.
Need to work through this step by step. Yes, the opening pick is good, but you need that map control. You need all of your avenues open up as well. And you need solid information. And a team like MIBR, you might want to put someone on flank watch as well. You can afford to put someone to physically watch a flank as well now, because you have that early pick. And speaking of someone popping up on a flank, it's not exactly that, but it looks like Filippo might be trying to get a little bit of a pick out by this single wall, this double wall inside a strip. And he's going to go out for a cheeky gander at any second now. Who's going to be able to present himself with a pick, but Flores takes a beating. And look at this long run out with the alibi, but guess what? No one's there.
Yeah, timing is everything with that run out, but there was nobody home. But thankfully for him, that worked both ways, as he doesn't get taken down. Look at Dara finds one as XG will fall, and now Filippo scurrying back towards that bathroom corridor where Trixt has the diffuser. 4v4, 1 minute left. Faris will get a pick to bring it to a 4v3, and they've got another member of MIBR isolated. Trixt gets another. Look at Dara will fall, but Faris will get knocked. Will that kill be confirmed outside the window? If you're MIBR, Raps has got barely a slither of HP, and Filippo is full, but Raps playing inside logistics at the current moment.
Inside of Logi has a massive amount of control right now. Looks like MIBR might try and brawl their way, even though they're down to 2 players. Don't know if Raps is here or not. They need to check this position. Or are they going to check it deep? It's all down the Raps now. He pops up, gets 1. He needs to find 3 more. Surely not. Surely this isn't on with such low HP. Might be able to make these rapid rotations with the orange, but against so many, he finds it, but no, there's a trade. Forest shuts it down. Round 4 goes to GK. And once again, they get themselves tied level with MIBR.
And that is 4 rounds down with a 2-2 with just 2 rounds left to go on the defensive side for MIBR. Remember, last time MIBR were on defense, they went 6-0, so already GK infinitely better than they were in map number 1. And Trixty has come to play this time around, as has Hashim. Every round that GK has won has come down to individual brilliance for one player. Hashim in that playing Zofia on the rappel did a great job on round number 2 of the game, and in that last one, Trixt came to play.
It really, I mean, right now when you have a level of this with individual performances being required to get these rounds, that's a little bit of a process indicator to me. That's when, okay, if we need one player to go big, why is that one player going big? Why do we need that one player to go big? And that says, okay, there's weaknesses in either our drone economy strategies or our core movements and communications as a core team. So you don't really want to be relying on one player popping off unless it's Shaiko, because I mean I think Shaiko can win SI by himself in the form he's playing in right now. But a spawn peek attempt now by Raps. Will anyone be arriving upon his destination? Sam is only a little bit of damage done. Try to tap him with the pistol, but nope, no one's going to be even considering the re-peeking that one. No one wants to take that fight. No one wants that smoke. Put some early damage done. No think on the board, so that is permanent.
Yeah, and Filippo will fall back to side. The spawn peek, when it works, can be oh so effective. But look at Dara now in a position as the push will continue. 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go. And the drone work now being done by the members of GK as they look to just isolate another member of MIBR. Can you get the opening pick? Well, Faris is going to try to as he begins to push down, but Pulse has got one of those members of GK locked down.
With all that information now, they know when this push is arriving what Faris is going to be able to do. He's trying to tap away, look for something, but nothing is going to arrive from it. F2 great at close range brawling, but look at Sam, so falling back at this position, trying his best to fight this angle, but I've never seen this one fought before. It looks like Raps has never seen it as well. He's going to get caught out by it. Absolutely insane. Who sees that one inside of regular competition? Look at there, look for a pick inside of Adam. Might be able to find it, but no, takes more damage himself. He's not going to be too happy with that one. A long rotation away, and MIBR do not want to concede another life, but they just have done. The F2 gets one. Finally, they'll find the trade, but it might be just a little bit too late. They have all the information. Now they know that main set is clear. Guess what? Filippo will now take that and try and put some pressure on the side of GK.
Well, it is a 3-4, and now everybody reconvenes up by Freezer and the kitchen entrance. And where will the push come from? The Kite Claw becoming a little bit of a problem, but there's 1 minute and 12 to go, which means they've got some time to play with. The C4 is thrown, it's popped, and Tommy will get away with just a little bit of life out that window. And another Kite Claw has been thrown, but it will trick the Habana, making it even harder to make this breach stick. And at what point did GK say, okay, this isn't working, we need to change?
Well, they need to make that call now, and oh, Filippo pops up, but guess what? He's disturbed a nest of members of GK. He'll make a long rotation away. His position, no, they now know what he's done, what his intention is, but with 35 seconds left to go, they need to make this execution begin to roll. The C4 is all available on the side of MIBR as well. What can they do? 30 seconds. Nerves are calmed. Sam needs to win this fight to give them an opening, but left to Filippo, finding 2, make it 3, a quad, a Lucadera back on site, gets it done. MIBR back in the lead.
And they were made work for that one again. GK playing much better as it is a 3-2 lead now for MIBR. 1 round left on defense. Can they take a 4-2 split? Or will GK just split the sides at the halfway point?
Well, it's been back and forth every single time so far, so there's a very good chance that one. Look at that from Sam. I've never seen that one before. Never.
Well, either have I. It was one of those ones that clearly MIBR had never seen it before either, because they fell right into that trap. But if it works, it just works, and that is what happened for the members of GK. Now, this is it, the last defensive site for MIBR. Are we going to go up to CCTV Cash, where we saw a very impressive round 1 early? Or will we go somewhere else? GK having a little conversation between themselves, because this is an important map for them. Because GK, this is a show match, but no team wants to lose 2-0.
No, they don't. Everyone wants to at least put up a good fight inside of a matchup, especially here on LAN. Show match or not, competitive, kind of that competitive edge. Why these players are so good. They always want to win. They have that drive. They have that passion. So GK, I think they can get themselves level on the course of this matchup. They're looking far stronger here than they have done on, or they did so on Oregon.
You know what I like about both these sides as well? You got to say, their jersey color. I believe one of the people working on the desk today will have hair that color one of the next times we see him.
Don't remind Fresh of that one. Fresh isn't too keen to be reminded of that.
Well, look, if you make the bet, you got to stick by it. And fair play to Fresh, it looks like he is on for doing it, but it is still, it's still a show match. I want GK to just take maybe another round. If GK bring a round here, they'll start to believe whenever they move to defense, whereas if MIBR go 4-2 on their defensive half, it'll have 2-0 written all over it.
MIBR need to be in control of this series. They really, really do need to be in control of this series. Otherwise, you begin to worry about if GK can build momentum. That's when you look at these men aside so far. When they have momentum, that's when they can crush. I'm just going to talk about that TSM game where we saw with Falcons. When Falcons got momentum, especially on Chalet against TSM, guess what? No one had an answer on TSM at all against the Falcons. So how will this one roll out? MIBR want to get themselves that very good 4-2 split right here, right now. GC shut it down.
Well, XK will begin to open up that construction wall. Claymore's put back in place again. The run out coming out as we're going to have a dance between Hashum. The position's given away, and Hashum will take down Filippo as the jump came out through Adam. 5v4, and GK pretty happy with the way this one has started. And remember, last time they won this side, it was all off the back of great play by Hashum, who's going 7-3. Told me, though, was going to get taken down. Filippo jumping out through that jacuzzi wall will get one member down. Can he get another? Pistol coming out, but XK will take falls down. 4v3, and even more importantly, though, four members up for GK. Told me the only one down, but he is going 0-6, so the people who've been carrying the brunt are still alive.
MIBR need to find something to get this trade back at least. Don't want to let GK have complete control of this matchup. Gumine tagging one player, that's going to be Forrest. One player deep inside of Logi as well, need to be watching out for that one. Minute 25 left to go, another pick for the side of GC, and that begins to get a little bit of a problem from MIBR. Will they be able to find it? Do they know what player is barricaded off in Logi? Might be rotating to get that hatch pressure set up now as well. The main breach still not opened up, but all those prone angles being very keenly and actively watched as well. Acting as a somewhat cross denial. Raps to spot one player crossing in, but falls back to stay alive. Less than a minute now for MIBR, and Reduct still lurking, still waiting, sitting with so much patience, and there he strikes, and he's got the case as well. And Redux, though, gives it all up, got aggressive, but Raps is there to find the trade, and MIBR back in control.
And the two members of GK are isolated as Hashum will now push in through bottom garage. They're going to work as some sort of a pairing, try push at the same time from opposite angles and isolate the members of MIBR. Lucadera and Raps up against Hashum and Trix. Now the wall's been opened, but the case is still not with anywhere near the site. Hashum firing towards those red stairs. The 114 bullets still to fire. You can just pre-fire, but it don't matter when Raps and Lucadera can hit headshots, and now MIBR get that 4-2 defensive half.
That's what they needed. They needed that 4-2. Finally, to get themselves a little bit of daylight between the side of GK. Very well done from them, but can they build upon this and get a little bit further? As they do want to get this series done in a 2-0 fashion. But for GK, can they bounce back? Can they recover this one as the side swap will arrive now? But well done for MIBR in this one. Scrappy brawling all the way through. And a little bit of recovery to Redux here. Big play. If Redux stayed alive there inside of Logi, it could have been even harder for it to arrive. But MIBR, cool, composed, collected in those critical moments.
And I think the fact that the door was reinforced or barricaded up, it really caught GK off guard. Thermite had no clue whatsoever when he came in that there had a trap that had been set, but this is it now, GK on their defense. One of the things that Falcons did really well on defense, they were hyper-aggressive on attack, but super frustrating on defense, making attackers work so hard to win rounds against them. Can GK do the same thing? MIBR 3 rounds away from a 2-0 series victory, or can GK just claw rounds back one by one on defense and bring us all the way to map 3?
It will be, I think, a difficult tasking, especially when we see that MIBR are willing enough to bring out a blitz. What they'll do is they'll very quickly breach open this entryway inside of construction. They'll send the blitz on in, and that will be a problem to deal with. They'll now try and control that lane with that blitz and clear anyone in that position. That would, at least in my mind, be the smoke, which could be a nasty thing to unravel with. Looks like they're going to be very quick and rapid, opening up already some vertical pressure. If you want to get this picture hatch open, they've already done so as well. No impact trick, no KA trick. It is actually free. And that's an interesting op to have watching a run out. Yeah, give it to our blitz. He'll one-tap that run out anyway.
Yeah, easy. Filippo says easy. I will take that one, but no run out just yet. But they're all in position by Dirt, and you know, whenever we speak about the caster start game button, right now MIBR are waiting for the start push button. Trix though will halt it just a little as he takes down that blitz, pushing in through Dirt, and that's why Smoke plays this position oh so often. You can hold back a push. So now MIBR will have to consider their attack. This is a big gunfight here. Lucadera takes down the Thunderbird, bringing us back to a 4v4, and the wound has been bandaged over temporarily, but there is still one member of GK inside Logi.
Oh, what a swing with the shotgun. Denies more pressure inside of Dirt. One more steps up to the plate, but you don't want to go against Trix in this position. You might just have to, but Raps wins it. MIBR get themselves a lifeline, and even more so, the pulse is beating. Look at this from Falls already in sight, and he claims control of basement. Get the case down, a long rotation back from Assam, and this is going to be impossible to deny from here. We'll try to drop down, give himself a little bit of cover, but no. Falls shuts it down. Big round from that Finca, and MIBR get themselves even more daylight from GC. They move 3 rounds clear.
5-2 is the score. If MIBR win this next round, the mountain will become an impossible task, I think, for GK to climb. You speak about big rounds in any game. This right now could be the most important round for GK, not just in this map, but in this whole series.
It really, really could be. GK need this. They need this. They can't let this slip at all. Nearly a brilliant play with that Azami as well. They can't watch that jump. That's why I love this op, right? Azami can make unwinnable situations at least feel winnable, or give you the chance to make a win condition possible. If that was just a little bit higher, our second one was tossed out following it, we would have been able to drop in and at least fight on a level playing field. But 5-2 our scoreline. MIBR back in control. A little bit of daylight between these two sides now. Can GC continue a little bit of strength here on the defensive side of the basement? Once again, second bite of the cherry for it.
Well, Hashim is going to use Azami again, but just think about the different ways we have seen Azami be used already. We've seen her used to block up doors and breaches to prevent the team from pushing through. We've seen Azami used to create playable zones in areas of the map where they're not, where you can peek from either side. We've even seen Azami be used to create an impossible task for an attacker to win by just throwing the Azami high on the ceiling, letting it close the floor. There's the clone jumping on in. Hashim falls back. Speaking of Azami, we're going to see Azami potentially being pushed out, but MIBR still in position. But back to that point, Azami, that gadget can be used in so many different ways.
It's hyper versatile. It's so useful, especially when you need to make something happen. It's a massive catalyst for rounds. But look at Falls. Look how much map control this Nook has taken. I have a feeling he might just creep his way all the way down long once they drone out bar. Once they know this is clear, but MIBR are not wasting any time at all. They know there's no roam presence. They know they don't need to clear, but guess what? Key with a shotgun finds one that Falls. And that's huge. That's the Nook. That's that X Factor now gone. And no trade from MIBR.
Map control lost, but usually Nook is a roamer that is solo on attack. And there's another kill. Tommy will take down, look at there, a 5v3 now, as it's much better from Geekay. Raps was going to push down through basement. Faris takes out Filippo, and Raps is going to rechange his position. And it is all down to Iana and Habana as Raps once again tries to take Generator. Pre-firing through that wall, hoping to catch a head, a shoulder, a knee, or a toe, anything that can give MIBR a chance back inside this round. And the only thing that I think could be a good chance for them is a lot of the defensive utility has been used already. One canister left, one C4. If they can work together and isolate individual members of GK, they could potentially win this round. And what a way to do it, by dropping down the back line. There's the opener. And MIBR now working together, the two of them, pushing down towards that 90 corridor. Reduct coming into the site. There's a prone player, and will push it through blue as Reduct will get one, but there's Hashum running round with that Deagle headshot, and it's all down to Raps now on main stairs looking towards those boxes.
Oh, he downs it. He doesn't know 2 meters there, but now he gets to confirm. He hears the Deagle inside of Moto. He'll try to tap away. 35 seconds, plenty in a 1v2. And the both players now from the side of GK need to fall back, play together. The cross is established and held. If he knows he can peek deep inside of Armory, he's cautious along. He crosses in towards Moto. He'll get the case in his back pocket as well. Surely he can pull this one off. It will be monumental hands of the cross player. Prone! Raps 1 kill away. One more pick, and he's going to try and stick this case. He might be too far away. He might not hear it going down. It's going to be a very narrow margin, but he pulls off. Raps will go hunting for the pick, but now force a 0-0. If only he stuck it. GK get one more round. Close the deficit. MIBR. Raps so close to getting a heroic moment, but unfortunately just falling short at the very end of that round. 0-0, the arch nemesis of many huge plays. GK happily will take that one as they get themselves in striking distance once again, but keep popping off big again. That pick with a shot for Toomey as well. All of these players so mechanically gifted.
That old saying, pros never fake. Had he have just stuck it the first time around, that case would have been down, and it would have been a very winnable round for MIBR. But in a 5v2, they did a fantastic job of just picking apart that GK defense. You say that MIBR did a fantastic job. You could also argue that GK gave an example of how not to play a 5v2. They were giving 1v1s, 2v1s, and you cannot give MIBR that sort of opportunity.
No, you can't. MIBR aside, you do not let in. Do not let them come knocking. When they do, don't open the door, because they will very much take space. If you give them an inch, they will take 20 miles. That type of team. But we move on to round number 9. MIBR 2 rounds away from closing out this show match series. Can GK get themselves back into this one, draw themselves level, or even think about forcing us on to map number 3?
Well, it is down to them. At the end of the day, if any team can force the other to play your style of play, you can make it happen. It's down to how MIBR executes these attacks. If they can just break down the defense that has been set up, because at the end of the day, Whippet, as an attacking side, your job is to solve these problems. The defense is the Riddler. You got to be Batman, and you got to take it down.
You know what? That's a stretch for even you to make that one work. I don't even think that did work, but you know what?
It did not.
Oh, you shouldn't even try to be funny sometimes. But we get into this one, and I mean, with how this matchup has been going, I'm gonna have to favour MIBR. Right now on the attacking side, they really feel like they're embracing, I think, that aggressive style of play. And Filippo, are you gonna go through this window? Yes, you are. Why not? Open invitation. Guess what? Sophia's already deep inside of sight. Doesn't get a pick to open up this round. Oh, we'll look towards Rafters. Can't find it, but doesn't matter. The swing from construction shut down, but I think the fireworks are only just beginning. Turbo will find one more, but the player on Rafters still exists and persisting. This is a must-win engagement, but MIBR finding all the pressure. Both players now trapped inside of Garage. But the case, look at where it is. It's in a nasty position, and they're gonna have to try and recover it. Run out through that smoke is ready, but they know where that case is, and they have all the red pings as well. The Kiba barriers keeping them safe for the time being. Tentative moments. What an explosion for MIBR, but can GK close it out? The Gudira making sure he gets all the extra bit of HP he can.
gets rid of that default cam, but falls through, feeding the free kill. And Lucadera clutches on it. MIBR move to match point, and they are just 1 round away from closing out this show match series 2-0. Or can GK pull it back? Well, they've got a long road ahead.
It will be a very difficult time to get this one clawed back. MIBR on the offense here have felt way more comfortable. They've been the aggressive team. They've been in their face, and they are able to just win engagements you would never imagine they would be able to do.
Well, MIBR, all they got to do is win 1 more round on attack and make GK play your style of play. Looking at that lineup, Knock, Maverick, Ace, Sledge, and you've got yourselves a Finka. So you've got a lot of needs. The attacker repick, you have 20 seconds still to change that lineup, but they look pretty locked in and happy with what they have.
Yeah, they're locked in. They know what they want us to do at this stage. MIBR are a team that is essentially committed to what they're going to do. Unless they see something that they can really counter, that's when they do it. So what they're going to do right now is take this out. I have a feeling Filippo is going to make something happen on that Nook. I just have a sneaking suspicion.
I do, and perhaps using a Maru as well. On a site like this, there's a couple of very good ways that you could use a Maru. Probably early on, we'll see it get used just to be mobile, get up onto the roof, nice and quickly. But we've got other options then late in the game. You can go up through the hatch. X-Key goes for the spawn peak. Raps hits that trigger button, but Faris is there to pull one back. It's a 4v4 now. Lucadera will open up the wall with a little help from Maverick, and the mute jammer will prevent it at the start. But this is why you brought Maverick. Just create that little hole, get rid of the mute jammer. You've got logistics hatch open. You're about to get Jacuzzi wall open. All you need to do then is get some sort of foothold in and around that construction side of the map, and it'll be easy to win.
Working through, trying to clear that Jacuzzi breach. The Maverick very good at doing so. No Maverick to work it, but look at this. Oh, it's the Finka, creeping and crawling, but the Banshee will wail. He'll try and be forced in this one, but they just don't seem aware at all. He gets one. Can he make it a second? No. Good trade. And Forrest will find even more pressure on MIBR. 3 versus 2. Falls down below with a nade in hand. Sam out inside of CCTV can make some pressure happen by this window. He'll peek out. Sees the player, misses the shot, will fall back. Waste some time. Nearly catches Lucadera. I think he's going to go for a re-peek. Both players spot each other, but decide, you know what? Let's live to fight another day. Tentative moments for MIBR, so close to claiming this map, claiming this series. For GK, we'll just wait, be patient. Time is an emesis for MIBR. And oh, Trixt takes a mess of damage from Lucadera. Falls, rotates around the breach, and now spots the player inside a bathroom. No nades in his hand as well, but a C4 tossed out to the ether. A minute left in this round.
And Lucadera with the case playing over on that balcony, but can Falls find a kill that could open the door? Trixt is low HP. Lucadera now pushing through. CCTV pistol at the ready. Impact thrown the other way. Faris gets one, but Lucadera will pull it back. And this is winnable. Mira is low HP. Faris is there, but Mira, well, that just changes everything as we see the step over those Thunderbird gadgets to give you a little bit of HP back. Lucadera back on the balcony. Can he find one kill to create a 1v1? Well, the answer is no, as Faris brings us to another round.
Well, MIBR, it looks so good for them. Look like they're going to be able to hold it out and close it out, but no. GK fight and brawl and scrap and scrape their way to another round. And that opening was so good. That could have been a second pick there, but look at Forrest just so close to the team. And this play for Filippo, if he was uncontested for just a little bit longer, it could have been an absolute disaster for GK. But they are on top of the problem. And now they get themselves 2 rounds away from overtime. Can MIBR close it out right now? Or will we need all 12 rounds of regulation?
I think that MIBR need to win this round, because if you give GK this round win, and you put them in a position where they just need 1 round to force overtime, I think that they can actually win it. So this round for GK, if they win it, I think we'll go to overtime.
Okay. Okay, I like that. I like that a lot. You're thinking overtime on the cards if this goes to victory. I think MIBR might have to definitely close this one out. I can't root against them. I simply can't root against MIBR. We love this team. So,
I love you.
That is true. I gotta rock the MIBR hat every announcement photo from now on. But as we move into this one, we've seen MIBR get so close that previous round to get it closed out. Can they do the same again?
Well,
site is the basement. They've been effective here so far. They've been aggressive, but will they get an avenue just to walk in yet again?
Well, Raps or Falls will begin working along with Raps to get up on the rappel and Falls on the roof. Maverick or Sledge, what can you do as you open up lines of sight to the main stairs? 2 minutes and 30 seconds for the attackers to play with. Of course, the defenders would like to win this round long ahead of that time because 3-0 is not where you want to be at the end of the round if you're the attacking side. And now pushing through dirt, the Flores drone getting a little bit confused as it eventually does blow, but too far away to get rid of that shield, and the smoke canister thrown to hold back this push. 2 players getting ready to push through dirt, and smoke becomes vitally important. Just 1 smoke canister left with it with 2 minutes to play.
You only died 10 more seconds with it. No picks for either side either. All 10 players alive now. Kitchen hatch opened. Falls are worked through, reshuffling the floor inside of Kitchen, but back armory secured. But there arrives Raps. He'll find a Sam, and this is going to be a problem right now. As he's going to, if he gets control of dirt, that means this Kitchen hatch push becomes way more viable. But we saw main stairs a shotgun primed and ready as Key creeps and crawls, but Lucadera shuts it down. Trix will get a trade, make it 2, and the case is down in dirt.
And now dirt control has been lost, but Filippo will take out Fires, but Smoke can continue to play this position. Tommy gets one, Lucadera gets the other, and that is the round 1. That is the series 1. MIBR beat the members of Geekay 2-0 in the show match, and up next is the big one.
Oh my, now as we finally got that one exciting end to that one, as Oregon was a back and no, Clubhouse was a back and forth ball between these two sides. MIBR get it done, and now we will wait for our final. What a matchup between Laptop and Meta there, but are you ready for EU versus the local region? BDS versus Falcons just around the corner, but what a performance from MIBR in those final few rounds. Their level of aggression, their level of preciseness is exactly what we want. We'll fly through our highlights brought to you by Aramco, and we'll just get a little bit of a taste of how this was with MIBR. So many times they managed to find absolutely monumental picks.
Yeah, and it's, like, to be honest, the rounds that GK won were down to individual brilliance once again. Couple of players popping off, making it really difficult. And one of the things that you said at that time was, we'll work out why are you letting these individual players have a big impact? How do you prevent that from happening? Well, MIBR, they started to play a little bit closer to each other's hips. They put themselves in positions where they could get the refrags whenever they were able to. And that kind of was the tail of the tape for the second map.
When MIBR are in difficult positions, they manage to always find a significant impact in it. That last round, for example, we saw the case down inside of dirt, and they still managed to win it in terms of mechanics. But both these teams showed how good they were. The overall story of this one is GK, mechanically, they can definitely fight with the best of them. We saw that throughout this matchup, how they were able to win their ones, and several times many rounds relied on their mechanics. Strategically, that's where they're a little bit shallower than MIBR, but they put on a good match and a good show. The show match will warm everyone up for this one. But look at this, Azami so close to being able to make a significant drop, but well done to MIBR from getting it closed out. I mean, I'm so happy that they got the victory, but commiserations, of course, to GK, who couldn't get it done on a home stage.
Yeah, but they put up a good account of themselves as well. They won multiple rounds against one of the best T1 teams in the LATAM region, so you gotta say, for a show match, they did put on a bit of a show. But now they go from wanting to win a match on the main stage to supporting one of the teams that they go head-to-head with a lot of times over the course of a year. They want a Falcons win. And here's a question. Who is going to win an S-tier event first? Shaiko or O'Kills?
Oh, that's a tough one. I don't even want to start considering predictions for that. The final will be next, of course. Any predictions before we go into that one?
Honestly, going into that one, I think that I know that the home fans aren't going to like me to say this, but I think BDS are going to win. They've only played 6 rounds and they're in a final. They have been an absolutely dominant force all the way through the tournament.
I'll be cheering for BDS as well. I want EU to have success, but that will do it for us today as we'll be going to a quick little break. But when we're back, we're ready to get diving into preparation for our grand final.
مع التحديث الجديد لستيتي بلاي تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستيتي بلاي مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
Another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
No, a little easy one, right? So this is the carabine from Jagger. I don't. It's 416C. 416C. Okay, and with the MIBR skin. So.
Is it really the MIBR skin? Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm quite sure. I'm quite sure.
It is.
The image was blurred. Was blurred.
It was blurred.
I am without glasses. Do you know that?
This is the Type 89 from Hibana, and this is the Damwon Kia camel skin.
Easy stuff, right?
Easy stuff.
Alright.
The weapon is 556 from Thermite, 556 XI. And the skin, it's impossible to tell what the skin is.
Yeah. I have no clue actually.
It's literally impossible.
But I think he's right on the gun.
Do you want to know the skin?
Yeah.
It's a heroic.
Oh my god.
How could we know it? I don't know the skin now.
Bro, this, but it's the Jagger skin, the Jagger gloves, right?
I think so.
Right.
It's NIP skins. It's NIP skin from Jagger.
Oh, that brown on the right side.
I just guessed something.
No clue
I'm
either.
tricking you a bit because this is the first one I gave you. It's the MIBR skin.
Oh.
For the 416 skin.
It's BDS skin, 589.
Easy.
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 The only color is BDS. That's it.
Pink, so.
See?
When defending, I think players should always know the default reinforcements and rotates that are needed. Yeah, the different sites, they really rely on certain walls being reinforced and certain holes being made, whether it be rotate holes, C4 holes, or just like peeking holes. I think the second most important thing would be camera usage. Making sure you know what default cams you should check, when you should check those cams, like when you have free time in the round. Very important to like have that awareness.
When attacking, players should always know how to use their drone properly. On prep phase, you can always see what's their setups looking like. So especially now with attacker repick, you can always like come into the round with a better lineup to what suits what's the defense doing.
The first thing that came to mind was a player should never team kill, but I mean that's a very obvious one. One thing players should never do, at least anymore in my opinion, is sit in a punch hole. It doesn't work anymore. It used to work really well, but it doesn't work anymore. So yeah, like a punch hole is the hole that you would melee in a soft wall to see it into a room. You can't really see a whole lot. Most people, I would say, you know, their awareness at this point in the game, they're just gonna see it before you see them. To be a good teammate, I mean, I don't think it really depends on the operator you pick. It depends on communication and working with each other. There's definitely a few useless operators that you don't need to pick. Like Cav, for example. Like Cav doesn't really help your team at all.
Also something really important, make sure you're always keeping good vibes. You know, this game is, I'd say 80% like mental. If you're just chalking vibes, you know, your team is not gonna do good. You're just gonna end up ruining the experience for everyone else. So make sure you always keeping up the vibes and definitely do good things with that.
Ok, TCCSG, so Goyo weapon, or c'est quoi? Goyo, arcade, Goyo arcade, face clan.
Face clan?
Yeah.
Right.
Ouais, controversy. Oh my god.
Ça, c'est nos skins.
Yeah, it's BDS.
C'est la Ronnie.
And c'est quoi? Ouais. Ronnie, yeah. It's us.
Yeah,
it's our skin.
Yeah, so it's a difficult one. I mean, oh, I will look at the difficult one. It's basically our skin.
But we're easing you into the
Yeah. I mean, nice try though. Nice try. Because we could have like.
Dark Zero?
What the fuck is that skin? Imagine, we say, oh, what the ugly skin. Bien sûr. Liquid, il l'aurait sur Sledge. So L85, Sledge Thatcher, Liquid.
You guys are not.
Vraiment, on a des cerveaux. C'est les couleurs.
Not easy to pull.
Okay, so it's like C8, Buck, Team 1.
Oh,
trop chaud.
C'est les couleurs, c'est les couleurs.
Ouais, c'est les couleurs. Bon, ça je sais. I know, ça je sais, I know. Can I say it straight? It's like Mozy weapon, so commando, TSM.
Ah, c'est la commando. Ah oui, elle est trop fort.
Do you never lose?
No, never.
Okay.
We can do one extra if you want. If you have like something, like some challenge. I don't think we remember the weapon of Jackal. So we lose.
Losers. Which team?
Wait. So it's like Jackal weapon, and I think, we are not sure, but I think it's Astralis.
Ah ouais, bien vu, ouais.
The C7E, right?
C7T?
C7E.
C7E, oh.
Ah
we
oui.
don't remember. Okay, check on me.
everybody, and welcome back to Gamers8. We just had our show match, and MIBR were victorious, but now it's time for our grand final. Not so many people expected it to be the way that it is, and we'll talk about just that in a moment. Falcons versus BDS, all out best of 5. And I'm already seeing the A_Joker_619 fans all in chat. Let's get ready for the show. I'm Medic, your host here on the desk, and with me are the beautiful and very radiant, fresh and Kristen gentlemen. How are you doing?
Nice and refreshed, I think both of us actually. Nice and refreshed today, ready for the grand final. And I think, you know, it's not just Joker619 fans in chat, we're also here on the desk as well.
Yeah, it was a nice, easy sleep for us, wasn't it? A nice relax in the pool until a time that we won't talk about in the morning. But yeah, we're very excited for this match. I think it was the matchup that we all kind of wanted. Unfortunately, the second EU team couldn't make it, but we were happy with whichever team made it.
Let's take a look at our prize pool distribution for the tournament for those that have forgotten it over the past few days, or if you're just joining us for this grand final, because, well, of course you would, because you're watching two of the best teams that we have in the tournament. $40,000, 7 to 856 with 80,000 smackaroos, 155 if you made it to the semifinals. Second place today gets $250,000, and number one with $400,000 makes it a total $1.2 million prize pool, not even including the invitation extra cash just for making it here at the event. Our playoffs bracket, here's what it looked like. BDS taking down Team Liquid 2-0 with Falcons, a wonderful game against Wild, defeating them 2-1, which puts us in this BO5, best of 5 grand final. And honestly, I'm very much looking forward to it. We got some recap video talking about, as we talk about things here in preparation. You talked about, Tristan, wanting to see EU versus EU in the grand final. But we still got the second, I guess, expectation, or second option that we also had in store.
Like I said, Milosh, we're very happy. These two teams are going to give us an amazing matchup. I think they've also both showed a level of flexibility that perhaps we didn't expect. I sort of predicted BDS would come into this tournament, play very structured Siege, maybe a little bit off confidence after what happened in EUL. They spoke themselves how they didn't really get much time to practice, so maybe they wouldn't be able to be so flexible. Falcons on the other side, I thought they'd come in, be this crazy aggressive team, a team that's quite unique, quite new, quite fresh. But no, we actually saw a team that were very structured. And they've played a variety of maps, and I'm sure we'll see even more maps from them today.
Yeah, and I think they actually frustrate teams when they play against the Milosh as well. It's not just that, you know, like we said, we didn't have many expectations on Falcons, and we thought whenever there's a team without expectations, they might play a little bit off-brand. And they don't. They play quite on-brand, but they make it very, very hard for other teams, very suffocating for other teams to play against them. So I was personally just invested in whoever came through from Wild or Falcons. In my mind, I didn't mind which. Obviously, I'm really, really happy for the MENA region that they've got a team. The whole region is supporting this team in the finals, and I'm personally invested in that storyline.
Well, just to remind everybody, is that last time these two teams faced off against one another, and they did, that was in the group stage. And in that case, BDS kind of walked all over their opponents of Falcons, and they continued actually doing that until hitting the grand final, even against Liquid in the semis. The question is, Falcons, are they activated or not? Are they ready for this massive opponent? Because they had the shakes in that first game on stage, and they looked like they weren't ready at all. This time, we've seen them evolving over the past couple of days, and it seems like this might actually be the option. But a best of 5, it's a long series, and there's a lot more to it, even against the BO3, Tristan.
Well, what we can say now is that Falcons have played a ridiculous amount of maps at this tournament.
Yeah.
The amount of 2-1s that we've seen, if there were LAN jitters now, I don't think they'll be there. I think these guys have now played more maps at LAN than any of the international teams would have done that we're used to seeing. So I don't think those nerves will be there. I think we're going to see a match that is back and forth.
And I think the nerves only lasted for one map in that series against BDS. It was that first Oregon that they played against on the very first day. Once they were into map 2, they actually played pretty well.
Well, let's talk about our two rosters. First up with BDS, our French squad. And despite everything that we talked about during the EU League, it seems like the team actually found their stride. They changed a few things that picked up on fresh over the past few days. And they have worked quite well, undefeated so far.
They're showing signs of that formidable BDS that we've known to, you know and love, maybe not from your point of view because you go against them so regularly, Tristan, but like from a neutral's perspective, BDS can be this big, scary team that are feared internationally. They've started showing some signs of that because they did have a slump through stage 1 and stage 2, but this tournament, they've just kept growing and growing.
as we've spoken about with the slumps, and as I'm sure we're going to speak about even more with Falcons, is kind of the underdog story. But what we have to say is that, you know, on Twitter, in the community, we hear people talk about BDS as if they're some sort of pushovers at LAN. I've never appreciated that sentiment at all. I think they're a team that can reliably make top 4 at events. If they make top 4, it's somehow deemed as a failure, whereas we rejoice in other teams doing that. When an APAC team gets there, for example, we're talking about, oh, they could go on and win it. Now, we have BDS, a team that people often refer to as, you know, never the bride, always the bridesmaid is what we say on the desk. But now they have a chance to go out there and win it.
You've got to be some kind of special team to go to basically every international event since your inception. In fact, Berlin will be the first international event that they will miss, and near enough hit the top 4 in every single one. Sure, the expectations, you know, have been win it, and they haven't quite got there, but it still proves their quality, you know, as one of the best 4 teams in the world.
Was it in almost 3 years now, over 2.5 years of existence as BDS in the way that they are and competing the way that they have? That's the only event that they've missed, which is pretty darn impressive. And I think LM's talked about it earlier on in the tournament in one of the interviews, saying that's a pretty good ratio, not gonna lie, and it worked out quite well for BDS. They're here, they're playing for it, and they're in the final. It's $250,000 for the winning team, 400,000 for the winner, 250 for the second place. A big opportunity for the squad, is it not?
It's a massive opportunity. I think it might be one of them where if they just get over the line, you know, we've talked about them being that top 4 team. Once they broke that camel's back, you could see a BDS that's, you know, really scary. They've finally got that win. There's no pressure on them anymore. Will they get the win? They've already got one. And then you're thinking, actually, Shaiko just looks like he's hit another level this tournament. Alems, he looks unleashed this tournament. So if they can continue that form, going into stage 3, going into, you know, November majors, SIs, they will be, you know, feeling pretty good about themselves.
Especially because there's been a lot of talk of in EU as a region that BDS might look to change a player.
Yes.
This has been spoken about quite a lot as names being branded around. But if they go here and they dominate and they win it all quite comfortably, they've only played, what is it, 6 maps since arriving here. If you come here and you do it easily and you've got a little bit of a break after this because you have no major.
And the thing is when we saw them at some of these events, when we saw them at 6 Invitational, when we saw them in Charlotte where they were getting knocked out and they, you know, the mentality with each other, they looked frustrated, they looked down in the dumps. If you see them out and about, and I see this as like a really clear indication when you see teams at the hotel or at the venue, out and about, BDS this tournament, they look so relaxed. They're nice, they're having a good time here, they're clearly enjoying it, and they're enjoying playing Siege. They look rejuvenated as a team as well.
And maybe this is an experience that they definitely needed to get back in the shape of things, but that's BDS. Let's take a look at their opponents. We call them the hometown heroes, Falcons, who are the champions of the MENA region and the Saudi E-League. So live in Riyadh, they'll be competing with a lot of what we call, in football terms at least in Europe, the ultras of the team. And honestly, those ultras, those fans, they've really pushed this squad to the edge and probably were the winning, I guess, the X factor that pushed them across the line against Wild, Tristan.
And they've gone the distance in so many series now as well.
Yeah.
That stamina is often not what you see from a team that's kind of their first time at an international event. As you've spoken about, Miloš, they've played LAN events before, but not to this extent, and I think it's a real credit to them and also to those fans to push teams on to win series 2-1, 2-1, 2-1 constantly.
It's a big mentality thing as well. I think, you know, we were in the arena the very first day when Falcons played because we wanted to see what the crowd would be like with them. We wanted to see how they would react. And I think, if anything, they were maybe a little bit actually intimidated by the fact that they had a crowd, you know, cheering them on. It sounds a little bit strange, but once they embraced it and they started to play with the crowd, with the passion, because, you know, obviously when you're at LAN, every single time you get a kill, the crowd is going mental, and you can feel them hitting the seats, stamping their feet. You can feel that, and that momentum transfers into the server. And they've really used it in a positive way to get themselves, even yesterday in that very, you know, it went to overtime in map 3 against Wild. They got themselves over the line. The crowd is a massive part of that.
And the players have demanded it too. There's been multiple times I've been in that venue and I've heard the players giving it back to the crowd. No, not even just the other way. I've heard these players demand that they're supported, and I think they're really thriving on it. It's like we spoke about before. I think the very first map they played, which was against BDS, where they looked really slow. They didn't look certain in how they wanted to play. We speak about nerves, we speak about jitters. The crowd wasn't there for them and pushing them to do that. Since the crowd has been there, I don't think we've seen a poor performance from them.
No, and the performance as well is worth talking about as well. Because it's not just, sure, we're going to talk about O'Kills and the fact that he is currently the kill leader, right? He's on for that top kills performance. But the average scoreboard across the, the 4 best of 3s they've played, everybody's been pulling in their part. It's just that O'Kills has been shining, but everybody else behind him has been sitting at that around around a 1 KD, 70% cost. And that's, if you're looking for a team and you're looking for a winning team, they're the numbers you want to be seeing out of your players, is that there's nobody significantly lagging behind. Everybody's doing their bit and a little bit more.
Everybody's putting in the effort for this one, and they're going to need it. Have tough competition on the other side in BDS. They're calling on the crowd at the same time. Seems like nerves is no longer as big of an issue, but a best of 5 in the depth of map pool, that's when it really gets, to test you as a squad.
This is where there's going to be question marks, because BDS have played only the 6 maps here, so they've not been seen that much. Falcons, on the other hand, they've been seen a lot. BDS, we know, are a team that like to do their counter analysis. They like to do their prep. They're used to doing this kind of thing.
Yeah.
They're very used to doing this kind of thing, and it's gonna come down to BDS's map pool versus Falcons' map pool. Well, I'm sure we'll speak about that during the videos, but BDS themselves, in some of the player interviews that we've seen, they said actually, towards the end of this stage, seeing how it was going and so on, we've actually just started to play new maps. We played maps that we've never even considered playing before. So if we come out and see those today, or maybe they think we don't want to play those today just because of the magnitude of the match, we're just going to have to see, aren't we?
This is one where Falcons are going to potentially might keep surprising us, by the way. Because, we keep saying, oh, Falcons will get found out in a best of 3, right? Over the course of time, these Pro League, these Tier 1 teams will get them. We're now seeing it in a best of 5, and the same thought process applies, but Falcons keep proving us wrong, so I would not be surprised, even if we went all the way to 5 maps in this one.
We keep raising the bar.
Yeah, definitely do, and that's what you're going to need here. You see the players finalizing their map veto and getting on to their spaces. There it is, you can see it. Somebody's got some decent handwriting, I'll give you that one, and immediately transferred over. Wow, we really have some great technology being used up in here. Chalet Band out first, going to Clubhouse. Also, Bank, our first pick map, that's for BDS. Villa, a pick for Falcon. Then Ban, on to Oregon, a BDS pick. Border, a Falcons pick. And finally, other sider will be Theme Park, should we get to it. This is a best of 5 series. That's why you only see these 4 maps that are banned out. Yes, you don't get to see best of 5s until the very end of every single tournament here in Rainbow Six. So your overall thoughts on what's going down in here, Tristan?
Obviously a different scenario here with just the 1 initial ban, but what I think Falcons have done here is what I would have liked to see Wild do yesterday. Just take the best map of the other team, a map that you don't really want to play, and just get rid of it straight away. Get Clubhouse gone, because you know you don't want to play that against this team.
Yeah, I think that, and then the picks that have started coming out between the 2 teams is they've gone for maps that they like that also the other team, doesn't like so much in terms of preference, but that Clubhouse ban for me was the big one that we were looking for, because I think BDS have now unbeaten on Clubhouse over something like 2 years, right? It's an insane win streak. They've put in some questionable performances, but they always come out and win it in the end. So to get that one gone was absolutely massive for Falcons.
So BDS picking Bank as the first map, which means that Falcons are the ones that get to pick their starting side, and they've gone for the attack on this one, which we know in terms of metagame is favored. But do you think Falcons have what it takes to actually get that advantage early on?
I think Falcons got caught out on the very first play day. The very first play day when they played BDS and they went to a map that they liked, but a non-preferential starting side. They started attack on Oregon. So I think for Falcons today, when they've gone on to Bank, it was important that they got that attack just so they could ease their nerves, because it's a grand final. Sure, nobody's expected them to get this far, so there's no pressure, but they still want to ease themselves into it. And Bank, as we know, it's a very attacker-sided map, so attack makes a lot of sense from that point of view.
But we saw it in EUL with both my team and BDS. When we played each other, neither team could win defend on this map, so not surprising. I think the operator bans are going to be what makes the side choice more interesting.
What do you expect very quickly? No, you know what? Leave it until later. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Let's introduce our teams, our grand finalists, BDS versus Falcons.
Welcome back to the main stage and welcome to the main event. Yes, it is time for the Rainbow Six Siege competition final here at Gamers8. One of these next two teams is going to take home the lion's share of $1.2 million and of course this incredible Gamers8 trophy. So, if you're at home or if you are in the Gamers8 arena, please put your hands together for your first competitor, BDS.
فريق BDS وصل للمسرح، وفريق BDS لا ننسى انه هو الفريق الوحيد اللي قدر يوصل للبلاي اوفز وهو ما خسر ولا ماب من بدايه الجيم، ولكن خصمهم اعزائي المشاهدين والحضور كلنا نعرفهم، خصمهم هو الفريق اللي قدر ينتصر على بطل العالم في الجروب، وزياده على كذا قدر ينتصر على افضل فريقين في العالم في اوروبا وفي البرازيل. اعزائي المشاهدين والحضور رحبوا معنا فريق فالكونز. Listen to the crowd, feel the energy, but do not buckle under the pressure. It's time to get this best of 5 underway. It is time to begin the final. So we're going to go back over to the desk so they can bring us into this final. Best of 5 ما بين فريق فالكونز وفريق BDS، ولا ننسى ان الفريق الوحيد اللي قدر يهزم فالكونز هو نفسه فريق BDS، فمعناته هذه فرصتهم للانتصار، هذه فرصتهم ان يثبتون انفسهم، لكن BDS هل بيقدر يسويها من جديد ولا لا؟ كلنا ما ندري، فعلى طول ما نطول عليكم اكثر من كذا، على الاستوديو التحليلي ونبدا معنا الجراند فاينلز الجيمرز 8 الرينبو 6 سيج.
Thank you very much, Barney and Fancy. And there it is. BDS and Team Falcons are ready to go. And I just want to put this in your minds for just a moment. Falcons are the first ever team from the Middle East to ever play internationally. And in general, not just in this tournament. It has never happened in all of these many years. And imagine the first tournament you go to, you play so well after a horrendous day one, you get to qualify very tight games until you hit the grand final. You beat the world champions in TSM. You beat MIBR, one of the best teams in Brazil. You beat Wild, that surprised everybody to go through here. The best team in Germany. Now you get to face off against BDS again in a best of 5 final, and your idols on the other side. When you say idol, imagine you just sitting at home right now, that you get to play and qualify with your team to face off against Shaiko. How would you feel in that moment? What sort of emotions would you be feeling? Because it would be overwhelming for so many.
And all of that with your coach playing.
Exactly.
And not just your coach playing. I've been speaking to the Man of Talent, and the player that isn't here, they say head and shoulders
Even
above.
better, yeah, P9.
Head and shoulders above. So yeah, exciting. The first time that we're going to see Mena here, and I think they've done themselves incredibly proud. Everybody here is so happy with them. Even the other players in the other teams are like, well, if we weren't in the final, then we're happy for them to be there. So yeah, a chance here for revenge against BDS. On bank, a map we've not seen them on. See how they do.
I actually, I traveled over to the venue here with 2 or 3 of the men of talent today. They were, you know, they're doing their broadcast as well. And they said, will you be supporting BDS or will you be supporting Falcons? And I said, honestly, I do not know. I am happy whoever wins this, because for Falcons, it's such a momentous moment. And we can talk about how our expectations are fluid. You know, even after that very first loss to BDS, we said they've done themselves proud. Then they go and get a win. And then they get, you know, they even get to the semi-finals and we think they've done themselves proud. They've got to the final and we're like, we've done themselves proud. And, you know, the expectations just keep going up and up and up with this team.
And they're building themselves up in all of this, no matter how you cut it. Tristan, before we introduced our teams, you talked about operator bans. What do you feel can be seen here on Bank?
I have 3 operators that I think have to go in some way or another. It has to be at least 2 of those 3. Valkyrie, just because of Shaiko, it needs no introduction. Let's not spend time on that. I think the Nook of Alems has been something that we've never really seen from BDS. It hasn't been something that they do all of the time, or if they do, they don't play this well with it all of the time.
Yep, and Alems is kind of flying under the radar, yet he's like the 3rd or 4th rated player in this tournament. He's like 10 kills in terms of keeping pace with Shaiko. He's only 10 kills behind. So I think that Nook ban for me, is, you know, it could be massive, because BDS played Bank in their semi-final game, or it was maybe the last game in their groups. And I think Alems on that Nook that game was just completely the difference.
And then we've got, again, another obvious one is Finker, just because it's Shaiko. It's Shaiko.
Would you rather the Finker or the Nook?
I think because of the map, because of the map, I'm going to say Nook. Crouching around the garage, crouching up 3 sets of staircases, doing whatever you want, going into that lobby area, there is so much space. We've got a room that's basically called open space by some teams. So I think I would personally go for the Nook, and also to add to that, yesterday in their semi-final matchup, Wild were repeatedly banning the Nook. And then the map that a Nook was left open on, they struggled with their defense. So I would say go for the Nook, just stick O-kills on Finker if he wants it, if Joker's not feeling it, and see how you do.
Lobby's almost ready, so final seconds. Who takes map 1?
BDS.
I'm going to go for BDS.
All right, fair enough. We're going to hear it this way. BDS from the analyst desk taking map number 1. We got our casters. It's Blue and XR Troika. Gentlemen, you look fantastic. How are you feeling for this game?
Feeling pretty good, and it's a pleasure to be here for the grand final. Obviously, we've had a huge surprise in who managed to make it here. Now we need to see if they can go the full distance. The Falcons, the local representation from MENA, looking to go all the way to the podium here and lift the first place trophy. Will they be able to do it? That's the big question of the day. Is standing on the other end is a team that's also been looking for this level of success for quite some time. BDS, France, of course, looking to try and shut things down themselves and finally lift a trophy. X, once again, is going to be with me for this broadcast. It's a pleasure to have you on with me. What are your thoughts as we get ready to jump into map number 1 of what's sure to be a riveting best of 5?
I'll be honest, Blue, I was not expecting these 2 teams to make it to the grand final. BDS, sure, full credit for being here, but I think the team that has surprised everybody up to this point has got to be the Falcons. What a fantastic representation of what MENA as a region has to offer here. We're going to waste no time getting straight into the operator bans here for Bank. Ying first to be removed. Now, this ban was one of a lot of discussion on the desk, and there it comes. We are going to see that Nook ban. There's no better ban, in my opinion. Alems was a nightmare yesterday on Nook, and that's going to do quite a lot to debilitate what he was able to achieve. And the Valkyrie coming out as well, so the Falcons certainly doing their homework ahead of this one.
Yep, exactly as the desk was discussing and exactly what they expected to see here, so no surprises truly when it comes to the ban phase. Definitely going to be leaving some things open, especially on the attacking side. You have Thatcher still available alongside quite a few other things, but it is going to get in the way of the plans for BDS, so thankfully for them, at least on the attacking side, won't have to worry too much about that until we get into the second half. And I'm sure Lems may have a few other tricks up his sleeve in terms of operators you may be able to pick into and still be able to play that sneaky fast, just one of the utility to back up behind it. There's the trophy that our teams are going to be playing for in this matchup, ladies and gentlemen. We are locked in for the evening. It's 8:30 local time right now, and we've got a full best of 5 locked and loaded for these teams. So let's see who will be able to take the cake as we go live with the first round here. BDS, of course, on defense, Falcons on the attack, and it'll be a basement site hold to start things out for BDS.
Shaiko essentially swapping one information gathering operator for another there. He's going to be playing the Pulse inside of this opening round. I reckon BDS will know that they were expecting some very targeted bans ahead of today, especially with how they've been performing with a couple of those operators that we have seen removed. So I'm sure they've got some tricks up their sleeve for how they want to try and deal with that. And at least for the meantime, they are extending themselves quite heavily into open area upstairs. Renshiro going to be placing down a couple of castle barricades, getting a couple lines of sight open in there as well, but they have reinforced both of those hatches. So it is going to be a very soft hold indeed, really forcing Falcons into that roam clear. Alem's someone that we watched for so much time yesterday, doing quite a lot of damage there, is initially going to come under a little bit of fire there. Mad Skills straight into that main door, already looking to hit some pre-fires.
We'll watch Alems get himself picked off at the beginning of this round here, as thankfully he's able to get himself into the depths of tellers just as that pre-fire had started to come in against him from the initial clear from the Falcons. A rebuffer thing specifically here towards open area, looking to fend this off and waste a large portion of the time bank. If they can get this down to about a minute or so with him still having some presence on the inside, I'll more than likely be happy with that and be more willing to fall back to the depths of the basement. Away from this, though, no sign of any immediate action. Still waiting for Lems to get his first opportunity, and the Falcons not choosing to challenge it, at least this early on in the round. You can see Mad Skills trying to go for a little bit of pre-fire. O'Kill's looking for the pinch over towards top stairs at main as well, but not going to be able to lock in any individual member of BDS just yet. Lems continues to be elusive from the inside of open. Finally gonna make a play here, but it's way too bold. Just walks right out into O-Kills, as well as the other player holding the front lobby office. He's gonna go down without dishing out any damage in return.
Alem's just getting caught out there on the rotation. He does have Shaiko below with the heartbeat scanner, and I imagine Shaiko was feeding a little bit of information there over to him. Isn't going to be followed up with any sort of refrag from BDS. They are all entrenched in the site right now, and they don't want to give that up at the moment. Going to be no point rotating to try and redeem one of those kills. Instead, they need to be focused at the job at hand, which is now, of course, going to be trying to deny any sort of push that's coming through. J-Lad going to make a nice little hole there in through to the bomb site as he can look to move through and start to try and get a plan down. Renshiro, Shaiko both playing inside of Gold Corridor. Shaiko just a little bit looser inside of the garage there. They know that this plant is going to be starting to come down. They've still got quite a bit of utility to burn as well. 3 toxic Babe canisters. Breeday can get in position to use them. That's going to stem out a lot of the time here.
Good news for Falcons. We just saw that drone sneak through, getting full intel on the entirety of this security setup. So perfect for the Falcons. They know exactly, or they should know at least, where every single one of these defenders in that area is going to be playing from. Shaiko gets the first pickup, but a nice nade from Joker immediately exchanges that back out. Still going to see the Falcons lead the charge here, bringing it down. It's going to have to be Rafal to bring it back, but no, Heat as well can only go for 1 kill. Renshiro now stands alone here in the 1v3, sets up the trade versus Mad Skills at least, but with no real way to deny this plant. We'll have to be heroic here in the clutch. The peek out from Red, the pre-fire's there from Kotos though, and the Falcons claim the first round of the tournament, or the first round of the series.
Great round there from Mad Skills as well. All he did in that round, he opened up the hatch outside of Tellers, and he dropped it and picked up a kill. Played so patiently. Didn't have to give himself loads to do inside of the round. It was all about that timing, and that little bit of a hatch drop there into gold really opened things up. Falcons doing a great job of just picking BDS apart there. Good utility usage as well. We just got a glimpse there of the nade that was almost left as martyrdom after Shaiko had already picked up the kill. And again, a good plant-focused round, looking to extend that timer and really give themselves the advantage. BDS are going to give it another go down here, and they're going to mix things up a little bit.
Nice, slow, and composed push overall from the Falcons, not giving a whole lot over to BDS, and not even really taking a whole lot for themselves over the course of the round. Just as you said, very execute-focused style of play, and they slowly are able to isolate out BDS, forcing them to make the aggressive plays and peek, at least as we saw for the last player there, directly into the Falcons setup, giving them the large majority of those kills. Obviously, the first one they pick up as well against the Roan game coming in from Alems helps out also, as it's just a chain of frags that's needed realistically for them to be able to win that, and that's pretty much exactly how they deploy themselves into the execute. A few change-ups going to come in from BDS. Lems will more than likely end up taking a bit more of a passive role on this round, but hold my breath on that for just a moment. He's still going to be quite adventurous up here on the second floor, but that could still be him trying to hunt down a bit of an earlier drone while still falling back here to try and reinforce the site. And of course, the hatches with the 2 electric claws that he'll bring with his kit.
Those electric claws are going to be very difficult to deal with, given that Maverick hasn't been brought here. Madskill's just rocking the Hibana, so it is going to cause a little bit of a problem in terms of getting those hatches open, especially given that there's no real way of achieving that downstairs. Now, Alems looks as though he's going to maybe try and trick this one off. We have already seen the X-Karos pellets actually detonated on, but I don't believe he's replaced the electric claw just yet. Madskill's still chilling out there inside of main lobby. He's going to drone ahead and just see if anyone's hanging outside of the bottom of those main stairs. Shaiko below on the heartbeat scanner, able to gather that information. He knows where O'Kills is going to be coming from. As Falcons are playing this very similar to the way that they played the last round. We are going to see that elevator hatch now opened. And it is going to give that option for that backsided push once again.
Then, of course, see the Mavericks switched away, so the reinforcements that are there via the electric claws are going to be a little tough for them to be able to breach past. Going to try and insert a nade in the general area of those electric claws, and obviously, at least for these two hatches, it's not really going to be an option until they get themselves fully into the basement, at which point they won't truly need the hatch until they get to the post plant. Anyway, Nitro up through the small office hatch, and it's going to land true directly on top of Mad Skills to knock him out first this round. As this time it's BDS that steals away the opening frag from the Falcons, and obviously leaves the Falcons a little bit worse for wear here in terms of what their next move should be. Once again, though, free drone is allowed to go all the way through the CCTV setup, gives them great intel about how to proceed from this point forward. In fact, it's looking like JLab's going to make at least an opening play here to set up some utility. We'll have to see if this leads into anything else.
Just biding the time now. They know that they've got a little bit of the clock to work with here. JLad is eventually going to push in quite aggressively here on the crouch wall. He's got himself a great line of sight onto Renshiro, and he's going to look to line one up onto Shaiko as well. Keeps himself safe for the time being. The Goyo does get popped. He's going to deal a little bit of damage out there. We are seeing gunfights heavily happen in around that main stair area. A couple of kills flying in there. BDS, they're going to pick up two, as Brede is credited with one from the Goyo canister, should I say, as well. It's Kotas, 25 seconds. He's left out in the cold. That's going to cut off his line of approach. BDS now know where he's going to be coming from. Shaiko's still able to watch out. Now we're seeing the Toxic Babe canisters detonated. It's going to be Shaiko to pick up that last kill. Much better round there from BDS.
And I hope for Kotos, unfortunately, inside of the 1vx. He has to try and play his best inside of that scenario, but it's too far gone. Even with the good drone intel built up, that is going to continue to be a problem for BDS if they aren't able to get a handle on that. And denied is it's 2 rounds in a row now. The Falcons had full intel about what exactly was sitting towards the depths of that security site. Thankfully, they're still able to fend it off this time off the backs of that early kill, as well as great composure when we started to see the pressure sent in, especially from the Nomad played out by Falcons. A little bit of a blunder for them there, as it does drop the case very deep in enemy territory too, and makes it pretty difficult for the rest of the squad to try and recenter, or at least make a bid to try and get a plant there on that second attack in the basement.
Round number 3 is going to see a change of site. We're going to head upstairs into open area here. The BDS was successful downstairs. They are forced into that rotation. No initial changes in the lineup from the Falcons. They are going to switch off the Ossa onto a Book instead, so going to look to prioritize some of that vertical play that is available here on this site. BDS are rocking their same usual castle setup. This time Brede is going to be playing on the castle as opposed to Renshiro. Just a little bit of a role swap there. The pick that really draws my attention, Blue, here is going to be Alems on the Oryx. Now, we've spoken about Alems on the Nook and how good he can be on the Nook, but he was also a bit of a pain on the Oryx as well yesterday. A lot of opportunity on this map, particularly for hopping up through hatches and using the burst of speed to gain quick rotations. And I imagine that's what he's going to try and do again here.
Even just through this site as well, should stock go uncontested. I'm sure if the BDS members ended up leaving that soft or not, or just straight up open, but let's find out in just a moment here. As you can see, there's going to be a janitor hatch that's been left into play. Both of those leave a window of opportunity for that Oryx to potentially re-engage onto the second floor in a later point in the round, should that moment of opportunity arise. But it's quick from Joker. He's going to walk right in, completely misses Shaiko, hiding in the corner of open, though, so it's a free opening pickup for BDS again here, at the cost of the Finka for the attackers as well.
What a strange play. I mean, Joker, like, why is this happening? What are you doing? What are you hoping to achieve by rushing into side like that? He was lucky to get past Renshiro inside of Tellers, never mind Shaiko hiding behind the desk. It's a nice kill that BDS are going to say, thank you very much, we take those ones for free. Shaiko, he's not done there though, he's going to take O kills down. He's getting multiple kills from this single area alone, barely having to move his feet before being credited with 2. And the Falcons push looks a little bit disjointed from here. We still have Mad Skills out there on the rappel. We've got J-Lad looking to clear this top floor. There's going to be nobody there, as we can see with the X-ray vision. He can look to maybe try and make a couple of holes vertical here, especially if Kotos gets up to assist. But realistically, where do you go from here?
Yeah, Shaiko's just had far too easy of a time being able to shut down some of these opening aggression. And unfortunately, the members of the Falcons are not really going to be left with a whole lot else to play. And speaking of Shaiko, there he is once again, cutting down J-Lad as he attempts to make a play. I believe from the bottom end of main stairs there is where he meets his demise. Obviously, Mad Skills trying to make up for it, pick up the trade, but Shaiko still has a pretty strong position over by the elevators, and I believe has even been able to shift since then. Mad Skills popping this hatch, getting breached here. Won't really be able to play into it too heavily just yet. Eventually, he gets beaten out by Lems on the hot room as well. Koto's the last one standing here. He does get a single trade, but that's all the team will take home on this round, as it's fairly one-sided for BDS to shut it down off of a few blunders from the Falcons at the start of it.
You cannot afford to feed Shaiko kills. Siege is a game where everything gets reset after every single round. There is no advantage to gaining multiple kills other than confidence. Somebody like Shaiko is dangerous at the best of times. You give him a little bit of confidence, you feed him a couple of freebies, he is going to be very difficult to deal with indeed. Look at him go, 4 kills on the round there. Picking up this last one as well. I think it was worth noting, Shaiko is around 26 kills behind O kills going into this fixture, so BDS haven't played as many maps as the Falcons have. Falcons have had a lot of 2-1 victories. BDS have had a lot of 2-0 victories. They haven't dropped a map yet moving into this grand finals. As such, the kills are a little bit skewed. And O kills is around 26 kills ahead of Shaiko going into this. There is a prize for the highest kill getter inside of the tournament, the player credited with the most kills. And already Shaiko is looking to try and extend that lead a little bit. It would be very difficult for him to catch up, but it's still possible.
Yeah, obviously, if we see O-Kills keep pace with the games that he's had previously, more than likely, we will still end up seeing that 25K bounty go towards him. But obviously, if his performance is falling off to a huge degree and this series is to go the full distance, maybe, just maybe, we can see Shaiko close that gap, especially with him having rounds like that. Running a bit something for the Falcons. Hey, let's give him a chance, you know, give him a few more of those kills, give him an opportunity to make this a bit more competitive.
But if there's one player that could do it, it's going to be Shaiko, isn't it? You know, he is regularly in there for, regardless of BDS's placing inside of a tournament, Shaiko's always up there as most kills.
So the Falcons going to look to quickly course correct for their mistakes on the previous 2 rounds here. We'll have to go into a new pasture to handle those. Obviously, we're upstairs on the hold now, and that has led into a few changes to BDS's lineup as well. Lem's changing his roamer also. He's going to be going over to the Vigil for this round, already priming himself for a potential play, too. You can see Kotos creeping up to that corner over here inside of Square, but the shield from the Osa is going to be supporting it to a good degree. Lems moves out. He's got to remember, though, the beeper is sitting over here by the door. They will activate. More than likely, some of the Falcons able to hear that down below. We'll keep Overwatch to his position now, but Shaiko also doing double duty here, trying to fend off some of the pressure coming in from that same top square position that his teammate down below is watching. He also has to fend off some of this play coming in from stock also, and this is where things might get a little bit dodgy for Shaiko, as it might just be a bit too much pressure for him to contend against, but he's still ready for the challenge, goes for the peek against the corner of one of the stock windows there, but realizes what may be coming out against him, so begins to back up as he takes up a position over here towards the top stairs instead.
Seems like Shaiko and Lems are doing everything inside of this round. They're really battling back against the Falcons, trying to get control of top square. Lems is playing extremely patiently on blue, and he's got the opportunity to rotate there as well. He doesn't need to play too aggressively. If he can just sit and maybe pick himself up one, even if he leaves himself in position to rotate, it will be a job well done. Shaiko now concerned with the skylight, a horrible angle to be trying to challenge onto. He's looking more than likely to get a little bit lucky here if anybody from Falcons chooses to peek over. He's still got the small matter of that pressure coming in through stock. We can hear the wub wub activate now as he's coming under increasing fire. Takes a good chunk of damage there and might need to dip down out of these stairs. Bit of vertical pressure coming in there onto Kotos as well. I'm afraid that Ossa shield is not going to help you if someone is shooting through the floor. Lems has picked his time to make that rotation as 2 kills fly in here for the Falcons.
It's going to be 2 players holding those upstairs positions here, but mind you, Falcons have wasted a whole lot of time being able to pick up these kills, but that might not matter a whole lot. The members of the Falcons quickly carving control over the site. Shaiko, the only one remaining, and O-Kills quick to clean him up as well. Definitely stretched for time, but they are eventually able to fend off that exterior pressure by stalking top stairs to open up a window for themselves to swing into the site and take control. That'll be 2-2 now as we go into the 5th round.
Not a great deal separating these two teams at the moment. The tertiary site there for BDS not working out. And I imagine we will head back down to the basement now for round number 5. There wasn't a great deal they could do to stop the pressure coming in. As soon as Falcons hit that go button, as soon as they decided that they were going to full commit into that execute, kills really did start to fly in their favor. BDS, could you critique them for being a little bit too passive potentially inside of that last round? I commented it. Alems and Shaiko seem to be doing all of the work. As we had Renshiro, Bride, and Rafal all playing deep back inside of the site. Obviously, they were looking to control the banana area of things, but just didn't manage to do so.
So you can see the crowd obviously favoring them, the hometown heroes here. They want to see if this challengers can be able to take down one of the Titans from Europe and claim, for the first time that we're seeing Meta get to this stage as well, the title on top of it would certainly be a huge victory for both this team as well as the region. So once again, we're seeing them grow quite competitively here at this tournament. Let's see what the future holds for the rest of Meta as well. But BDS, once again, also looking to take charge here. We'll see if they can chain together their 2nd consecutive defense on the basement. Now having it unlocked here. A little bit of a change up to the way they're going to be defending it as well. Of course, we can see the Echo now coming in for them. Still going to be relying on that Pulse for some of the intel to play into here. And then Renshiro also going to bring out the Goyo canisters. They've realized the delay tactic worked out well when they went for the 2nd try on this one, so they're going to double down on that by bringing both the smoke as well as the Goyo canisters.
The only thing they've substituted out really for the Echo is going to be the Cade. And I think the Cade worked quite well in slowing down this hatch pressure. Obviously, Falcons at this point now know, okay, they're probably going to be rocking the Cade. We're going to bring the Thatcher instead. But it still just eats up a little bit of time and forces a little bit more coordination. BDS obviously feeling as though they can get away with a different pick and a little bit more utility there as well. O-Kills just going to be at the top of these main stairs. This is becoming quite the player tendency. Every single round that we've seen Falcons attack onto the basement, O-Kills always gets himself onto the main stairs looking to cut off those rotations, and sometimes is successful in doing so. Going to get the hatch open now into server as Falcons going to be setting themselves up. Renshiro forced out for the time being, grabs a drone on his way out of there, but doesn't want to play too aggressively.
Definitely not something you want to be losing here. We already saw the loss of just 1 or 2 players from BDS led to their inability to try and frag out a trade war versus the Falcons when we came down to a low time to execute. Falcons, though, getting all the hatches they more than likely want open here. Might see a little bit more delay as they may attempt to try and pop open things over here above the Gold Bar's vault as well, and indeed they will, opening that up for themselves as a potential last-ditch effort. They might actually still be using this too, as we have quite a bit of presence centered around it right now, but O-Kills will be the first to actually venture down into the basement itself, looking for just a little pinched angle, but Shaiko comes dashing out, realizing that he's been immobilized by going prone, and as a result, he gets the first kill here of the round for BDS.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
No one looking to challenge Shaiko there inside of the garage. It's kind of surprising to not see somebody just sent in through garage to deal with that. Obviously, it's getting more increasingly difficult as the rounds go on, with Rafal playing on the Echo this time. He will likely have a Yokai drone inside of garage. We are starting to see Kotos now make that play. There is a bulletproof right at the end, but with nobody dead on BDS, it's unlikely to be currently being watched, especially with the pressure that is being applied on the site. Kotos eventually will be credited with the kill onto Shaiko, and now with garage control, Falcons can look to try and make something happen.
Indeed they will, trying to work their way in. You can see Joker, though, struggling as he's been pincered, sitting at the edge of the site, going to be forced out into it as well. Renshiro to pick one up, but Joker succeeds, only for one, though. Bride trades him back out and leaves Mad Skills alone on an island. He'll try to venture forward into the depths of lockers, but he's got at least 2 players to contend with. First one taken down, 2 more to go, but time also getting low. However, that's not going to stop him. What will instead is going to be Alems coming back out from the gold bars to shut down things inside of the 1v1 and lock in the round for BDS by just a hair.
Coach, by the way. Mad Skills is the coach. Incredible stuff coming out there. A valiant effort right up until the bitter end. Good adaptation as well from Falcons to say, you know what, Shaiko's a nightmare in garage. Let's go and deal with him. And they did just exactly that, but unluckily, or unfortunately, should I say, for them, it wasn't quite enough. There was still enough players from BDS dug in deep. with Lems there to pick up that final kill. They are successful once again inside of the basement. We likely now move into open area. This was a bit of a weird round last time, Blue. This was the round where Joker just sort of strolled into side and kind of just gave his life away for free. It was a really soft sort of opening exchange. I highly doubt that we see, or at least I hope that we don't see the same again coming in here. And already there's a couple of changes coming in the lineup. We're going to bring out the Thermite instead. We might be about to see something a little bit more structured this time.
Yeah, realistically, it was a bit of a throwaway round from the Falcons ever since we saw that push come in from Joker. And then the second player was also lost due to the aggression of Shaiko coming back out there and attempt to refrag him too. So Falcons not really stood much of a chance. So we're going to get hopefully a bit of a better picture in terms of how they look to approach this time. For the BDS roster, we're not really going to see any huge change-ups. The Lems, of course, will go back onto the Oryx. We can continue to roam around the upstairs extension and support the more hard lock players here as needed. Lems want to be a little bit even more aggressive here with the window peek, but it doesn't look like he's going to get anything from the Falcons. We got no silhouettes on that part of the map, so more likely he'll be backing away from that and will position himself to take up the next fight against some of these more forward plays from the other members of the Falcons. We can see J-Lad hoping to get lucky here with the skylight of our main stairs. Nothing to be found at this point in the round, however, so we'll just chuck in a drone and establish that.
Falcons are being quite cautious in the opening part of the round. Bank's a very easy map to start full foul to things like spawn peaks on, and the fact that Lems is going for them shows that BDS are willing to play a little bit more risky here. Falcons are often keeping themselves very safe indeed. Lems does manage to just dodge out of the line of sight there. I'm not sure if he took the drone out that was placed on the main stairs, but he's showcasing the Oryx ability fantastically here as he's able to not only destroy the hatch, but also leap up and very quickly make that rotation, eventually picking out J-Lad. So a fantastic little play there from Lems. A little bit of parkour around the map to make that one happen.
J-Lad as well, I believe, was the player peeking from Skylight, so we're going to see him get eliminated. Curious to see how he ended up getting himself into the fight, whether it was just direct contention from those stairs or somewhere else. But for the Falcons, regardless, we see them continue to move forward. Now with the majority of the second floor under their control, but obviously a player down from that and missing 1 out of 2 of their hard breaches. Obviously they had the insurance policy in Mad Skills, still bringing the Thermite, so not going to be worse for wear on that just yet. And even better, some of these hatches have already been pre-broken to allow for the rotations for the players on BDS to fall back down. Now that they have that kill, obviously they're not going to be too adventurous beyond getting that 5v4 advantage, so everyone from the side of BDS is locked into the site or an extended position from there on the first floor now, just awaiting the execute coming from the Falcons, and I think we may be getting it quite soon here as they're starting to build themselves up for the square push. Renshiro, though, shuts down the first of that aggression as Joker gets knocked out as well here, removing the Finka and those last 2 adrenal surges from play.
With no vertical pressure, players like Renshiro can just sit inside of tellers very happily. Kotos has managed to gain a bit of a line of sight here and is looking to see if he can find anything, as we're going to get the wall open now at the bottom of that square. We did miss the impact trick there from Shaiko, so the wall will be opened. But unless they know about Renshiro playing in the corner, it could be very risky indeed. Mad Skills there going to be taken down, and with it, the diffuser cold on the ground, as O-Kills is going to be the last remaining hope here for Falcons inside of this round. 20 seconds left to go, and 4 kills to find. He does have an Ossa shield to hide behind, but equally, BDS know where he is, and they are likely just going to take their hands off their keyboards as they do not need to move here. And Shiro still in a bit of a dangerous position, tucked in behind that corner. As we can see, O-Kills, he's just looking for anything he can find. 4 seconds left on the clock. Nothing going to happen here. Shaiko to pad his stats with another one to close out that round.
So 4-2 scoreline will be locked in for the defense as we reach the end of the first half here. Things will look good for them indeed. Get ready to flip sides, and now it's BDS's turn to show us what they can do on the attack to close out this game. Just the remaining quarter of the rounds left here will need to be picked up, as they need 3 out of the next 6 to be able to take map number 1, lock in the first of 3 for this series. Keep in mind that, folks, we got a best of 5 for this finals today, so it's going to be quite a lengthy one. That's another factor that the Falcons and to some extent BDS will need to be ready to play into as well here, as they're both, I'm imagining, going to be relatively inexperienced with this length of a game, so this series to an extent will turn into that bit of a war of attrition if we end up going the full distance and end up on maps like 4 and 5. These players will need to make sure they can keep their stamina at a good point to be able to play things out for what realistically could become a 4 to 6 hour series here if we go all the way.
Falcons' turn to jump onto the defense now. We'll be going downstairs into lockers. Bit of an extension upstairs in tellers as well. So we've got a couple of reinforced panels getting placed out there. They too are going to lock in the Goyo and look to try and delay a little bit of that time and cut off some area. O'Kills and his trademark Mozzie pick. We've seen him play that operator so many times this series. They have actually left one of the hatches open though. Two of the hatches open as we see J-Lad just give the hatch into server a little bit of a punch with the bionic arm. He's going to place some laser gates out inside of open area as well. So quite the extension, realistically, especially given the utility. BDS, I'm not sure that they're bothered. They're bringing the Monty, and that usually speaks to a pretty direct side push.
It's well to see, too, because there's pretty direct contention to this from the Falcons. They've Kotos committed directly against the dirt tunnel hold here, and I'm imagining he's got a little bit of a setup for himself, too. No deployable shields in the lineup, but quite a few nitros, and still can obviously deploy yourself behind the server racks themselves to play this out, but he's realized this might become a little bit worse for wear here, especially if the square control is going to be crunched in, and that other player from the Falcons holding upstairs by Electrical is not going to be able to maintain. So you'll see O'Kills here start to slowly back up closer towards open area as well, and Mad Skills also still rotating through upstairs. Quite a split defense right now from the Falcons. And you may be right with what you were saying before. BDS with the confidence, and especially with the Montaigne, maybe going directly for the site play, especially if they've realized that there's a pretty big extension from the Falcons on the first and second floors.
Shaiko's going to get a great line of sight in a moment. Alems is already into the site, doing what he does best, but this time on the sledge, picks up one before being immediately traded. Koto's now feeling the heat, pops the Goyo canister. Great play there with the pistol. Rafal pushed straight back. That fire dishing out a huge amount of damage. We are going to see the wall open, and Rafal does manage to keep himself alive for the time being. Shaiko going to fall in the meantime as Mad Skills commands that top floor. So although the opening pick and a bit of a sneaky play from Alems worked out, it came at quite a cost.
Joker still waiting to try and pick off a few of these players as they work their way in, but the first target's going to be the Montaigne thrown out against him, so obviously nothing to be gained there. J-Lad catches this drone works and knows that he's been exposed on the top hatch as well, will no longer have that obscurity to try and crunch this play with. He's also going to leave the site defense at an even kill 3v3, but obviously BDS kind of down a player to the fact that one's permanently on a shield. Joker shutting it down with the assistance of Mad Skills deeper in the site. Of course, massive credit going to Kotos for that as well, due to the heroic hold he had with the push that came in from Garage. But it all still falls to the Falcons as they bring it within one round's grasp of tying it up again, as they bring us up to 3-4.
Every round the Falcons win, the crowd just gets that little bit louder as well, and the chants reignite. Picking up that round downstairs on basement very successfully. Again, a bit of a strange push from BDS given what was already open and available to them. They were really focusing in on that Monty pick, and things like the Goyo kind of just worked perfectly to try and counter that sort of a play. Rafal was never given time really to activate inside of that round. As such, we mix things up. We're going to head upstairs into open area. The second attempt here for Falcons on their defensive phase. A couple of 6 picks coming in from BDS as well. We're going to swap out a Thermite for a Fuse and a Monty for a Dokkaebi. So quite the unorthodox lineup coming out here from BDS. No hard breach, potentially a secondary hard breach gadget, but you're really going to be looking toward what Alems can do with Sledge on that vertical pressure, and obviously with the nades as well.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Right, so the Falcons looking to try and close things up here with that open area hold, and BDS, of course, bringing pretty much the same lineup we saw them bringing for this assault yesterday as well. Specifically, of course, adding the Fuse element into this one for Bride, with the secondary exception of having that secondary hard breach utility as well. You consider the fact that we don't necessarily have any direct hard breach for the team to play into. Going to be a very important player, as he'll be crucial for trying to pop open any hatches upstairs if they were reinforced, and potentially that sidewall to lead into the site from lower square too. He's going to be wanting to keep Burrito very safe because of that, and he'll also be the planter in this situation. But it's Rafal with a snipe to start the round off. Alems picks one up too. The extended game from the Falcons is going to, unfortunately, just not work out at all here. Both Mad Skills and O-Kills going down within the first minute of play. J-Lad trying to contend against this, but he too taking some heat. Thankfully, Kotos once again saving the day as he rushes out, and Elise is able to find an exchange against Shaiko and remove the Finka along with her nades from play.
It's Still a lot of damage to take in the opening part of the round, and Lionscan going to come in to root these defenders in place. Kotos maybe looking to get aggressive here at the top of square. Bride with a really long angle, though, onto that double door, so if anyone does cross, it's more than likely going to receive a little bit of damage on the way. Alems can start ripping open some of this floor now and make Tellers and Archives pretty dangerous to be in as a defender, and that should force a little bit of a rotation. J-Lad, he's still looking for this peak. He's still desperate to get himself outside, but I'm not sure he's got an idea as to where the player for BDS is. It was Bride, and they were out there on the rappel, nowhere near the copy window. Alems is still looking to try and work this vertical, and he is going to be rewarded. No say again, Kotos hits him with the reverse headshot there with the Vector. Fast fire rate straight through those beams. It's going to be enough to level things up here, 3 versus 3.
Joker ready to contend against the pressure from Copy, or should we see it come to fold for BDS? And very much might be the case. BDS are looking for a new horizon to push into. Unfortunately, haven't had the best of luck getting it just yet. The play from the top side of things has not panned out for them. We are going to see the first of those 2 can openers get used from Bride. That'll be the explosion you heard off in the distance. Still not able to justify a play into the site just yet. Maybe changing now, though, with Renshiro popping open the main castle barricade that blocks off access to the site, but Kotos again just can't get away from him, and now Joker able to succeed too. Bride will throw in the first of those fuse charges, but it's pretty much a moot point, seeing as he's now the only player left alive. Is going to have a serious lack of intel in terms of where the shots were coming from as well. So not going to have the greatest play capability to clutch this one out in the 1v3. Beautifully done by the Falcons, as Kotos once again saves the day with some heroic mid-round kills that allow the rest of the Falcons to re-aggress and shut down the rest of the play coming in from BDS.
The roaming Goyo. Not often that you see it. It's a rare thing, but sometimes it works so beautifully, and that round it worked. A strange round, given that BDS got 2 opening picks. It was looking fantastic. There were 5 versus 3. All of a sudden, Shaiko falls. Then we see another go down. It was Alems on this vertical angle. Then it's 3 versus 3, and they just lost all sort of acceleration. They lost all the push that they were looking to get away with in that round, and things have now leveled up. Falcons have fought back, got themselves onto a 4-4 scoreline here. Now, if we think back to the first phase when BDS were on the defense, Falcons were actually able to win a round downstairs inside of basement. Falcons also won upstairs attacking into CEO. It is often seen as one of the more attacker-sided sites on this map, and that's likely where Falcons are going to be forced into now as well. BDS, they're going to need to try and break that mold. They need to pick up a round on one of these more mainstay bomb sites if they want to keep in this one.
Like you said, a bit of a weird one for BDS, considering the opening entries just at a serious lack of intel with what Kotos was able to do from the inside of Tellers and Archives. Not sure if they just didn't have enough drone presence on the inside of there or felt it had been cleared out. But ever since he picks up his first kill, players were constantly having flank watch established on top of that. And even then, he's still able to dash out of it 2 more times and pick up additional frags for the team. So BDS will have to look for a way to patch that up on future attacks on that site. More than likely going to see that site at least 1 more time in this game, as the Falcons will unlock it in 2 more rounds. But for the time being, they've got to go to their tertiary here on the 2nd floor, the same one that BDS picked into. We're going to see that same style of delay come out for the Falcons, mainly with the Koyo canisters. It's been working this well for Kotos, so no real reason to switch away from it. And of course, those canisters can still delay just as prominently up here. But away from that, Mad Skills will also make a return to the Echo to try and stem the tide should we see BDS get enough control to go for a swing-in on the rappel, where Falcons may not be able to directly fire back if they've been pushed out of areas like the meeting room and janitor.
We maybe see the Dokubi pick stick this time from Rafale as well. He hovered it in the last round and ended up on the Lion. This time it is going to get locked in along with the ace for Bride, just switching off that Thermite. J-Lad going to be showing us what he can do on the Oryx as well this time, as we often speak of Alems' prowess on this operator, but it looks as though we might have to start adding J-Lad into the list, particularly if he has a couple of successful pushes and plays in round number 9 here. Typical setup on this top floor. There's going to be a lot of Azami Kiba barricades to deal with and a little bit of information exchange, as Rafale's actually got a great drone nice and deep inside of the site.
Lem's ready to try and start nading out the site as well. We don't have a whole lot of utility mitigation either, so anything that they're able to predict in terms of where utility is going to be positioned is probably going to land quite true, as we see Koto's taking just a tad of damage there. Uncertain if he had anything surrounding him. Obviously not going to see a Goyo barricade get taken out. There's a possibility for something else to have been here. Lem's as well, pre-firing into it, so close to the shots against Koto's, and we do actually see a bullet or two connect onto him at the end of that chain. Another one's going to be found, but it's not enough yet to get the full kill against him, and the same can be said for O-Kills here. BDS so close to these opening frags, they just can't finish it off.
Certainly dealing a bit of chip damage though, and that's only going to help them in the later portion of the round. A lot of these rounds have been quite close and scrappy toward the end. Any damage you can get out now is always good. We are going to see Lem's pick up a kill there onto Madskill's beautifully timed Adrenal Surge boost from Shaiko as well, just to give him the extra oomph in that fight. Madskills falls on the Echo. Not really the person that you want to be losing first.
Definitely not the case, so now Riyadh positions himself on the exterior window, wanting to try and fend off any direct challenges that may come in from further down the hallway, leading into Jay as well as Stock needs to get things open here, but J-Lad was not dealt with deeper in the site. Big hop from Joker, but it's going to be caught immediately by Rafal. All for naught there on the run up from him, but he does get the intel on 2 players on Repel. However, this is pretty default, so more than likely would have already been expected. Great read from BDS, more than likely with a drone somewhere in lobby to read this push and prevent being picked off, as we'll see those players repel back down into safer corridors. O-Kills ready to fend off that pressure coming in from top square 2, but Shaiko and the rest of BDS may not need it at this point. They have the breaches, they have the sight lines, so they can more than likely take the risk on moving in without that, considering they also have the repelled angles to work with, and here we go. Bride already halfway through the plant. J-Lad making a mad dash to the back of square, but Shaiko already making quick work of one of his teammates. Bride, the planter, will be taken down, and O-Kills also going to be able to grab one from his new position on the inside of Meeting. Evens out the player count into a 2v2. And we'll also see both the Falcons players get back the immediate area, where obviously we have the diffuser down on the ground. O-Kills will venture toward this, try to tap on it. Both these players are low. They can't fight forever. J-Lad will make the hop out. He'll go down to Rafal. And now this leaves O-Kills in a very, very tough scenario. Still gets the first of 2 needed, but that second one out on Repel is going to be so, so tough. This is all a mind game. He'll get himself off of that counter defuse first. The next one, no, needs to stick, and he's got just enough time to go back to it. What a huge clutch from O-Kills, as Falcons are going to snatch this round right out of the hands of BDS.
That hurts if you are a BDS fan or indeed a BDS player. That is not a situation you want to be losing like that. A fantastic play from O-Kills, picking up all the kills required and still having enough time. Rafal is likely going to feel a little bit responsible for that one. It is a fine, fine art playing a post plant and playing a post planted diffuser like that. It all is about your bottle. It all is about your metal. Rafal's metal was tested. A shame as well, because he picked up 2 great kills on runouts. Two kills that were flying out of windows, trying to take him down. He was there, ready and waiting. These guys were dead before they'd even hit the ground. But they hadn't accounted for O-Kills.
Yep, beautifully played either way from the Falcons, specifically for O-Kills there. Knew he had to try and go for a bit of a mind game play, fake him out with that first counter defuse. Had to go back to it, I think, a second time as well to get him to peek one more time. Obviously, you're on the other end of that. BDS, I don't think, had any preset drones on the inside of there, so would have had no idea when he was getting on and off of that, just purely based on audio cues. And unfortunately, he just goes a bit too adventurous there on that final peak. Didn't even really want to commit to it, but was just a bit too far out as the O-Kills can see him from just on the inside of that window, and he shuts him down, giving him the clutch with quite literally just enough time. He gets onto that counter fuse with probably half a second or less of additional excess there, to where he would have run out of time. As mind you, you need at least 7 seconds if you're newer to Siege on that clock there to be able to successfully pull off the counter defuse.
Madskill's just keeping an eye out over onto that main Repel. He did die there a couple of rounds ago. I think it was Bride that was maybe credited with that one. But we've seen a lot of nice one-taps from Madskills so far this tournament. I wouldn't mind seeing another couple here. It looks as though BDS are more than aware of these games and they're not looking to make any early mistakes inside of this round. They are now in a situation where they have to be flawless on these remaining sites, because that third choice bomb site, CEO upstairs, is a site as an attacker that you are expected to win. The fact that BDS did not win in there means that, well, basement, that's been going the way of the defenders. Sure, Falcons have picked up one round on their own attack, but BDS up until this point have been unsuccessful. So they're going to need to break the mold here and pick up some rounds in sites they have previously lost.
Not a great sight to see as well, considering that this was, generally speaking, the stronger part of the game from BDS and previous parts of the tournament. This attacking side has been oftentimes what we've been talking about for BDS, specifically for Alems. This has not been able to make the impact so far. The real highlight's been Shaiko, as once again he strikes true, knocking out Mad Skills as well, taking the Legion out from play only about halfway through the round, so limiting the amount of those goo mines that would have gone down. Didn't really seem like that was the main point for Mad Skills, so he's not going to be losing too much sleep over that. His job was done in terms of wasting time, and now the rest of the squad needs to pick up pace down below.
Joker inside of main lobby. I'm not sure if Shaiko knows he's there. He does have a ping to work with. Is he going to be able to get the heads up? Yes, he is. 2 kills on the round for Shaiko. All you do is give him a ping, and he's like a guided missile, Blue. He just goes in and picks it up for free. No questions asked. There's a little bit of presence inside of Garage now as well, and I think that's probably going to be a Lems that's credited with the kill over onto Kotos. O'Kills knows that someone's sitting there behind the ambulance and needs to try and do something about it. We've seen a good portion of the round, but there are only 2 Falcons players remaining, and they're not really the 2 that you look to for a clutch, and a Rooney with a DMR isn't the most ideal, but say that, J-Lad's going to make it work anyway. He takes Shaiko down on those main stairs. Nice headshot. Bride is looking to get a plant in though and confirm this round as Renshiro eventually puts an end there to J-Lad. O'Kills is going to find one to pad his stats, but was it worth it? The diffuser's already been planted. Bride, a plant and a kill to close things out. BDS looking much better there on the basement.
Might just be one of those scenarios where O'Kill's like, yeah, this round's pretty much over. I'm just going to try and pad the stats, keep myself in a nice...
He's got to keep ahead of Shaiko. He's got to do his best, man.
Exactly that. So might have just been one of those scenarios there for him as he saw the easier kill in Garage and at least wanted to get that confirmation of the 1-for-1. But Shaiko indeed trying to keep pace ahead of O'Kills at this point. He's ahead of him in this game by 5 kills. Mind you, I think he's about 28 or so behind at the beginning of this game. So we need to definitely keep a bit more pacing than that if he wants to try and catch them before the end of this series. For the Falcons, though, now tied up once again at 5-5. They're actually going to redo this. Despite the fairly one-sided nature of how that last round played out, they'll head into it for one more trial. And we've got a very interesting pick for Kotos. He's feeling the confidence now. He's been promoted to Doc.
Is that a promotion?
I don't know.
I mean, it's something.
I'm just going with the saying, you know?
Maybe that's the kind of promotion that you think you want and you don't really want it.
I mean, for a basement site,
unless Kotos is just going to fly himself out of main door. It's always a good strategy. Pick the dock, get a decent site, juice yourself up, fly out the main door and see if there's anything that you can make happen. Doesn't look as though that's going to be happening, though, due to his positioning right now. Would like to see some early aggression here, though. Is he actually getting himself hidden there inside of open? I think he's maybe lying under a desk or something like that, just looking to make something happen. Falcons are more than happy to meet BDS in the field as well. I think that's something that I noticed in the last round. They're not bothered about the fact that this is a great turtle site and you can just defend it. They're like, yeah, we're going to get out there, we'll play around the map and we'll see if there's anything that we can pick up before dropping back. And if we get back, great. If we don't get back, as long as we've wasted some time and maybe got a kill, then that's going to be seen as a win in our book.
The rest of BDS can begin to take some of their first steps onto the interior of the building, and their first frag as well. 2 ways as they'll knock out J-Lad with a frag grenade. Taking him down eliminates the Rooney. Obviously, the laser gate still will stay in place. No utility lost here, but at the same time, that won't be true for our attackers as O'Kill gets the exchange out against Shaiko and removes all that very useful attacker-sided utility. Mad Skills also going to be able to find what I assume was a very smooth one-tap to go out against Renshiro. Both the Carbon operators knocked out now as the Lion also down, and another push by Spiral to take down a Lems as well. Mad Skills taking no prisoners here on this extended hold. Way more success in this avenue this time for the Falcons.
Mad Skills owns top floor, and you better believe it. You can't even go into bottom floor. He's going to have something to say about it. Picked up 2 great kills there. BDS already left in the mud here. 2 versus 4. Sure, they've got a minute and a half, but they've got 2 hard breaches left. You're not looking to the hard breaches typically for a boatload of frags. Let's see how Rafal and Bride choose to buddy up and finish this one out. Bride just going to be pushing in through tunnel, going to be greeted immediately with a Kiba barricade. Information is going to be available for them should they want it, but it looks as though they're just going to be going for little picks here and there. You got a glimpse there onto the Legion. Didn't manage to land the finishing blow though. With one of the walls, I think both of the walls actually left soft, it's actually going to be very difficult to breach, and therefore you are likely just going to be forced to use that main door. Mad Skills gets himself juiced up there by the dock, just ready for the next engagement. But Bride is just going to be playing this one fairly patiently.
BDS, unfortunately, not much else they can do in this scenario. They know that the Falcons want to play aggressively, as we've just seen with Joker taking a risk despite things being down to a 4v2. Bride finally given his window of opportunity against O'Kills, but is not going to be able to successfully leverage the kill. And even worse, obviously, we're going to see those Kima barricades go out and allow for O'Kills to rotate himself back into a safer position. He gets a little bit of that HP back as well. Here's Kotos uses the last of his charges to boost up his teammates and also send Mad Skills back up to above full HP. Bride just hunting for frags at this point, trying to pick up the best that he can. He's going to see this push come back out against him from top blue. There's a sending frag, as unfortunately not a whole lot else he's going to be able to do with only 5 seconds left. The round is locked in for the Falcons, and Mulligan, another down against O'Kills. Can't confirm it, so no credit there as the Falcons get to map point first.
Falcons looking very good on bank indeed. Are they going to put our analysts to shame, Blue? Both of our analysts, Fresh and Tristan.
And to be fair to them, I thought this one would go towards BDS's way as well.
I mean, they said the immortal words, didn't they? They said BDS takes it. And we all know what happens when that gets said. So there's still chance. Obviously, there's still chance for BDS to force an overtime here. Falcons sitting on map point here for our first map inside of the best of 5. Already we're getting treated. The potential of overtime in map number 1. This could be a very long evening if all of these maps go the same and we see all 15 rounds in every single one.
Grab some stacks, grab some drinks. Maybe not now, maybe we'll wait like 5-10 minutes as we still have the rest of this map to go, but still, lock in, ladies and gentlemen, as we are indeed looking at potentially a very, very long series here. The Falcons rebounding nicely. BDS as well getting some revenge thrown at them for yesterday's game. We saw them be able to come back from 2-4 deficits 2 times in a row to be able to knock out their opponents in 2-0 fashion. Now it's them that's potentially going to have to deal with that comeback, because it's the Falcons that have come back from that very same scoreline. They're about to end it if they can lock in just one more round. As you said, though, BDS also with the capability to send us to overtime if they can trade it back out. So let's see if they can do so on what could be the last hold from the Falcons on this map. It'll be an open area hold from them. A few change-ups to the lineup as well. O'Kills, of course, is still going to be sticking onto the Azami. Aside from that, we'll see Kotos go over to a new operator. He's finally ditched away and is going to pick up the Thunderbird here to give that team that extra aggressive capability, especially inside. Oh no, hold on, I gotta interrupt myself because here comes the play. They know what's happening though. Joker's able to fend off the first bit of it, but the rest of it's traded out. Renshiro and BDS picking up response kills and now establishing aggressive positioning here, but they're gonna be smart about this. They hold themselves. They know the rotates are gonna come in, but Kotos still able to strike true regardless, knocking out Renshiro inside of Electrical. How does the rest of the team work their way back into as they still lost the sight, and the plant is going down. Alems with another pickup as well, but O'Kill steals one away from up on top. Won't interrupt the plant though. Bride confirms that, and now we're into a 2v2 post plant as the rest of the Falcons try to find a way to get themselves back into the fight.
This is terrifying on either side. 35 seconds left to go. Kotos, he doesn't know that Bride is immediately to his right. O'Kill's going for a little bit of a rotation here. Could look to try and use some vertical. Hail Mary C4 going to go out, but it's not going to do anything other than give away Kotos' information and location here. Is going to get a couple of pre-fire shots out there, but it looks as though BDS know exactly where he is. Bride is locked in. He's not wanting to move. Alems finds one. Bride the second. The rush round from BDS pays off against all odds.
Nicely done from BDS, able to give them the winning strategy there. Close things out for themselves. Save the day, send us to that first map overtime, and keep things competitive inside of this series. They've had their own series of struggles, but they've still kept up with pacing, and are going to look to try and claim this first map for themselves. As we go into overtime now, we'll see the sides in just a moment here. Oftentimes, obviously going to be quite influential, but I'll be honest, we've seen this be traded out quite evenly. The 4-2s for both sides. Now we'll have to see who brings us a stronger performance inside of overtime.
I must admit, I panicked when I saw BDS go for the rush. I really, really panicked indeed when I saw BDS just all Hail Mary through in from copy window. A rush on a match point? It's a bold strategy. It really is.
I mean, when you got nothing else, that's certain.
You think BDS must have something else.
Oh, yeah.
Like, they've got to have loads.
But at the same time, they know for a fact that the Falcons have been playing these hyper-extended plays, especially on open area as well.
Yeah.
Know that they're generally not going to have more than like 2 or maybe 3 players sitting in the actual site at the beginning. And when you're on open, which has those direct access points, especially from copy window to the outside of the map, that's probably the best site where you can take that opportunity. So beautifully played from BDS's in-game strategy department to make that type of decision. That ends up working out beautifully for them.
BDS are going to get attack on the overtime. It's not been their most favored side up until this point. Sometimes we do see that shift as we get into an OT though. Obviously they've had 6 rounds prior to this on the attack. They've had plenty of time to get warmed up on there. They are going to be attacking into the basement and once again going for this Monty play. Now we didn't really see the Monty play work out too well previously. BDS have been unsuccessful attacking downstairs. O'Kills just going to go for a little quick swing, finds the Monty almost immediately. But with the hatch open into server, he's really relying on his teammates above to keep good control because as soon as that hatch falls into the hands of BDS, it's going to be very difficult for him to play there. And already he's getting pushed out of server and back further into the site as 2 BDS players are allowed to rotate through.
Tries to go for a chip headshot or 2 on the way out for a few of those other members of BDS. He's going to set up a bit of a tricky key, but wants to play out against it as well as I believe they know that at least one player ventured towards the top of blue. No sign of a fallback from that player anytime soon, though. They have a flank overwatch established, but won't work out too well. Alems ends up getting taken down by J-Lad. Joker looking to try and contribute from the bottom portion. The archive stairs looking for his own way to hop into this, and it's just all going towards the Falcons right now. Shaiko and Breed are all that's left. The Montaigne has also been lost this early on in the round here. So how exactly do BDS get back in it? Well, that's not the way. Shaiko getting fended off as Mad Skills continues successfully harassed for the second floor, and Joker still down below in the depths, fends off the last of the pressure coming in from server.
You can't challenge Mad Skills on the Legion. I'm just going to go out there and say, if you see a Mad Skills on the Legion, run the other way because that guy is an absolute demon. Crowd getting plenty loud enough now for the Falcons as well. So they're going to be on map point again here. Give BDS a chance to try and take this to all the way. Maximum overtime. Again, a strange push from BDS, really relying on that Monty player that didn't work in round number 1. No intention of really taking that top floor control and dealing with the hatch. You can't just flood people into server if the hatch is going to be open. And then you're relying on your attackers and you're relying on your teammates to then take that top floor control. When you've got 3 people tied up in server, it's often not enough. That's exactly what we saw. BDS going to go downstairs now to see if they can make their stand down here. They have lost a round previously on the defense on this side, but this lineup looks extremely difficult to go up against. They're bringing the Goyo, they've got the Echo, got the Pulse, and of course that Smoke to really dish out a lot of that denial.
You can see the local crowd getting hyped out there. Obviously, their local team about to take the first map out of one of the best and brightest that at least the EU region has to offer us here in Siege. Lots of things to be excited about, but they still need that one final round. Let's see if they can get it. As indeed, we go back into another basement defense from the players on BDS, going to obviously center themselves much more heavily into their basement positions, as we can see the extended game on the last round play out too well for the Falcons. Even so, BDS has previously had success to a much better degree inside of regulation by playing things a bit closer to the chest on this site, so they're indeed now double down on that inside of their final round on it, as of course they'll have the second attacking round coming up after this with the switching sides every round here in overtime. Falcons taking their time though with the early clear. They're a little bit worried about BDS maybe trying to do something a bit chaotic, especially considering what happened at the tail end of regulation, so they're going to be very, very cognizant in their clear of the second and probably the first floor as well before they begin looking for ways to venture down into the depths.
Probably a good time to bring up that we don't have unlimited overtime.
True.
For anyone that's used to the major format, sometimes grand final games do have unlimited overtime. We are just going to be playing straight regulation here. First to 8 inside of a max overtime situation. Which is probably fortunate, because this could go on for a very long time if we did have unlimited overtime, given that there's not a great deal separating these two right now. Falcons looking to try and take this one a little bit slower than they have done previously, as are BDS, of course. We haven't seen that same aggressive roam really from a Lems. Lems is instead going to be in and around the site there, looking to make use of Oryx any which way he can and not putting himself out there, risking that early pick.
I can still believe that there's a Cade in play here somewhere as well, as evident by that Thatcher EMP grenade that goes out, worried about seeing those get tricked away. Not going to end up happening though. Not going to see any real mitigation for that whatsoever brought in by the players on BDS, so Falcons will have no issue opening up the hatchwork. Immediately, Mad Skills goes to work here, looking for anyone that might dare to peek out against it. He's going to go a little bit further to the right to be able to find that player from BDS holding into the corner just by gold bars, but they also fall back when Mad Skills finally peeks into it. Renshiro would have been the one to potentially challenge against that a little bit further down the hallway. We have the pulse being played by Shaiko, ready to potentially hop into the fray as well, but it's going to be Renshiro to strike first, catching J-Lad and eliminating the ace from the attackers here as they look for ways to move down, but so far unsuccessful in that, as BDS is holding strong with this very, very solid bunker setup.
25 seconds left to go is not a great deal of time here. Joker going to make his play in through Garage. A recipe for success that the Falcons have already seen today. Taking out Shaiko takes out a huge linchpin in this entire defense. His kills now do start to trade, but Alems is going to be there to fight back, keeping his team in it, but only just as Mad Skills is going to be down. Joker finished off as well. BDS hold firm downstairs, and we're going all the way.
All the way to our 15th and final round of play for map number 1. BDS has managed to take us that far, but can they indeed get the lock-in? This is a map that they'll definitely want to try and take for themselves as well, considering their performance on some of the other maps throughout the course of this series. It'll come down to the wire, though, and the Falcons still going to remain composed as they'll thankfully be able to go back onto a defensive round. But where they take it from here, though, they had that clutch success with the second floor hold, but more than likely going to want to probably rely on their open area hold, as we saw much more consistent results coming out from that over the course of the previous play. Let's get into it though and see where exactly they've gone, as this is it. The final round between these two teams for Bank, and indeed they have selected the open area play where they have that freedom to get aggressive, to roam around a bit more. He'll have to watch out, of course, because BDS went for the rush play the last time this was selected, and it worked out well for them. So Falcons are more likely to be keeping a close eye on that and at least keep some of this pressure a bit closer to the site for the first 30 seconds or so while they wait to see what the opening action will be from BDS.
I'm not sure if I can take it if BDS go for the rush again. I think it's far too dangerous to risk a rush on an overtime match point, but you never know, they may just go for it. Rafal still fairly unsure as to what he wants to pick onto, and it looks as though he's going to take up the hard breach mantle away from Bride, as Bride switches over onto the Zephyr. Rafal the Hibana. They were threatening a Dokkaebi, they were threatening a Lion, but they have thought better of it. They've gone for something a little bit more traditional. Renshiro still rocking his Fuse pick here, which admittedly we haven't really seen come to all that much just yet.
Sure, at least going to establish this crossfire going deeper into Copier, and of course open area through that, going directly through a break room. That will will also find from the top of one of the skylights here a little bit of it as well, but really nothing to write home about, at least initially. So we'll begin to pop open some of these barricades to begin hunting down the extended game, and indeed we'll see a much more composed BDS this round compared to the previous assault on this site. To be hunting down some of the more aggressively lean members of the Falcons here, but doesn't have great intel into where exactly they position themselves just yet. They're a little out of reach too, focusing mainly on that elevator hold, as we're going to see Rafal open up a window of access to now.
Launching drone.
From the garage side, Repel. They'll use the drone to reconfirm if this player trying to rotate out and go somewhere else. This will also give Alems the confidence he needs to swing in. They've been able to isolate out some of the play from Mad Skills, and I believe the elevator player has also given things up here. They'll fall down through the hatch back down to the next floor below and give BDS that second story control that they need.
Bit of a belt and braces approach here from BDS. Alem's going to be credited with the first kill in this round, taking whole kills down. Shaiko just looking to push himself down these main stairs. Gives him an adrenal surge just to give him a little bit of a boost, as Mad Skills will drop into the basement. Maybe looks for a rotation up those main stairs, but of course Shaiko is going to be playing there. Nade going to get thrown on out and will connect onto Joker. Shaiko picks up a second, takes down Kotos, and a third. Shaiko's going nuclear here. Mad Skills going to be the only defender left alive. He's ripping down the castle barricade, trying to get himself back into sight, but he's 1 versus 5. There's a whole minute on the clock.
Gonna try to go adventurous here as he rotates around, has hot pings onto a few players. BDS, you can see them trying to make it panic, but no, it's not gonna work out. Renshiro moves forward, closes things down, and BDS are able to recover as things look scary for a few moments there, but they recenter, they rush their way, quite literally, into overtime, and then are able to close things out. After dropping the first round in OT, they rebound with the next two and lock in the first of 3 needed to be victorious here in the grand final of Gamers8.
BDS really showing that experience there inside of that game, not looking to let anything slip. As soon as they needed to, they put on that gas, and they were able to come back there on what was quite a difficult bank.
Map number 1 has closed down, but let's head back down to our desk, see what they think of the map, and get ourselves ready as map number 2 is coming up right around the corner.
Thank you very much, Blue and X, and yet it's happened. BDS to take it to Max OT and take map number 1 on bank. Closer and closer. 2 more map wins, and they'll be running away with the rest of that bank. This is the Gold Vault itself. They're able to take this first map. We're here back on the desk to break things down for you. I'm Milosh. With me are Jack and Tristan. Let's take a look at some highlights for the series brought to you by Aramco, one of our many sponsors at Gamers8. And gentlemen, just want to ask you, how on edge was everybody during this game?
Flip-flopped a few ways, didn't it? It was, you know, looking pretty comfortable for BDS after the first half, the 4-2 defense split, and then suddenly out of nowhere, Falcons strung quite a lot of rounds back together. You're seeing a rush on match point to bring it to overtime, and then BDS just in the end on that very last round. Who else? Shaiko getting a 4K to win it. Had everything.
Shaiko is just that guy, isn't he?
Yeah.
He, like, at this event, and especially in the last EUL stage, he seriously is just that guy. When you needed him so badly to perform, to make a case for that MVP, to catch up for the most kills, that's what he does. He just does it. He gets the 4K in the last round, and we were speaking about it before the map. Do you get rid of the Nook, or do you get rid of the Finker? I don't think Falcons made the wrong decision, but they just played against probably the best fragger in the world right now.
I mean, when we saw those bans, because we're all sitting together talking about it, the Nook and the Valkyrie were the perfect bans for Falcons to go for. And honestly, if you're looking at the last round, it could have gone either way and ended in the Falcons side, but then Shaiko happened.
Yeah, I think the result, when you look back and see the BDS won the map, is expected. The performance certainly isn't, and I think that's a big testament to Falcons in particular. You know, we sit back and we say, they've done their research on this team. They've done the research with the bands, the map bands, the operator bands, how they wanted to play. And I actually think they're going to come away thinking we maybe should have won that. I think particularly on their attacks, when they were attacking the basement site, the locker site, where they chose a couple of times to push deep and play for the kills when they could have had the plant. And I think, you know, just a couple of small decisions in rounds that go a different way, Falcons are winning that in regulation.
I think that little bit of experience for them for the downstairs attacks is kind of what cost them. There were a couple of things, though, that we did like about those downstairs attacks, where they started to focus on Shaiko, who was playing Pulse in Garage, which is an incredibly difficult position to play as Pulse. It's just that he's Shaiko, that's why he's there, because he's probably the only guy that can make it happen. But yeah, you're absolutely right, Fresh. I don't think they'll be too disappointed about that. They'll be upset that they've not won, but seeing that it went to bank straight away, they'll be thinking, well, it's not a map that we play too much. It's low preference. BDS have won on it before. We got the map bans right. We got the operator bans right. It's just a shame they couldn't see it out, and I think they will be kicking themselves on that first attacking half.
Yeah, no, that was going to be my point, actually, is it's a very low preference map for them. It's their 8th preference out of 9 of the total map pool. They've had to go to it because of the way the best of 5s work. There was only upsides going to that map, even if they lost it. You know, there's a lot of confidence. They've pushed BDS all the way to 15 rounds. Sure, it didn't go their way. It could have gone their way. A bit of disappointment, but not, you know, not too bad.
And if you're looking at it, here's go. Our scoreboard brought to you by STC, 8-7 BDS versus Falcons. Alems continues on his streak of success in the tournament, Fresh.
He's not been spoke about enough, I don't think. We've obviously spoke about Shaiko, and again Shaiko in that last round. You know, he makes the things happen, he's the round winner. But Alems, even when he was target banned, he's unleashed. You know, he was a player that through stage 1, stage 2 of this year has took on a lot more responsibility, has basically kind of restricted himself in his personal performance. And they've come out to this tournament and they've basically unleashed him. They've said, play what you feel, play a little bit lurky, you know, play in that backstab position. There was one round where we saw him just in sight, playing very solo and for himself. And statistically and impact-wise, he's having a massive impact.
On Sledge as well. Like you said, he was target banned. He didn't have to go for the crutch of being completely silent or being a free speed or having a super high fire rate gun. He just went and did it, makes smart plays, shoots people in the back. I think his game sense, being a player who's traditionally IGL'd, moving him onto that kind of role, I think has been perfect for him this event. Whether we continue to see it or it's just the streak of amazing performances from him, we're yet to see. But it's not just that he's lurking, he's shooting people in the back, he's constantly getting entry kills. I think he's up there right now with Shaiko for entries on BDS, which is something we've never seen.
It's pretty impressive for your IGL to also be top of your team in terms of entry kills, also when it's definitely not their position to be doing it. But hey, that's the excitement that we're looking for and the quality of game from BDS. Thank you so much, gentlemen. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll continue on with our best of 5 series. Villa is up next. We'll see you in a minute.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالالي. ملوك الصين دي انا ملخصه في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرشه كل المجال حبايبي. بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع ايه القي نظره لو على الحلاوه عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
Welcome back, friends, to the analyst desk. We're one up for BDS, our European squad versus Falcons, the hometown Saudi heroes, here live in Riyadh at Gamers8, and we continue on with our action. I'm Milosh, your host. With me are Twister and Tristan. Now, Fresh has gone into the backstage for just a moment. Don't you worry about it, but we got more to break down. Villa is map number 2, and it's on Falcons to play for the retake here, Twister.
This map would be probably the most insane map that we'll see on this entire series.
Villa being played yesterday for Falcons, it was the map that actually did they make to this finals. So probably with the abilities that they could come back on this map, it showed that they are very comfortable on playing any style on this way.
Yeah, I'd say as well, sort of a win condition for them on Villa here. We've got to see O-Kills go crazy again, because every single time we've seen him on Villa, this guy has been like insanely good. We need to see it again. Shaiko outshone him last map, but I'm sure he won't let that hit him too much, and he's going to bounce straight back.
Now, one thing that BDS have to consider is the fact that they're starting defense on Villa, which we've known is usually the comfortable side, but it's not been out of the ordinary to see, you know, an even half, a 3-3 for defense attack, or maximum of 4-2 for defense. It doesn't seem like it's the same way 5-1 in the past like it was. But gonna have to cut myself off here because our game is set, so Twist and Twister will be back to break things down right after. We got John and X. It's Jolly on the other side of this camera.
It's an interesting duo name for us. We'll have to see if that sticks. But welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Getting ready to head into map number 2 of this series on Villa. Now, BDS just barely able to bring things back under their own control at the tail end of Bank. So they lead this 1-0. But will they be able to keep it that way, going on to arguably a more chaotic map, especially for the Falcons in their extended game on the defense in Villa?
I'm quite a fan of Jolly.
Comes off the tongue nicely.
It comes. I'm surprised it's taken this long, really, for Milosh. I'm almost a little bit disappointed now, knowing that he had that one in the locker. Maybe he was saving it for Grand Finals Day, because that is exactly where we are. We're about to head into map number 2 now. Map, of course, will be Villa, a map that Falcons have really proved themselves on throughout the entirety of Gamers8. Let's see how they fare here now. Fighting from one map behind. Now, it is a best-of-5 Grand Finals with no map advantage, so it's a very level playing field here. BDS narrowly took Bank. It took every single round almost to decide who was going to be winning over on Bank. And here we jump into Villa. Ying getting removed there. Falcons, they're still going to go with the Nook ban. Now, I don't think the Nook ban necessarily has as much value on a map like Villa. There's still opportunities for LMs to really cause havoc on that operator, but not so much as other maps inside of the pool. But they're not going to waste any time banning away that Valkyrie from Shaiko. I would dare say that they are going to be 2 staple bans throughout all of these maps.
And more than likely going to be looking at the same thing overall, as I believe, yep, indeed, we will get the mirror once again. So quite literally, a reflective ban from map number 1 here, as we'll get the same exact thing for the 2nd time in a row. Good possibility that actually stays the case throughout the further maps too. We'll have to see if we end up seeing BDS close in on this map. Maybe the Falcons will take what you're saying to heart and start to second guess the Nook ban. The Valkyrie, though, will more than likely stay in play as long as we go to maps where she can be quite useful. So let's get ourselves into round number 1. As it's going to be BDS on the attack, Falcons to start out on the defense.
There's got to be a little bit of value as well for Falcons starting off on the defense, especially after with the way that map 1 went. They are going to want that more comfortable side to really try and give themselves an easy ride into things.
Oh, it's actually the other way around.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Oh, BDS get the comfortable side.
The stage lied to us.
Oh dear, oh dear. Well, hopefully it's right. I'm sure it is. But BDS starting things off on the defense here, so they get the benefit of the slightly more comfortable side. Shaiko going to be rocking the Warden pick as well. It's not all the time that we see the Warden come out. It's something that certainly LATAM teams are very quick to draw for if they feel like the stun pressure is becoming a little bit too much. Often see players like Palu picking onto a Warden if the occasion calls for it, but this time it is going to be Shaiko. Still going to be rocking that very friendly and familiar MPX, I imagine. Obviously shares the same gun as Valkyrie.
We do still see quite a bit of use cases for Warden, especially on a site like this too, where you can oftentimes see that flash dump execute come in. He'll be able to get himself into the way of that quite easily. Deployable shield position somewhere, more than likely going to see that in the usual spot over by the main stairs hold, however, so may not be able to be too useful on the inside of the actual execute, but we'll follow that up a little bit later on into the round here as we have the Falcons making their first bout forward, obviously taking control of just Art Studio, and across from that having access to the lower main stairs landing as well. They are going to be a little cautious though. They can see these top downs that were opened up earlier in the round from BDS, and they're going to be watching out for them to make sure they don't lose anyone early on, especially considering the damage had already been done to Shaiko, potentially adventuring towards one of those openings and coming out of the losing end of a fight there. He'll be down at about 20 HP as a result of that.
I'm not sure if he got a caught on some unfortunate time in walking past a window or something like that as it was getting pre-fired open. At least he's managed to keep himself alive for the time being. Renshiro going to be operating in and around the main stairs. He's got plenty of utility to keep himself going as well. A couple of magnets, bulletproof shield. He's got Malusi Banshee knocking around there as well to really assist him on that hold. Falcons really ought to be looking for a lot of vertical nades, and I imagine that's what we're going to get to eventually once the information has been gathered. They do have plenty of nades in pocket. We're going to see O'Kills go for one there. Didn't see the utility that it got. It certainly didn't deal any damage. Joker laid ready as well. Looking for a nade. He does have a couple of holes to play with, so could as well like throw one through the gaps. The first kill is going to go on to Alems. He takes J-Lad down. Joker still attempting these vertical nades. He is going to deal a little bit of damage there. They are going to go for quite a quick push here as they do remove the Banshee and look to charge up those main stairs.
Joker able to take a nice contest here. Nearly gets himself a second against the Lems as well. The first one obviously successful to knock out Renshiro. O'Kills here trying to contend back against the main stairs play as well. Now they've been able to clear that back out. Having Shaiko downed also, but not going to be able to get the confirmation off onto him just yet. Potential possibility for him to get res, but more than likely not going to happen anymore. He's off on an island here, and I think his teammates realize that that potential nade was going to be coming from below at any moment, so they don't even try to go for the pickup against him here. Another pickup going to be found from Joker as he finishes off that kill he was looking for earlier against Alems. Nicely controlled by him on this avenue. He'll continue to push forward now with full control over the bar. That should be a play opportunity for Kotos if he wants to come in and take the position behind the bar itself. Might not even need to though, as Kotos is fragging out right now. He's found Rafal. Everything has fallen to Bride here. He gets one off the SMG 11 at least, but 3 more players to go. He can also try to delay this to the timer, but more than likely not so anymore. Kotos finally committing himself to the interior for the plant. Bride will not have an angle to stop him, and the timer will start ticking in the other direction. However, Bride had a hope for a moment there, but ultimately just going to be traded out after he kills the planter. The Falcons take solid control over round number 1.
Slow and steady wins the race there for Falcons. They took their time taking that main stairs control, and it really came down to a burst of aggression in and around the mid-round to really dominate that area. Fantastic use of the nades from below as well, making short work of players like Shaiko and really removing the ability to sit in sight for some of those defenders. Falcons coming away with a nice early round there on this attacking side. Is it going to be enough to force the site change though? BDS are in fact going to move over to Trophy and Statuary, opting against that Aviator in the games room hold and going to stick to their rotation.
Falcons definitely some consistency to start out of the map here. BDS unfortunately is not able to level their aggression up to any conceivable point where they were able to deal damage against the Falcons. Just way too conjoined as a unit, which is a bit of a far cry from what we had generally been tending to see on the previous map. So good to see that extra bit of variety coming out for the Falcons here right at the start of the second map. We'll have to see how this continues to evolve as well. They will have to split themselves up a bit, as obviously there's going to be a bit of an extension deployed, a bit more heavily this time by BDS. You can see Renshiro reinforcing his own positions down here to play around the kitchen, and probably Astra a little bit as well to waste out that initial clear time from the Falcons.
Joker going to be getting himself into position here, looking for that clear through the Aviator and game side. Bit of upside down repel action from O'Kills as well, getting himself onto Astro. We do have the Nomad in play this time as well, so Koto is likely going to look to try and cut off some of those rotations. It can be a very difficult angle to play on the Astro window. Not an easy angle to directly challenge onto. You're often dealing with players that have got C4s inside of Astronomy or behind the desk. And as such, O'Kills is just going to take his time working that angle. Shaiko could look for some aggression here, though. He's got himself deep into the window. Ooh. Great shot from Shaiko. Barely got fully ADS before he rips off the head.
Beautiful trace from Shaiko, too. You could see it there. Had perfect prediction of the movement from that Falcons player, so Koto is not even going to know what hit him. As the second he peeks out against it, he swung down to the ground via headshot. The Falcons now with the deficit, they'll have to make up for it. J-Lad going to try to chuck a nade in, see if meet with anything just to take out some utility, I do believe, though. Waiting out on the other side of the hop in here for the connector. Away from that, it's actually going to be a bit open for the taking if he'd like to go for it here, but would have to watch out for the crossfire from Bride and a few of the other players if he wanted to venture further past that window's opening. You can see MIBR.CEST still clearing things out over here towards the library portion of the first floor, and oh no, that's way too bold of a play here from O'Kills. Tries to go directly for the hop-in on walk-in. Shaiko more than ready for that challenge, shuts down a second member of the Falcons roster now, leaving it up to JLad, Mad Skills, and Joker.
Shaiko is making it look easy to keep control of Master Bedroom there. He's picked himself up 2 great kills. Mad Skills going to get himself into the low, into the kitchen, gets a glimpse there. Shaiko does eventually get shut down up on that top floor, but Mad Skills knows there's someone inside of kitchen with him and is instead just going to hightail it straight up these astronomy stairs and collect himself another. Falcons, they've got themselves into the 2 versus 2, but it doesn't look like Mad Skills knows, it doesn't matter. Still gets the shutdown onto a Lems. Rafal now trying to come up these Astro stairs. Mad Skills super low, only 1 shot would be required to shut him down. Gets a glimpse of Joker as he crosses on through, locked into the 1 versus 1 here. Rafal, how much info have you got? Do you know where Mad Skills is? Gets caught in the Gumai momentarily. Does still have a couple of nades to play with here. Could look to try and nade out through into Trophy, but doesn't want to get caught with a nade in his hand. Pre-fires out, does have the diffuser in pocket and 20 seconds to play with. Both players very low here. Dicey time. Mad Skills still convinced that the player is inside of Astronomy, as instead going to go for the rotation. Rafal patiently waiting there, just inside a Wolf.
Struggle for Falcons as they were so close to closing it out. Certainly going to be a momentum breaker for them, but either way, BDS will be happy to take that one. Definitely got a little bit scrappy towards the end of it. You can even see our player from the Falcons that had decided to move up through Astro stairs and continue to clear things out. Had a flank set out against him. That was the last player alive for BDS as well, but just unable to catch up with the pacing here of the push coming in from the Falcons. And as a result, sent us in that very dodgy scenario that BDS never really should have ended up in, considering the 2 opening kills that Shaiko got for free while holding on the inside of the 2 master rooms. Either way, though, it ties us up at 1-1. BDS now going to look to try and take the lead as they'll go for their second defense of AVG.
It's hard to tell what went wrong last time when BDS defended Aviator in games, because the main stairs had all the utility you would need to hold it, but somehow the Falcons just brute forced their way up. I mean, even the Gon 6 got caught in a Wamai magnet, and the Banshee had to be shot out anyway. There was barbed wire there that was slowing down the players. It wasn't a very smooth take of the main stairs from Falcons, but somehow they managed to make it work. It was in part due to the pressure that they had inside of Study at the same time, and kind of the passive nature from BDS in the way that they were really trying to keep hold of it. They weren't necessarily playing their life on those main stairs. BDS can come up with a more solid hold and really start to waste a little bit more time and have a bit more of a utility exchange on there. They might be able to keep Falcons at bay.
For me, it was the one-sided nature of how Falcons were able to not only clear out the stairs position, which I agree with you on that. Should have been able to see BDS hold that for a much longer period of time at a minimum, but once they get past that point, I don't even believe they had to actually take a member of BDS down to get to that part of the round. We see them get full access to Bookcase, chain it together into 2 frags from there, and at that point, the floodgates are opened as there's no further defense inside of the bar position, so Falcons just have a straight-up cutoff for the rest of the defense at that point, and are able to take much swifter control throughout the rest of that round. JLad already inserting himself to the back of Astro, will take control inside of Trophy. And he's going to look to try and start wrapping over towards that 90 angle, where we did have defense put up from BDS last time, specifically a Lems, if memory serves me correctly, venturing towards this part of the map. Yellow ping will go on to a player, but it's not the one that JLad's going to be hunting for here. His target a bit more to the left. He knows it's there too, but a bit too far down the staircase, and they're actually going to trade each other. Shaiko and JLad both go down. It's an even exchange to send us into a 4v4 at the beginning of this round.
Not a bad start from your Ash player. Crouch walking their way into the map. Did die with 2 Claymores in pocket. I was surprised to not see him place one of those at the top of Astro for the risk of a flank later on into the round, but BDS aren't really being given that amount of space to roam with. O'Kills is going to be prowling underneath. Got a couple of yellow pings to work with, and this is about the time in the round where we do start to see these nades come through. That one won't land onto anything, but the fact that there was a yellow ping there leads me to believe there would have been some sort of utility to be removed in that spot. O'Kill's still with a frag grenade left. Joker 2 in pocket as well. Rafal going to be making a rotation in through living room right now. It's going to be a player on the rappel on that 90 window, but could just look to try and make a rotation up these main stairs, but needs to be cautious. Nearly got caught out there by the player on that main door. Rafal really getting himself into a tricky spot here. Alems is able to assist though, picking one up onto Joker as Okills comes around with the swing. A messy gunfight will ensue as Okills is put down to one shot. Is credited with the kill onto Rafal, but at a great cost.
Yeah, Okills going to be forced back as a result of that. Good news is, not for the lack of anything to do, though. He's got the yellow ping, and he's going to sink a beautiful up-nade here against Renshiro, setting up the Falcons for what should be a straightforward closeout now via trades. They're going to have to be a little bit careful because of the lower HP sitting on Okills. But still, bringing it down to a 3 versus 2 here should give the team all the aggressive capability they need to swing in. Kotos gets the intel on Alem's position. He won't be able to maintain it as a result of that falling back. They do have the Kona stations deep inside of Bar, but they're relatively exposed. Nicely played by Alems, gets one, nearly goes for a second one, but Mad Skills as well gonna be taken down, and Alems to chain together that final frag. BDS get it done in the 2v3, and they pick up the round instead now to take the lead at 2-1.
Alems is unflappable. There is nothing that phases this guy. He's in such a bad situation. All he's got to work with is the door inside of Vault. Still able to pick up 2 kills, gives the space to Brede to land a perfect Toxic Babe canister to shut down the player that was attempting the plants as well. Very patient round from BDS, just saying, look, you're going to play into us here, and there are no two ways about it. Much more successful hold there for BDS inside of Aviator and Games. It's going to give them a lead, albeit a narrow one here on Villa. But it's going to force them into a third site rotation, which will be downstairs into the kitchen.
Yes, finally going to be forced onto one of their lower sites. Oftentimes where things start to struggle a little bit for the defense because they're forced into extending themselves much more aggressively towards the second floor to be able to waste out time. We've, of course, seen the sledge play previously from the Falcons, and it would be the most useful here, be able to open up those top downs. So, of course, we'll see it replicated. It's just going to be changed up who it's on specifically, as we'll see J-Lad have to play over towards it. I believe we did have Mad Skills taking the mantle for this operator a little bit earlier on inside of these rounds here. So important job for him. The rest of the squad that will proceed as normally. The focus to initially clear things out near Master, as well as that additional extension, but okay, Okill's just gonna leap right into the fray himself, catches a very adventurous Renshiro over on the cross, and as a result, the Falcons strike first again here in round number 4.
It's a horrible angle to die from if someone hops up onto that small garage-like building outside, gets on the roof. It's a great line of sight. A little pre-fire is all it takes to catch somebody off guard. Renshiro not having the best game so far, 0-4, really struggling with timing as well. And it's going to open the floodgates really for the Falcons to confirm this top floor clear, because they do have an advantage in it now, and the Magnets haven't had time to regenerate over time. So Renshiro is likely going to have only 2 out on the map. Nice pickup in this round from Falcons as well is going to be the IQ. Obviously, we do have a Pulse being played. Rafal has opted to bring Pulse, and IQ and Pulse, well, it is a perfect combination. If you are an attacker, you get a nice little heads up as to where said Pulse is playing. Alems coming under pressure now, so much so that he is going to drop off as well, and look to maybe rely a little bit more on these Nitro cells. Brede picking one up over onto Mad Skills. You can only think that that was from some good information exchange from Rafal.
Things are brought once again to an even keel. Priority here for the Falcons is going to be on the intel game. Oh, Kotos getting that lucky spot of one of the members of BDS sitting on their phones. They'll be able to spot them as a result of that. In fact, it's probably the Pulse now sitting down below. This is going to be an intense battle here, as of course the defense will want to be able to play out with that info. Rafal, though, able to give his teammates the winning bit of it, as they're going to be able to take down J-Lad, removing the sledge from play before he can really make the majority of these openings that he would like to. Thankfully, here on the OQ, they do have a backup policy with these breaching charges. They'll at least be able to try and hunt out a few more of these guys with that avenue being opened up, but so far no success on the top downs from the Falcons. That's going to leave Joker as well as Okills wondering what to do from the outside, and well, patience is being a virtue here for Okills as he shuts down Alems when he gets a bit too adventurous crawling forward. Some utility to be taken care of, so the nade will roll out there to knock that out. And now we'll see the Gemini go in to get a better picture of what the rest of the interior site defense looks like.
Not an easy execute to pull off in the 3 versus 3. No C4s remaining for BDS. Rafal can jump in the scanner to see if he can find out where this push is coming from, but he's going to have the gun in his hand instead. Grabbing one onto Okills. Kotos battles back, but he's in the 1 versus 2. 25 seconds left to go. Going to hit the drop and look to make his entry in through tarps. Doesn't seem to be working off too much information here. He's not that confident on which way he ought to be going. BDS, they are going to be playing things very close to their chest here. The Banshee going to give the game away as he looks to try and pre-fire on into the site. 9 seconds to go, and he needs to try and line these 2 kills up if he's hoping to come away with the round. But the time is likely going to tick out here, but not before Shaiko can pad those stats with another one.
Excellently played here. Some consistency starting to show up, especially on the defensive end of it now from BDS, as they're not making those same mistakes we saw earlier on, able to solidify themselves much better. And at least when they are losing players, the ones you'd expect to lose on the extended game, able to pull them back a bit more prominently into the site and survive into that site fight. We see, of course, a few trades still coming out from the Falcons, but not nearly enough for them to be able to leverage victory. So BDS going to start to take a bit more of a commanding lead inside of this map. 3-1 so far over the Falcons. Looking to take that a few steps further as well. Might be a good time to see the Falcons take a pause as well if they wanted to go for it, but still some room for them to try and stretch out a few more rounds as well. We'll have to see if they decided to make that decision here.
It's worth noting that round was essentially 4 versus 5 as well for BDS. They did a great job of holding on and not letting that first opening pick get to them too much. It didn't seem to affect their plan in too many ways of how they wanted to try and hold things. They really relied quite heavily on the pulse and that ability to gain information on the heartbeat scanner. And the IQ counter pick, while it worked to a degree, you got an idea as where the pulse was playing, it didn't result in a kill. It didn't result in anyone really shutting down anybody inside of the site. Not really working out as planned for the Falcons. I can only assume we are in a technical pause here.
Yeah, definitely.
I imagine that it's going to be the Falcons that have taken it just to give themselves 45 seconds to really discuss how they want to move forward on this last round of the attack. And of course, how they want to then translate that onto the defense here on Villa.
At the tail end of it, though, so we'll head back into the game now, where it's going to be another upstairs defense as BDS has unlocked this site for play. Mind you, of course, if you weren't here for the earlier rounds, they managed to win trophy first, then went for a second try onto AVG. So that's why you're going to see them go into this site first on the rerun as well. We'll also be able to venture back towards AVG, of course, should Falcons have a winning strategy to course correct for this upcoming round. We are going to see a few small changes come into the lineup to make things a bit easier for them, most notably the Nomad coming out for Kotos to try to watch out for the more adventurous members of BDS that have been creeping up on these Falcons clears every once in a while. Aside from that, though, everything is going to show itself in the way that we've seen it previously, most notably their mad skills back on the Maverick as well, to try to take out some of these master walls, if that is going to be the avenue that the Falcons will use to push into the site.
Lem's had a little bit quieter time of things so far. Sitting at 4-3 right now. We've not seen him go for the outlandish roam games that we've seen him do in previous matches. Really playing things a little bit more conservatively here, especially on Villa. But still keeping himself out there as a threat to be countered with. Something that Falcons really struggled to do last time they attacked into Statuary was really take any meaningful control of Master Bedroom. Shaiko ruled the roost in this spot. Shaiko isn't going to be playing here now, and as such, Falcons are going to be having a much more concise effort to take immediate control here, inserting O-kills quite early on into the round. Drone just working ahead of him there as well, seeing if they can give any information across to him. But at least if he's able to just keep an eye on that door, they can look to try and hold this spot. There is the small matter of the Electroclaw that will need to be dealt with. Now, that could either be done by a grenade underneath, which would probably be the most favorable method at this point, especially seeing as the amount of nades Falcons have brought.
Falcons, though, taking a nice, slow approach to this one, not wanting to repeat the same mistakes that have been made earlier on these clears. O-kills, of course, with his positioning on the top of the master bed itself. Waiting to see if we'll get any sort of aggressive swing from BDS, but you guys at home can tell from the silhouette, it's not going to be a whole lot moving out from BDS inside of that area. They remain nice, cool, calm, and collected. Even there, we see a potential swing come out, but not a full commitment from Shaiko or anyone else on this squad. Shaiko got a little unlucky there with that damage, but he is able to avoid the most of it. Although the intel comes out for the Falcons, they'll know that a player is going to be locked in the statuary corner, but it's the long-term game here for the Falcons. No way to easily open up this wall. They're going to need to get nades over the top to be able to take out the Electroclaws here. But so far, Bride just striking true against Kota's Joker, though, able to make up for that as he's allowed to go to the very edge of the Master Bath entry. He picks up the trade against Red Shiro.
Breedier's got a difficult job here keeping control of Astro, and he's likely not going to be able to do it. Joker's going to push himself down, but get taken out by Rafal. The SMG-11 there, superior at close range, and Breeder with the swing just to keep his buddy safe. Mad Skills, he's going to take Shaiko down as O'Kills pushes on into the site, but it is for the most part going to be unsuccessful as he is immediately downed. Everything now resting on Mad Skills' shoulders. BDS still occupying the area inside of Astro as Mad Skills crouches forward, looking maybe to pick himself up a cheap kill. 20 seconds left isn't a great deal of time to be playing with. The diffuser, of course, cold on the ground. BDS know this, and they are going to guard it with their lives. Last second revive as kills are going to be the order of the day here to get this round done. 7 seconds left on the clock, immediately getting stuck into the goo mine. That's the audio cue that Breeder needs for his third on the round. Rafal picking up the last. We've not seen many rounds go out on time. These players are thirsting for those final kills.
Definitely the case, and it's in large part due to the composure we see from BDS inside of that round. We have seen it time and time again, both inside of this map and back on Bank, that they want to be aggressive, they want to try and challenge out the members of Falcons early on, but that hasn't necessarily been the winning formula here on this map. So this time, they take a nice patient hold, especially after the first kill is claimed for themselves. Let Falcons make all the mistakes because we have all the territory, and Falcons are really only relying on those 1 to 2 pushing angles and rarely getting the kind of prep control they need to be able to swing themselves into the site, so BDS can rely on their interior site positioning to get them a lot of kills, and that's exactly how they're able to negotiate such a one-sided hold for themselves as we come down to those final seconds of play.
Could be about to see a 5-1 here on Villa. That would be very, very damning for the Falcons, given that this is their map. This is a map that we know them to be very comfortable on. We've seen them play fantastically on this map already inside of Gamers8. Desperately struggling for a round. BDS only let one slip so far. It was a hold of Aviator in Games Room.
5 seconds to go.
But as we commented on at the time, it was kind of uncharacteristic, and BDS have proved that to be the point, given the fact that they haven't lost since going back here. Shaiko, maybe feeling himself, could be about to go for something a little bit more aggressive. Oftentimes, a nice nitro cell over the balcony will do the job, but seeing he's got the impacts in hand, he's instead just looking for a cheap kill. Unlucky.
The one part of the barricade that he didn't punch out there, unfortunately, is going to be the exact position that Joker repels up towards. So Shaiko just sitting there with question marks hovering over his head, unfortunately, as the unlucky physics just did not play out into his favor to be able to spot that play coming back up. Nicely found, of course, from the Falcons, though. Look at that first kill for free, capitalizing on that little bit of aggression from BDS, trying to take the needle a bit more towards the aggro side for this round, and immediately going to be forced to pay the price for it.
BDS have won rounds 4 versus 5 already on Villa, but it's never ideal if that's the way that you're going to be starting things out, especially on Aviator and Games, given that there are just so many important places that you need to try and keep a hold of. And with Flores being brought this time, those Rotero drones are going to make short work of a lot of the utility that has been brought. There's no mute on the side of BDS to really counter that play, and as such, a lot of that barbed wire, a lot of those deployables, and of course the Malusi Banshees are going to be made very short work of. Lem's still playing on that main stair area. BDS, for the meantime, fairly well spread out. They've suffered greatly at the hands of vertical nades as well, as Falcons in and around the midpoint will get themselves in below and look to make good on that drone information that they can gather. This time, though, as we can see from the silhouettes, there's going to be no Falcons players underneath. Instead, they're going for quite a horizontal push.
Joker ready to start moving himself forward. Has reached the threshold of death's door. This is always where that execute halts. You need that secondary angle to push in, whether it's going to be support coming in from Study. More than likely not going to see that happening to too strong of a degree here for the Falcons. They just don't have the player presence in that portion of the map. We could still see some action build up over towards 90 to build up with JLAD and try to pinch things out over towards the bar door. And that may end up being the intention here, as we can already see O'Kill's position towards that. He's going to try to position himself right up on top of this hatch in case things get a bit dodgy. And he'll actually drop down, too. Wants to see if any of these vertical angles will yield visuals against the members of BDS. And he nearly is able to get it. You can see glimpses of one of the players sitting above. This yellow ping, unfortunately, going to be way off mark. So not going to be able to spot much from that. 0 damage done to the players on BDS here. And Joker also taking a lot of heat. Thankfully, Adrenal Surge is still in play for the Falcons, so they can boost his HP up to a little bit more of a workable point.
It's looking like a single doorway push here, as Falcons haven't really got too many options to get through these reinforced walls. Rafal kicks off things for BDS with a kill onto J-Lad. The plant was being attempted briefly, but it's immediately stopped. Madskill's pushing his way in, will be the next player to fall down, as well as Kotos is going to try and lock in that plant, but he's likely going to be the only player standing. A desperate pre-fire there from Bride sees the job done as BDS let Falcons in and then lock them out.
And once again, it's that interior site defense not giving an inch over towards the Falcons here. So composed, not making any mistakes. And as a result of that, the Falcons are just left constantly guessing. For 2 rounds in a row now, this is, guys, how do we get in here? How do we rush past this setup without immediately losing half of our lineup? That's the problem that they're currently going up against. And unfortunately, they just have not had a solution for that for the past 2 rounds. The early clear, the roam clear, that much is fine. But getting into the site is a real problem right now for the Falcons. The good news is, though, the attacking side is over. They can flip it over to the defense and focus more so on this side, but now down 1-5, quite obviously, as you can see it on your screen. They'll have to be nearly perfect on this attacking side, or this defensive side, excuse me, to be able to bring things back under their own control.
You can hear the crowd getting behind the local side now, as well as the Let's Go Falcons chant rings out through the stadium. They're going to need plenty of that if they hope to get 4 rounds in a row here and level things up with BDS. BDS only 2 rounds away from taking this second map in the series, and at that point things start to look pretty desperate indeed for the Falcons. They'll no longer be able to make any mistakes inside of this best of 5.
5 seconds left.
It's going to have to be a fairly squeaky clean defense on Villa. The first round, as always, will set that pace. BDS have the comfort of a 4-round buffer. And for them, the pressure, realistically, is off right now. They don't have that pressure leaning down onto them. Lem's going to be rocking the Jackal this time, seeing if he can get a handle on some of this roam game that they're expecting from the Falcons. They roamed very heavily on Bank, and it makes sense that you would expect them to roam quite heavily here on Villa as well, already getting themselves established inside of Master as they look to try and take control of this side of the map.
It's going quite quiet here, but it's going to get loud pretty quickly, as I mentioned that. Shaiko letting a winning nade, getting some revenge for his death earlier on, playing in this very same position, takes out a Joker. At the same time, Lems is also lost elsewhere on the map. E1D charge going to move in. Not going to see any huge movement from BDS to correspond to it, however, so Madskill's still ready to try and strike back against this entry that had moved in from Shaiko and a few of the other members of BDS, but their priorities are elsewhere. Definitely wanting to try and move themselves over towards trophy side with the way they're lining up their players right now. They may very well be able to do it. You can see how much pressure has been forced off here from the players on Falcons. Madskills may have his first challenge in just a moment. He's got the CZ out to take it as well. Beautifully played. Knocks out Shaiko. Gets revenge against him. And oh, what a refrag to go right back into that same angle. Clips the head off of Bride as well. And leaves BDS. Oh, Madskills with another one to take home too. Renshiro also going to be left stunned as to just how his head was found there. But still, it's been done. And now Rafal, the only one left standing. He'll get the first kill needed, but 3 more still need to be claimed.
Minute and 10 left for Rafal to try and get this done. Not a great amount of utility at his disposal. Okil's prone underneath the Kiba barricade. It was always going to be a difficult one for Rafal to challenge onto. Madskills, coach, by the way. That's not the first time tonight that we've seen him pick up multi-kills either. He's making a little bit of a name for himself on the defense, whether it be Legion or Vigil. He's lethal.
He's gonna have like the highest headshot percentage of any fill-in in history at this rate, because some of these shots we're seeing are just, look at this, absolutely insane. And then one more as well. This whole team can do this though. We've seen multiple members of the Falcons going for these tiny little lean peaks where they lean out, go for the one shot, and then quickly unlean. We see that out of quite a few of the other members on this roster, and it's been a really successful tactic for the Falcons over the course of the series they played at this tournament.
It's in contrast to what we used to seeing as well. We're used to seeing just players mag dump angles. Like, if you're not pre-firing an angle and dumping half a clip into it, what are you doing with yourself? But these guys just love going for these little flashy one-taps, and it often works out for them. Falcons, they've grabbed the first round of many that they need if they want to try and lock things up here with BDS. 3 rounds behind now and already forced into their site rotation. Kotos? Hopefully not going to go for anything too aggressive here, as we saw exactly what happened to Shaiko when he attempted the same. He's going to go for the little cheeky run out though. It's not one that exposes you too much. You just a little hop out, hop back in. Maybe go for the nitro cell over the top as well, just for good measure. The drones are already working ahead here for BDS.
Fakes out at least one of the frag grenades from the Falcons, and look over towards them. They didn't necessarily bring a whole lot to the party this time. Still down to only just 2 remaining for themselves. So actually, I'll correct myself. I believe that was an impact I heard go off, not a frag grenade. So never mind. As we see J-Lad just opening up a bit more of an angle to play into on the top downs there from the interior of that bedroom angle. Renshiro and some of the other members of BDS now going to get themselves into position to start fending off this pressure from the Falcons on the interior of Master as well. Have to be very careful about the pushes. At minimum, what that opening run out is going to do is make BDS second guess themselves for this opening clear. They know that Kotos or someone else from the Falcons is going to want to try and venture forward aggressively here. They just don't know exactly where it's going to come from. The drone, I believe, just spotted Kotos, though, so they'll have that assurance now. We'll probably have the confidence to at least move into walk-in. You know, their sights to be chained together after that as well. Now that O'Kills is going to be isolated here, he should still have a Keyber to re-block that window off, though, if he wants to continue to hold this angle quite aggressively.
Lem's taking a good amount of damage there as he does get juiced back up somewhat. EMP goes out just to nullify any electronics as a Lion Scan comes through as well. O'Kills just playing at the bottom of Astronomy Stairs. Kotos needs to be cautious. There's a lot of angles open here for BDS to work with. And Nade going to get caught there by the Wamai. He has got an angle now to work with through this reinforced wall. It's going to take a little bit of damage though as the hopping comes through. It's going to be successful from Kotos, shutting Renshiro down. Lion Scan or not, Renshiro will fall. And that's going to be the first kill coming in at around the minute 15 mark. So quite a slow round considering the pressure that BDS have applied straight from the off.
O'Kills with the winning angle to try and fend off the pressure through the breach that was made by these defenders as well to the left side of that triple wall leading into Master. O'Kills, though, tries to be patient on it, but also having to watch out for some pressure. Might work its way in from Astro. He's got Joker to pay attention to that, but he can only watch one of these angles at a time, too. It's a little bit of a tricky hold here for the Falcons, as they're only the third player in this position to do so. That shot, I believe, actually tapping one onto Rafael just slightly there, but fall back and see if that ends up being true. They'll block up a bit more of that rotation from Astro, but Shaiko is going to be able to catch O'Kills instead. That angle works just as well for the attackers as it does for the defenders, and this time BDS excel at evening things out. And oh, the timing for Joker. I think he went to look to his left. That'll lead to his death. Shaiko chaining multiple together now as well, leaving J-Lad on his own inside of the 1v3. Won't be able to contend against the pressure as one more is claimed from Shaiko. He's quickly going for that kill bounty here. We'll have to keep tabs on if he's going to be able to actually catch up to the current leader, which is O'Kills on the side of the Falcons.
If Shaiko keeps getting 4 kills around, he's not going to be far off. Such a dangerous player, especially on Finker. I mean, the Finker LMG makes a lot of people look good, but Shaiko uses it just so well. He gets himself in great positions to pick up multiple kills. That's exactly what we saw in that round. Map point for BDS on Villa. Set to be a much shorter affair than what we saw on Bank going to all available rounds. Falcons really run out of steam. Didn't have a very successful attacking phase, and as such, can't afford to make many mistakes on this defensive side. Now, Falcons too managed to gain 1 round on that attack, but BDS really didn't look too pushed inside of that last round. They were very happy to play patiently and to let Falcons make the mistakes and force the error.
That's kind of been the critical thing that I think BDS has realized ever since we got towards round 2 or 3 of this map, is that if they play things slowly, more composed, more than likely Falcons are going to make those mistakes. They are going to try and go for those aggressive peaks, like we're going to see again here from Kotos, just trying his luck about it. Like you said, this doesn't expose him too much, unless someone actually tried to peek the very same angle that he was firing at, which we'd hope he'd have a good chance of at least winning that fight there. So nothing too much lost here with that run out, but still, once again, evidence towards the fact of what BDS is playing into here. They know that Falcons are eventually going to try to make a move somewhere on the map. As long as they're set up appropriately to counter it, they should be able to use that as an opportunity to get a kill or two to push the advantage into their own corner here. And that's been the winning strategy for the past 5 or 6 rounds now, and has obviously thrusted BDS into a very powerful position here on Villa.
Mad Skills there, going to be gifted an opener onto Shaiko. Just trying to make a sneaky entrance in through the basement. It's a very underused area of Villa. I'm not sure if he got caught out in a drone or just caught getting himself into the map, but regardless, it's going to be a kill that goes over to the Falcons. A good opener here to get, especially when Shaiko has that potential to pick up those multi-kills and is often a big reason as to why BDS's executes work in those dying few seconds. It puts a bit more pressure onto everybody else as well, and the loss of the Adrenal Surge and those couple of nades is going to be felt for sure. It's going to leave a lot for Lems to do with the 2 nades that he has left remaining. He drops the Gemini clone, just hopping in and seeing if he can get a bit of a better view of how the land lies. Madskill's going to be playing things quite tight on the window, knows that the Gemini was just thrown in, and picks up a great shot over onto a Lems. Another headshot for him as well.
Clear save before the accuracy for Madskill specifically, but also for quite a few of the other members here on Falcons, looking second to none inside of this tournament at the moment here. BDS certainly going to be a little bit scared about how to proceed from this point forward, as finally the slow play has come back to bite them. Falcons are finally able to line up some of this early aggression with some success for themselves. It's been evading them the past 2 rounds. Kairos are in, but I think quite a few of them are going to be lost and shut out quite quickly. So not going to get the opening that they would like to have in the long run here. They're going to need to look for another avenue to move themselves in, as you can also see quite a bit of a defensive setup for the Falcons position over here. But even when we see Renshiro try to open up new territory further towards the red stairs, he's immediately fended off by another player from the Falcons. Has been pushed out. Joker in this area now going to feel the safety to move even further out from that position. Bride still looking for this player as well, and meanwhile he's on the opposite side of the map. BDS, unfortunately, for this round at least, have just lost the plot entirely. I'm not sure how they're going to be able to try and postulate this push. With only 20 seconds to go, at least they catch Joker at the tail end of things here. A second to be found from Breedis. Maybe it's not over just yet, but Breedis will now be left alone on an island. And Kotos will quickly exchange him out for the Falcons to claim a 3rd round.
That push from BDS seemed to fall the moment that Shaiko was lost. And that signifies a little bit of a problem if you are relying on a talisman player like that. And I'm not necessarily suggesting that BDS rely on Shaiko, but he is a big part of these attacking pushes. And when he falls early and whatever initial plan was set then cannot be executed, and you see a couple of solo challenges, Lems did suffer some quite unfortunate timing, and Madskills couldn't put a foot wrong. He picked up 3 on the roam, and he was here, there, and everywhere. Falcons doing exactly what they need to stay in this. BDS still on a match point though. 3 rounds for Falcons in a row now would see them take this to an overtime. But how many times can they fend off that match point from BDS?
It needs to be 3 in a row from this point forward. Consistency needs to be found here. BDS indeed still looking for the closeout on themselves, not able to dictate where we go for it, and we are going to go to arguably one of the more difficult sites to try and breach as the attackers as well. Falcons back on the AVG hold, where they were able to pretty quickly lock things up here on the first round of the half, but the repeat. We're looking to get a 4th round. That'll be the first of 3 needed. No huge change-ups to the operator department here. Still going to be relying quite heavily on the Thunderbird to bolster their efforts on the interior of the site and act as a fallback for the extended players should they lose too much HP and need to fall back from their positions entirely.
Getting the crowd there, getting more and more hype as every round that Falcons win. They're going to need more of that if they hope to close things out here on Villa. Certainly have the support of the stadium. Is that going to be enough though? BDS going to be starting their campaign here, looking to gain a little bit of early information on that top floor. We do have Joker playing downstairs in library. Just have a C4 in hand. He isn't working off tons of info at the moment, just hearing barricades knock out here and there and looking to give it a cursory glance, see if there's any opportunity to be found. Conscious he could be getting droned and baited here, but Lems is going to be playing this one quite slowly indeed. Maybe looking for a little bit of a bait out of the window there as he is going to open up now. Renshiro kicking things off with an early nade kill onto J-Lab. Lems does get caught out by Joker. Joker played downstairs fantastically there. Didn't get baited into one window or another. Was very quick to react as soon as the second was bashed.
Renshiro positioning himself a little bit further back. Now going to get scared away from that mudroom hop-in. Not having the confidence to move forward with it, and without the team support as well, cannot justify going for that type of a play. So he'll group up with some of the other players clearing out Arch Studio and try to pinch things in closer towards Library. Need to focus up though to play into Study. There's that art studio push for himself, so we still have at least one element alive. Mad skills, and oh, this is arguably one of the most dangerous ones. Let's go to these operators with the 1.5 times, and I can't disagree with him with his headshot accuracy too. The top down, beautifully played, and is going to be able to knock out Renshiro, and here comes Mad skills to land what arguably could be the killing blow for this round. At the same time though, Rafal going to be able to bully his way forward. Could get a second kill by Death's Door, but no, Joker wins that fight instead, and Kontos closes out with one more. The Falcons refuse to die, but they still have 2 more rounds to go.
The Falcons are fighting here, chaining these rounds together, taking things one step at a time. So far it's working out for them. BDS, frustrated looks on the faces. Do still have a timeout, so could look to try and stop some of that momentum that the Falcons have gained over the course of the last couple of rounds and recompose themselves enough to get that one round that they need. But for BDS, the problem has really been in that opening. They've been very unsuccessful in that opening engagement. We saw Renshiro get a great nade kill there, but as soon as the Lems fell underneath, it was a solo challenge. There was no one there to trade off the back of it. It seems to be won and lost on that roam game because it's costing BDS quite a lot. And when those players from Falcons are then able to be successful on the roam and rotate themselves back upstairs, that's really when things start to become a little bit of a problem.
Starting from 5-1, BDS has certainly lost their edge to an extent, but thankfully plenty more opportunities still to close this out. 2, in fact, sit in front of them. And indeed, this is more than likely going to be their tactical pause they've taken here and now, icing out their opponents just a tad, but realistically needing to recenter themselves as well. Things have gone awry over the past few rounds. The strategies that were working previously, it's no longer the case, and these attacks are oftentimes leading into them losing far too much too early on, not even allowing them to make a bid for the site, let alone get the majority of their players into the building. The aggression from the Falcons is difficult to control when players like Mad Skills are allowed to constantly go off on their roam game. For the Falcons, though, finally reaching a point where maybe they'll have to stretch themselves a bit too thinly, as they too need to extend all the way down to the first floor now for their site hold. They'll select Kitchen for this one, so they need to lock this one in before being able to return upstairs to Trophy for what would be the final round to trigger a second consecutive overtime.
BDS know what they're going to be going up against here. They know they're going to be going downstairs to Kitchen. Not opting to bring a sledge. Instead, they're going to be relying on soft breach that they have in form of breaching pads. But Renshiro is going to be playing the Nomad, so we'll look to try and lock down some of those staircases and remove that ability to roam and rotate. Mad Skills. Been such a threat in the early part of the round. It's going to be no different here. Lems noticing that the window is open there into Study, not wanting to give himself up too easily. All this does is really slow down the attackers as well. When they're conscious that they're going to get spawn peaked, they're conscious of this early aggression, it can just sap away a little bit of that time. And as we know, time is so important on the attack. You've got to be very efficient with your time. And if it takes you an extra 20, 30 seconds to make your way to the building, it can be very damning indeed. The second round in a row, though, Renshiro is going to hit that opening kill, taking down O-Kills, successful on the Nomad.
Renshi with obviously a great start for him, and going to be able to resume pretty much immediate control over the upstairs hold and master. Oh, we have to wait and see though, as there's going to be a dash attempt from J-Lad to try and work his way past this 2-player hold at the pantry window. Only goes into a down state. The nade actually chucked down below too, so it's not going to finish off J-Lad. He'll surprisingly be allowed to be brought back up here, but right obviously at very low HP. We do not have the Thunderbird present for the Falcons either, so not going to be able to see that HP be brought back up at a later point in the round.
Lems hanging around the back Astro stairs. He's going to push himself straight into sight, as we've seen him do so many times, but immediately shut down. Kotos picks up 2. J-Lad onto Rafal, and Shaiko and Renshiro left to pick up the pieces. Shaiko in the middle of sight. Toxic Babe canister choking him out before he finds one. He's 1 versus 2. This will be 4 kills on the round if he's able to get it. He's locked into the 1 versus 1 with Mad Skills. Could look to try and get the plant down. Depends on how much information he's got available to him here. Sitting at around half HP. No C4 available for Mad Skills. Going to start the plant now. Could be a bait, could be a stick. Looks as though he's going to try and stick it. There must be some information here available for BDS, but it's not going to be enough. Mad Skills clutching out the round like it's nothing.
The coach showing up as the hero that is needed in the midst of the round yet again here as Mad Skills brings it back under the control, takes us to the final round of regulation, where once again we could be thrusted into overtime. Beautifully played by the Falcons here as they're able to come back from the brink. A 1-5 start on this half, now all the way up to 5-6. Still at a deficit though, so needs to pick up that one final round. And also a massive profit to Kotos once more as well. I said it back on map number 1, and we've seen it here once again inside of that last round here. This player continues to be a hero time and time again when situations look bleak. He's always able to multi-frag while under a tremendous amount of pressure, oftentimes in a fairly claustrophobic position on the interior on these sites as well, but still, he always is coming out on top with a multi-frag. Definite props going to him as well for saving that round for the Falcons.
Mad Skills is 16-8 right now. Going double positive, 16-8. That's absolutely nuts. Consider that Shaiko, someone we always talk about when we're talking about kills, is only on 12-9. Bride actually currently the kill leader for BDS as that hard support on 13-7. Has had a couple of exit frags, admittedly. But Mad Skills is really coming out there with some very impactful kills, particularly at the start of the round, and being there ready to clutch inside of the last one as well.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb.
BDS have had plenty of opportunities to close out this match point, but this will be their last opportunity before we are forced into an overtime. And they're going to be looking at that and going, guys, we really ought to have done this a little bit sooner. There has been plenty chance for BDS to shut Villa out and take us onto our third map. Only time will tell if this is going to finally be that round.
BDS indeed still need to try and lock in one more for themselves, and all of this comeback effort from the Falcons could ultimately be for naught, and that would be a massive momentum breaker for a team being able to get themselves to an international stage like this for the very first time. The home crowd here as well. Falcons certainly have to be pulling a greater part of their strength if they go down 0-2, coming so close to the comeback and only being denied on the final round. But we'll hold our breath to wait and see as Rafal goes huge at the beginning of this one, able to get a beautiful lineup against both J-Lad as well as Joker to bring things down to a 5v3 before we even cross the first minute threshold on this round.
It's a big start for BDS, and it is the start that they needed moving into what could be the last round here of Villa. Nice opening advantage there as well, removing the mute and the Wamai. Shaiko going to double down, taking Mad Skills down, but O-Kills is there for the trade. He's going to have to go pretty huge here inside of Master. He's going to get a couple of kills lined up for him as Lems and Bride both next to fall. Quick as a flash, we're leveled up 2 versus 2, and Falcons are straight back in this one.
O-Kills was such a bold play as well to push himself out into Master, considering the risk involved in it, but this is what's been bringing the Falcons back so many times when it seemed like the round had already been lost here. BDS now struggling for options as they're brought down to an even kill in a 2v2, not with the greatest amount of utility to execute into this site as well. No more nades to try and burn out any hard lock positions from the Falcons, only flashes built up between the two players. More than likely still with an E1D charge to use on Rafal, but more than likely these Falcons players going to be static in their positions, or certainly with the capability to be so once the charge goes in, so that won't trip them up. Obviously the Nomad charge is certainly going to be helping out, but the Falcons again strike true. It's Kotos with the Nitro Cell to shut down Rafal and end his rampage on this round. Everything now falls to Renshiro, who, to be honest, has been struggling a bit inside of this game too. 5-10 currently, but the first kill is found. Won't be able to find no kills though, so the Falcons do it again as they trigger OT for the second map in a row.
The Falcons are the team that are never down until they are out. This was an insurmountable task on Villa, picking up 4 rounds in a row, and they have done just exactly that. They have stemmed BDS off from converting that map point into a match point, and they now trigger an overtime. Falcons can be very happy with what they've been able to achieve here on Villa, because I'll be honest with you, the first half didn't look great. I was thinking this could be a very quick Villa indeed, and even up until this last round, you look at it and you think BDS have got to take this round. They had such a great advantage, they just did not account for O-Kills. O-Kills picked up a couple of really important frags, and you could arguably say that BDS handed it to them at some point. The all-important question here is who will get which side inside of the OT. Unfortunately for BDS, they get the attack.
So we're going to have to continue to struggle against the same types of attacks they've been failing to pull off here inside of regulation. are going to be going back to the AVG for the initial hold. For those guys who are unaware of the rules here for overtime in Siege, we mentioned this in map number 1, but we do not have unlimited overtime here, despite the fact it's a best-of-5 final. Just going to be the straight 3 rounds, so first to 8 will win it. And on top of that, of course, as usual, the sites that were previously locked for the Falcons, even though they're still staying on the defense, they are now going to be unlocked for play. So they'll be able to go back towards AVG and try to lock in another round for themselves here.
And if you're BDS, you're going into this round knowing that we've struggled on this site. You're going into this round knowing that it has not been an easy one to attack onto at all. Kotos?
Took him a few tries.
It's all about the placement. It is all about the placement with the Cade Electrical. If you can get one in an impossible spot, particularly behind a vault door, it's going to be pretty tricky to deal with. BDS likely not going to be able to deal with that one inside of this round at least. And it certainly will slow the progress whenever they get to that point in the round. For the meantime, they're going to be looking to take control of Master and work their way through this north side of the map.
To be real with you, that is a perfect Electric Claw too. It's going to be very, very difficult for BDS to even find that, let alone be able to successfully knock it out, as you've also got a fully hard wall sitting behind it. Will be completely inaccessible to the attackers. More than likely, all those sidewalls reinforced too. That would be the second best way to try and access it. Once again, if they could even find it, which I doubt that from a drone's POV. Ranchiro, though, setting himself up against 90 quite quickly, wants to punish any of this aggression that we get from the Falcons, as they've taken the opposite approach that BDS had on their defensive side. BDS wanting to stay cool, calm, and composed. Yeah, slightly relying on their extended game to maybe waste some time, and if they get lucky, pick up a kill or two at the beginning of the round. But the Falcons, even when they're pushed into a deficit, they're willing to risk it all in a bold play, and that's been what's saving them so many different times here. And it's caused so much fear and second guessing to be brought into BDS's attacking clears.
BDS looking to move quite quickly here as Shaiko pushes himself through, but it's straight into the gun of Mad Skills. That push wasn't bolstered by anybody else on the side of BDS, and as a result will just be a straight advantage to the Falcons. You could see BDS immediately scared to pushing off the back of it after they saw Shaiko's fate, and Kotar's going to shut a Lems down out there on the rappel once again, leaving BDS in a very difficult situation. Kotos is lining him up for free here as Rafal gets himself into a scuffle, but he too shall fall. Downed outside of Study, and with Brede the only line of attack left, it's going to be a flawless for the Falcons. They bring it all the way back and put themselves onto a map point.
The comeback is so close to its completion now. Remember, folks, 1-5 is the way we started this one out, and the Falcons have nearly brought it back in their own regard, risking potentially going down 0-2 in this series as well if they had not been able to do so. But now everything sits in their court. Just need to pick up that one final round, and they'll lock it in as once again BDS tries to go directly for the site play, but immediately are fended off by both JLad and Mad Skills. No immediate follow-up to try and make up the difference from BDS either. Didn't have an immediate plan B behind that rush in through Death's Door. So because Falcons had the Kona station, they got themselves boosted right back up to near full HP and were ready for another fight. So by the time BDS were ready to move in, Falcons were more than ready for the challenge and once again shut down the play. BDS have a little bit of a sigh of relief to play into, as obviously switching over to the defensive side of things, where it did look a bit more dominant for them earlier on in the match. But even so, that looming threat of the return to the attacking side after this round is still something they're going to have to contend with sooner rather than later.
You've got to ask as well, at what point does it start to affect the mental on BDS? They've been on that map point for so long now, and Falcons have just gone from strength to absolute strength. Sure, they've got a little bit more of a difficult side here on the attack. Falcons, as BDS did, struggled on the attack on Villa, but the momentum is certainly in their favor right now. If Falcons are able to sweep them out here, it's going to spell serious ramifications inside of the best of 5 as a whole. The next map, of course, being Oregon, which is absolutely guaranteed, and I don't know, I've got a feeling we might see all 5 tonight, Blue.
It's looking more and more likely if the Falcons continue to show us this comeback capability. BDS need to give us a bit of it as well, but the Falcons, zero respect being given here, especially by JLad as he moves himself directly towards the inside, already with positioning towards the lower landing of the red stairs too. Could make about quite quickly, but needs to build up the intel before he really tries to push himself into that. Even so, he's going to be down here on the lower level of those red stairs. If we see that member of BDS try to venture downwards, it's going to be Shaiko as well. Would set up the perfect fight here for JLad and some of the other players in the Falcons to get that opening kill yet again. Shaiko as well, being shut down quite heavily here, but this time he's going to excel, be able to take down JLad. pick up the first kill of the round for BDS.
It's exactly what BDS needed. They've really struggled in the opening engagement, and to keep Shaiko alive and to get him credited with the first kill is going to be huge here. Sledge is gone, 2 nades gone. All of that is only a good thing for BDS when they're looking to hold on to trophy and statuary here. Joker now looking to make his way into the party as he's getting himself in below. There are going to be players at the bottom of Astro. Looks as though he's aware of this though, as he's going to get a bit of a pre-fire out there. Meanwhile, Alems is going to be taken out off camera here as O'Kills has established himself inside of Astro. More firefights happening inside of Astro, but Bride just a step too far, I'm afraid. He loves playing inside of that position, just on the threshold of trophy. Still, Joker will pick up Renshiro below, but doesn't account for a second player. Almost gets caught with a nade in his hand there as he rotates over toward these east stairs. Hightails it out of there and keeps himself alive for the meantime. 3 versus 3.
Falcons keeping up with pace here despite the struggle they faced at the beginning of the round due to the loss. The push from J-Lad. Still going to be able to keep themselves in the fight, but for how much longer is the question. Shaiko, he's been reactivated now on the defensive side. He's immediately fragging out. Kotos has gone down. Mad Skills and Joker going to look to make up the difference. Another swing, this time from Bride, takes out Joker. It leaves Mad Skills alone here inside of the 1v3, trying to make the play, but just can't make it happen against that M590. It's all too easy of a closeout, and indeed, that final round, number 15, is triggered by BDS as we go the full distance for a second time.
It's not every day you get to see someone tank 3 shots of the shotgun. Plenty of opportunity there, but it was always going to be a tough round, especially with the way that it started out for Falcons. O'Kills gave it his best, but that bottom floor clear not being successful enough, and Shaiko absolutely everywhere on the map, really putting the steps in inside of that one. It does still bode quite ill for BDS, given that they have to go back onto the attack now, a side that they have struggled with, as have the Falcons here on Villa, but it will be the last round of play here for map number 2. Falcons going to be taking us into trophy and statuary, where they will make their final stand.
All comes down to this for the Falcons here. Back onto a site which they have been able to make great control over off the back of, again, some very unexpected aggression in areas like Master. A few of the other initial clear positions that BDS would like to take, areas like Mudroom and whatnot, which are usually quite easy for the attackers to walk right into on a round like this, have not been the case whatsoever. Falcons just have to close it down one more time to lock in the tie point on this series at 1-1. Joker going to be quite adventurous with his own positioning, but as we've seen before, very much off on an island. He'll have 0 team support. So if he gets peeked and goes down over here in his art studio in front lobby position, that'll be a clean kill for BDS. No trades will be seen for the foreseeable future.
There's a big question mark as to how BDS approach this, because they've tried a little bit of everything on Villa. They've tried rush rounds, they've tried slow push rounds, and nothing has really consistently worked out for them. They've brought the Lion. Of course, Lion can mean a multitude of things. It doesn't always mean a rush, but sometimes it signifies a bit of a go button. As soon as you get a nice little opening, that's when you're going to use the Lion scan and you're going to try and take a little bit more ground. Obviously, with the Nomad there as well, you're looking to cut off some of those rotations, although we haven't really seen the air jabs play a huge part in this game. Mad Skills tanks a nade and is left on basically 1 HP there. He has been often a big part of how successful these defensive rounds have been for the Falcons, getting himself in and around the map, really covering a lot of ground and shutting down any sort of early approach. At least for this time, we've seen that approach somewhat successful, as we're already about halfway through into the round and BDS is starting to get themselves established.
Joker ready for a challenge, doesn't know where it's going to come from though, and the drone now spotting him out here. Oh, thankfully, it's going to be a friendly drone. It's obviously with Mozzie in play for Mad Skills. Haven't actually seen him being able to steal one of those away and at least to use it just yet, but obviously a change of pace to that now for this round. Joker, though, a big risk, but it pays off for him. He's able to get rid of that Nomad charge and get himself out of dodge, but still, he'll lose one of his teammates to start this off. Shaiko gets the opening entry of the round. Another one going to be claimed for him as well. Joker not going to be able to maintain position, but he does trade out against Shaiko. We're following the rest of BDS, though, have won this trade and brought it all down to Kotos, but he also downs the case, so it's not secure just yet for BDS either. If Kotos can hold here, he might be the hero that sends the Falcons into a tie position. But he's going to have to maintain, backs up a bit, will give that case control over to the players from BDS. Starting to second guess about where the next peak will come from. He's right in the prediction, but missteps his footing, and that will lead to the end of the map. BDS lock it in instead and get the 2-0 advantage in the series.
I think the result that everybody was expecting, but a result that took a long time to come through. BDS successful on Villa, but it was not made easy for them by the Falcons. The Falcons coming back after an insurmountable round count deficit. They needed 4 rounds to force an overtime. They found it, but it wasn't quite enough.
Map number 2 is done. We have anywhere from 1 to 3 maps remaining. Let's go down to the desk to break things down and get us ready for the 3rd map coming up in just a bit.
Thank you very much, friends. Yes, we are back, and BDS yet again are taken to max OT on map 2 this time, and they're able to take it to, oh, I gotta say, could have gone either way, but then Shaiko and Bride happen, and that's kind of the story of it all. Welcome back to the desk. I'm Milosh. With me are Twister and Tristan. Twister, what went on in Villa?
What an insane match we had so far, Milosh. I'm impressed at the level that both of the teams showed on this match. They were so impressive and it was so fun to watch.
These are 2 like incredibly evenly matched teams, and as much as we can say Falcons are 2-0 down right now, backs against the wall, it's like, how much closer really could it have been? Like, can we be that critical about it when the round count right now is 16-14? Obviously, it's a shame that they can't see out the match, and maybe that's the experience of a player like Shaiko going in the first match, the very last round on the Finca gets a 4K. In this map, it gets a 3K in the very last round. He's just having moments that really define you as a player, and he's just popping off.
Well, you see some highlights here brought to you by STC, one of our many sponsors here at Aramco. You're one of our many at Gamers8, and I gotta say, you can take this entire game as a highlight. Everybody was popping off, but who was really doing the work aside from just kills? Because to have players that are able to frag or get big entries, you need supports that can give them the information to do so, right, Twister?
As we mentioned before, this match could be pretty even on this map specifically, Villa. But on this map, what we saw today, it was a very defended side. And once we talk about defense on BDS players, we are talking about Rafal and Breed. They were just insane, probably the responsibles of this result right now. And once we saw a bank like on Shaiko and LM's going nuke, this map was totally on Rafal and
Breed. Especially on the defense, and I completely agree with you. They kind of shut down any opportunity for plants. We only saw maybe, I think, 2 or 3 plants, was it? Something like that. It's, you know, they really managed to hold on to those sites. I think it's, you have to say it's a really good credit to those site players to not constantly die to divert nades like we've seen every other team do. I spoke about it in Falcons against Wild on the desk. Like the way that Falcons managed to just completely clear Kaneo off of the map after what he'd done on Chalet, Bride didn't let that happen to himself. He stayed alive in those moments, managed to clutch up rounds, play smart, play tight on the defense. And ultimately, that's just what did it for BDS.
But it's a big comeback then to go from, what, 6-1, 6-2, and then bring it back to overtime and then take it advantage in overtime into max OT, Twister. That's got to weigh heavily on Falcons.
It was a clash of different play styles that we saw here today. It was old school meta from BDS. It was a Zami totally new meta from Falcons. And this comeback, it just showed us how Falcons is prepared to take this title. They can go for the 5 map, and right now they just showed us with 2 maps that we had 8-7. So. Anything can happen.
It doesn't get any tighter than this. It doesn't get any tighter. I don't know what better of a final that we could have asked for to see Siege played at this high of a level so consistently. Like, we're not seeing throws, we're not seeing teams lose 4v1s or anything like that. Every single round's coming down to the wire. It's good Siege, but again, we're not even seeing many rush rounds, to be completely honest with you. No. I think a couple that have come through. Yeah, both teams just playing strong, structured Siege, and you can see it in the scoreboard now. Just look how consistently these kills are showing up on both teams.
Yeah, you've got your scoreboard brought to you by STC. Of course, 8-7 overtime win for BDS. And genuinely, those look, at least if you're looking at both teams, very similar.
We can see both of the teams just leading the scoreboard. We saw Shaiko, Rafal, and Breed just leadership. This and mad skills going nuke on this map. I would say that probably if Falcons would be able to win this map, it would be totally on mad skills.
Yeah, I think, and it would have been deserved as well, to be honest. I don't think you could say either team really deserved to lose this map, is the shame about it. But yeah, they couldn't see it over the line.
Well, we have a special segment for everybody. I think we like to dig into strategies, but for that, we got Mr. Jack on the other side. So, Fresh, you got any produce on the other side?
I've just got a little round I wanted to highlight, Milosh. I could have highlighted quite a few rounds from Falcons, and it's actually going to be about the Falcons and their comeback that they did. Obviously, they were 6-2 down, got onto the defense. And realistically, the one thing that's really impressed me about this team as to why they're actually winning rounds and actually staying in these games is their grit, their determination, and their composure. So I'm just going to play this round out, and it's going to be basically 40 seconds of the round. And I want you to focus on the Kaid here. I want you to focus on Q and how he plays, because basically, he's been pushed from about 4 different angles, and he has that composure in the late round. You see, he just picked up a down but not out injured teammate, and the aggression is going to come in from LMs, from BDS, basically all at the same time. Now, when this happens, you have to hold your nerve. You have to have your nerve about you. He gets 1, he gets 2. He does end up getting traded out as this guy pushes into Kitchen, but he holds off sufficient time for his teammates to then get back and then be able to clutch back up on site. Obviously, Shaiko gets it down to 1v1, and if you remember rightly, Shaiko did end up losing the 1v1. But I just want to highlight, because multiple players on Falcons have this composure in the late round, and this is why even sometimes when they get strategically beat, they manage to stay in these rounds and they manage to win the rounds out.
Thank you very much, Jack. Got it all. That's the strategies and the composure from the Falcons to make it all happen. So, Malvis here at the desk, thank you very much for going through this day with us. We're not done yet. It's not best of 3, it's best of 5 for this series. We'll take a quick break and then come back for, who knows, maybe another max overtime map. See you in a bit. Welcome back, friends. We're 2-0 up for BDS in our best of 5 grand final. If you missed it, oh man, you really got to rewatch this. 8-7 overtime wins have been for BDS. Super close ones. It really could have been either way. But in the end, it doesn't matter because it's only the winner that gets to collect $400,000 at the end of it and our massive trophy sitting in the center of the stage. Welcome back. The Analyst Desk will help you out for map number 3. I'm Osamatic. Your hosts with me are Twister and Tristan, two professional coaches in the league, and they know their stuff. So how does Falcons reset and go into map 3, Twister?
To be pretty honest, right now we are just going back into the center of this story. If you remember well, we just had the first match between these two teams on the group stage. It was Oregon. And back there on that time, Falcons was so nervous that they just couldn't perform. So right now, what it will be? They will be nervous again. They will play what they had to play.
They're going to be ready this time. And the other thing as well is that they get to start on the defense this time. Yep. We saw last time on defense is where they picked up their 1 or 2 rounds that they got. On attack, they really struggled. They were just so slow, and you could just see that they weren't sure in themselves on how they wanted to play it. We're not going to get that this time. We know we're not going to get that this time because this is a team that looks confident. They're a team that know they're going head-to-head against one of EU's greatest ever teams, and that's fair to say. And I think, do they have the same stamina as BDS to go this far, though? To go 2 maps, both go to 15 rounds, it's not nice.
Yeah, that is the biggest question here, because it's one thing to take a loss, which is what Falcons did against BDS the first time they played against one another, but it's another when you actually recover and get to your true levels of skill in the grand final. And now this is what happens. This is setting aside some clips that have been circulating here and there. You know who you are. But setting up for this, how can it work for BDS for them to close it 3-0 in Oregon?
Just to be pretty clear, LMs was missing during this second map, so I just would say that probably on this match we will need to see that LMs from the last game yesterday. So he needs to show up, he needs to help his team, and he needs to got that kills on the flank watches.
Tristan, 3-0, yes, no?
I think so.
Twister?
Yeah.
All right, there it is. BDS takes it. We'll have to see once we get into the server. We've already been 8-7, 8-7, max OT on our first 2 maps, and maybe it'll be the third one. Hello, Blue and Ollie. I hope your verses are doing well. Those games are pretty long, aren't they?
Indeed, they have, and it's, I want to be real with you, probably pretty realistic that we can end up with another 15-rounder here. We're going to Oregon after all, as we've seen so many teams play into this map. We've seen all the sites be played out. You have to hope that both teams are maybe going to have something new to bring to bear to avoid that penultimate overtime, but we'll see if we get to that point, of course, as we're going to be going live with the third map in just a second. BDS are ready. The Falcons, I assume, are ready as well. And it's time, ladies and gentlemen, to see if it'll be the perfect 3-0 for Europe, or if MENA will have a little bit of bite to back up the bark as we get into our third map.
Oregon is where we are going to be going for our third map here. The desk, fairly resounding BDS fans, it seems, as they do believe that BDS are going to go the whole way here and now. But none of these games have been straightforward, Blue. We haven't seen BDS really be able to dominate too much. We've not seen them have, you know, fantastic round after round performances. Everything has been very scrappy, and everything has been very back and forth up until this point. 2 previous maps, both going to maximum overtime. Oregon is a map that we know to regularly go to an overtime as well. Looks like we're about to see the same bans coming out here, as the Falcons are going to lock in their final ban, their defender ban. Could be the Valkyrie, and if it is, that would mean 3 for 3, sorry, on the bans so far today. They are really making us wait for it, though. Maybe debating something a little bit different, but no, there it is. The Valkyrie will be removed, nullifying some of that prowess that we know Shaiko to show on that operator. But up until this point, it hasn't done Falcons any good. Bans or not, target bans or not, they've still not been able to pick up a map.
So an exact mirror of the scoreline yet again here, or the bans rather. We'll get ourselves into the first map, first round as well, to see if the Falcons can bring to bear that winning strategy that will absolutely be needed to keep them in this series, now requiring a reverse sweep to be able to bring themselves into that winning position and be able to lift the trophy in the middle of the stage. Otherwise, it'll be BDS to take it here all the way in 3-0 fashion. They'll be starting on the attacking side as well, where we have previously seen a good amount of success on this very map when they played in their series yesterday. For the Falcons, of course, we'll be wanting to bring that gargantuan strength out as well, and we'll be wanting to see that roam game come alive and well here from the very first round in the basement. So certainly going to be expecting some of it with the operator lineup. We have the Oryx making an appearance for J-Lad. And once again, we'll have a Joker going back onto the Legion with a few other elements adding into this as well. Mad Skill's still going to be playing very confidently on that Mozzie also to deny a bit of the intel game.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Now, we saw Oregon yesterday, Blue. And we saw an Oregon that made us question, had we shifted into an alternate universe? We saw an Oregon where defenders struggled to win downstairs. I'm not sure if we're going to see the same again here. BDS was certainly a part of that game as well. Liquid, and it was a bit of a weird one. We did see defenders struggle downstairs in the basement, a site that is usually held in high regard for the defending side here on Oregon. We'll have to see how BDS choose to approach this on the attack and if they are going to show the same prowess that they showed yesterday. Currently, heavy stack up inside of Blue Bunker. Looks as though Rafal's just waiting for that cue to call, as there is going to be a yellow ping out there looking to disable any electronics. The drones work ahead of him somewhat. Going to be able to call 90 as clear. The Shaiko gets ready to burst on through. We'll be able to dish out a little bit of damage initially, but the opening engagement is going to favor the Falcons, as the Lens is going to be the first to fall. Renshiro and Shaiko, though, back things up, as this pushing through Blue has, for the most part, been successful.
Very direct play from BDS. Once again, ignorant of the roam game upstairs, but with good reason behind that as well. J-Lad now going to try and fire some shots in for me, and he'll be taken down. Shaiko just going on a rampage here. 3 kills already claimed, all from this back pillar clear as well. Joker tries to stem the tides, but it's way too far gone. And a very one-sided, very direct round from BDS shows up to keep that attacker-sided Oregon flowing strong and true as they take control over the first round.
That's going to feel good if you are BDS. They struggled on the attack on Villa, and they have entirely flipped the script here on Oregon, storming their way through Bunker. A very minimal take for the most part. I don't really think we saw anybody entering through Meeting. We didn't see much attention to Tower. We didn't see any attention to Freezer or main stairs. It was a very direct approach through Bunker. But that just goes to show what can happen when you have that information and you are very well coordinated. Now, we are going to see Falcons attempt downstairs again here. Surely they've got to play with a bit more bunker strategy in mind, Blue. They can't keep going for these roams.
Certainly not the case, but at the same time, what else do the Falcons have in their pocket? They've relied on this style of play throughout the entire series, and in large part throughout this entire tournament as well. We've really yet to see a much more reserved style from the Falcons ever since really day one, so there'd be a huge callback to that if they finally try to center themselves into it. This round probably not going to be it, though. You see a very similar note brought out for all 5 players here. Definitely going to be a heavy on the roam game, as they bring an appropriate operator pool to do so. We'll see Joker extend himself over here towards the small tower to look for some early pickups. He'll get at least one member of BDS looking to clear that out, but unsure if either one of them are ever going to come to blows here. It's more than likely that member of BDS will move away from this and regroup with the rest of their team.
At least you'd hope so. Alems is going to get caught there, catch Joker out there on the drone, and it is going to force Joker just to back up somewhat. He does have the goo mines that he can play around with. A little bit of an early warning system there for him. Lem's going to turn his attention elsewhere as he looks to drone out inside of green. Rafal this time on the Monty, just in order to gain that ground again. Very successful push through Bunker last time was what you could credit BDS for the round with. Rafal going to be trying to be that spearhead again. With elbow fully reinforced though, it's going to take some sort of hard breach to get through that. We do have Bride on the Hibana. Alem successful on that roam clear, will be able to take out Mad Skills. That's a kill that he's very self-sufficiently got for himself. So we can now hear the breach start to open.
One kill struck true against Alems as he attempted to clear things out earlier on in the round, but at the same time, one back from BDS. Go against Mad Skills. Shaiko 2 for 2 on this same shot as well. Made that very same kill in the previous round here and strikes true yet again to be able to knock out Joker. Gonna take a little bit of that peppered shot back out against him here though, but really nothing to write home about. And can see here the Monty trying to set him up for success, just too difficult to work around with the kind of static movement parameters he'll get from tapping and letting go of the key. And he has to deal with another player from the Falcons positioned on the back stairs as well. Huge crunch coming in, but this could leave a window of opportunity open. You have two other members of BDS that could try to play into the side construction entrance, maybe even exit this, try to go back in through laundry also, but they're not taking that as an option, just going to try to brute force things here through construction. And the ignorance of the upstairs clears continue to slow them down. They'll catch one player moving across the site. Brine will be in position to watch out for that should that player try to go hyper-aggressive. And of course, Rafal has moved himself even further forward now to the very back corner of the pillar room, but still no sign of any realistic room for BDS to move themselves into the site just yet. They are held up ad infinitum until they can get this entry, but maybe an opportunity here. No, not gonna happen, and even worse, the case has been dropped in the middle of the site. Kills denies the play. He'll get adventurous, start to look for an opportunity to knock out the Montaigne. They'll actually trade positions too. Could end up being a little bit of a mistake here to an extent as it pushes the Falcons out of the site and allows for a plant to go down for BDS.
I'm not sure how BDS have gained site control there. We've literally just seen Falcons run away from site, a place that they had almost on lock, and now they are the attackers. They are looking to push through and break this hold, and Renshiro's going mental, picking himself up too. Shaiko a plant and a kill to close out the round. That was a damning rotation there made by the Falcons, really giving the round away to BDS.
Just an update with regards to our top kill bounty. We're giving away a $25,000 prize to the player with the most kills overall in the tournament. kills from the Falcons currently leads it, but Shaiko is behind him. At the beginning of this series, right around 28 kills of an advantage for kills. But at the same time, that has now shrunk. kills still ahead, but by only 16 kills now.
Doable is the word that springs to mind.
Might need more than this third map, though, is the problem.
He either needs a long third map, we need max OT here, or another map. Shaiko's already on 5-0. Kills has 1 kill, so that's +4 for Shaiko again. It really does depend on how Kills keeps pace, because he could just nullify a lot of the kills that Shaiko is able to get here. But already we've only seen 2 rounds, and Shaiko is on 2.5 kills per round. It's going to be very close when push comes to shove right at the end. We may have to go through and rewatch a few VODs just to make sure that nobody has missed one.
It's certainly a task for Shaiko to try and reach for here, but maybe just a little bit too much. So there, it all depends on how kills is able to keep pace more so than anything. We know that Shaiko has been consistent over the course of this series. Kills is another question. He's got a little bit more adventurous in this round. Going to take up the top position here in Small Tower. Wait to see if he can maybe strike impact. Won't be really met against any of the members from BDS, though, as they've committed to a pretty straightforward clear. They absolutely need to as well. Falcons have multiple players deployed into the upper big tower. They're going to be looking to try and waste as much time as possible with this hold.
We've seen BDS struggle with these big tower takes before as well. Mad Skills going to be throwing the kitchen sink at trying to keep hold of things here. Nades are going to start flying through. Smoke to cover the line of sight, as we're going to get an Ossa Shield placed down on the window as well. All in aid to give a little bit more security here to the attackers trying to push on through. But they're going to have to deal with Mad Skills at some point. He holds a very critical position here. You can't look to advance further in the tower without really taking him out. It all depends at what cost that comes at, whether it be multiple nades, lots of utility in terms of flashes, or even your life as an attacker to try and get that player further removed. A little bit of drone work going on at the back of rear stairs as well. Nothing really giving Mad Skills enough impetus to leave just yet. Open kill going to go on to Rafal, but Mad Skills is still going to be successful in getting the trade.
Falcons continuing to hold here. Surprising fashion considering the amount of pressure coming in from BDS, but that may finally start to change things up. Not only do they knock out Joker, obviously they'll be able to take down Mad Skills now with him already being down from the outer rappels also. The threat has been dealt with inside of the big tower, and now they need to focus up on the site clear itself. You can see J-Lad still in position here on this very tough corner. Knows he's going to be challenged sooner rather than later here, and unfortunately only having the carbine and trying to play it out, but still lines up at least one more shot against Shaiko. Elems, though, will be there for the immediate pickup. Now that leaves kills alone in the 1v3. reaching desperately for any type of clutch you might be able to get. That's a great start to it, taking down Renshiro. Won't be able to find anyone else in this avenue, though, and BDS, with full control over the rest of the map, just takes a confident stand on the inside of Kitchen. Should be able to get this plan out without too much of an issue. O-Kill's even worse, will lose about 20 HP, as he ends up impacting himself, going down through into meeting room here. Not going to be able to catch either of the players on their post-plant transition either. We'll have some intel onto the cafeteria player, but I'm not sure if he's aware of the one that's gone back up on top. Flash will full white his screen for at least 2 to 3 seconds. Still no one from BDS pushing in to knock him down just yet. They'll need to do so soon, but there's going to be a peek from him. O-Kills with one. We've already seen him do this before. Can he do it a second time? Ready to contend against the top that angle that's opened up from Alems. Tricks him off first. O-Kills, he's sticking this one though. Nope, off of it to try and take it, but Alems gets the better of it, and BDS sink in a third round.
It's going to feel pretty good for Alems in particular. Cast your mind back to map number 1 on Bank, and Rafal was in a very similar situation. Rafal and Alems, actually, if I recall correctly, and it was one that BDS ended up losing. So keeping control in the post plant hasn't been something that has always come so easily here to BDS inside of this series, but they get the job done regardless there inside of round number 3. 3 clean rounds here on Oregon to kick things off on their attack. But don't be fooled. We have seen scorelines that have avalanched one side to the other already in this series, but it is not over until that last round is played. So regardless of BDS's current advantage, you can't count the Falcons out.
Even just on map number 2, we saw that very same advantage nearly fall by the wayside for BDS, as they'd gone up 5-1 after the initial half closed down on Villa. And still was not able to take things in regulation. Need to go the full distance in overtime yet again to be able to close things down for themselves. So doubt BDS is going to be feeling too secure about their position just yet. We need a little bit more of a convincing run here. Now, if we end up 5-1 or 6-0 on the attacking side, maybe, just maybe, they'll have that extra confidence here. But even then, if they're recalling the game from yesterday, might want to put second thoughts on that, as they are indeed, I believe, taking a tactical pause from the Falcons now. Certainly an appropriate time for it, given that we've just seen the full gauntlet be run from BDS. So the out-of-game leadership here for the Falcons is going to be able to give input on how all 3 sites have played out, or we see them go back to it again now into the basement here.
BDS have chose to approach this site in a very one-dimensional and horizontal way, often just sending Alems out there to be a solo roam clear. And he's been successful in doing so. He's often picked up 1 kill before he's been traded out. I don't think he's ever actually made it in onto the site when he's been given that task. But regardless, BDS have been able to make it work.
10 seconds remaining.
The big player in this round has been Shaiko. He's very regularly picked up 3 kills attacking onto this laundry site, oftentimes from behind the Monty shield, which isn't going to be brought this time. Instead, there's a much more heavy focus on hard breach here, Blue. We've actually got 3 hard breaches being brought.
Definitely probably going to see a much more vertical focus take, or traditional take from BDS here. We had a fuse soft locked at the beginning of the prep phase as well. Obviously that got re-picked away. I believe it was Renshiro who had it at the time. But it gives us a good indication as to how BDS more than likely want to approach things. And indeed, we'll more than likely be correct about that with the initial clear that we're starting to see. Mad Skills has himself positioned in Classroom, but won't really be able to maintain it. He's going to make a mad dash back over towards Freezer. Player's already in position to counter that, but it won't matter, as Mad Skills is able to get one, and Shaiko beautifully played as he's able to find the trade on the Mad Skills and quickly taps on the Kotos to make sure that he himself does not get taken down. They've got good intel onto this push coming in over towards Laundry Stairs. They won't be fended off by that either. Falcons once again on the back foot of this situation here, and have to try and make up for it.
Shaiko just narrowly missing out on his own nade there as he got caught in the magnet. A couple of opening picks has really made things a lot easier for BDS in this push. We can now look to really constrict the ability for these defenders to rotate, and we're going to get Joker making a full rotation down backstairs, getting himself back onto the site. Loads of time left for BDS here, though. They've got plenty of hatches open. They can start to burn through some of this delay utility. Shaiko just positioning himself in the freezer. Gets a great bit of info, but can't land this shot. J-Lab, the SMG, is going to be enough to shut him down. And it levels things up here.
These nice little snipes that we're always seeing from the Falcons that seem to breathe life into their rounds, especially when they have these bunkers built up behind the Kona stations that we've seen once again come out as well. And certainly looking palatable here for Falcons to finally get a first round onto the board, but at the same time, BDS had a great swing themselves to start it out, so we'll count them out of the play just yet here. The time is certainly starting to get the better of them. As long as we continue to see this play in Freezer meet the site, though, we should be on a good pace. Able to still shut things down and have a good amount of excess behind it. It's that next kill that's been evading them, though. Rafal knows he's got someone playing around with him here on the inside of a laundry closet. Just can't lock down that player's position exactly. Count starting to get just a tad low for these guys, as most are immobile. We really only have about 2 left on the active players that can still be moved deeper into this site.
The Goyo canister going to cut off a good deal of time there on the Freezer push. O-Kills got a little punch hole to be working with. It's going to be difficult to pre-fire onto, especially if you assume that anybody has been flashed, although Brede hits him with the swing. Fantastic game that Brede had over on Villa, and that's starting to translate into Oregon. J-Lad going to be lining up his next victim. This is going to be a huge kill if he's able to get it. Shuts one down, goes for the second, draws for the shotgun, and achieves the down. Final kill comes in from Joker as BDS are kept out of the basement.
J-Lad definitely getting the gold star for that round. From the snipe he got through the hatch to his heroic hold just on the outside of the Freezer wall. He's really the only lone player from the Falcons that round that is able to stem the tide from BDS, fend off the execute from 2 angles at once, as remember, he managed to pick off a player coming in from Laundry as well, but it works out here as the Falcons, coming off of that pause, are able to finally close out on their first round of Oregon. Still 2 behind BDS, though, and BDS is not going to want to take that loss lightly. Where do we see our defenders move up towards next? It is going to be the second floor. We'll have to see how BDS will look to clear this out for yet another occasion.
Strange to see BDS really getting stalled out on time in that last round. It's not something that we've seen happen to them too many times on Oregon. Granted, it was something that happened quite a bit on Villa, but Oregon is a very different map in terms of attacking prowess, especially for a team like BDS. All it takes is for Falcons to get one round, though, and the crowd, they come alive, they all of a sudden start the chants. It's like they remember, oh yeah, we're here to support Falcons, we must cheer when they win. Feel free to cheer if they don't get the round as well. Sometimes that might be the little bit of a boost that they need. There was a bit of a chat about fatigue on the desk, and in and around map 3, that's certainly when that starts to set in, especially for teams that haven't necessarily played in this sort of a format before.
Especially considering, of course, how the first 2 maps ended up playing out. Going the full distance both times is certainly going to be a heartbreaker. Mad Skills, though, continues to show us his own success. He just lines up a perfect one against Rafal there. Walks right into the trap. There'll be no room for trades to come in. A little bit of damage at least going to be catching the members of the Falcons as once again that fuse comes out. It's been a common pick throughout this series for BDS, making an appearance every once in a while. And this one manages to grab about half the damage off of Kotos, and they're also going to try to excel, push this forward a little bit further here too. Look, they managed to catch 2 players. They're still setting up the site. Shaiko gets away with another double kill.
When it rains, it pours, especially in Shaiko land. Picking up back-to-back frags there. Really important operators removed as well in O-Kills and Kotos. Kotos having a very quiet Oregon in comparison to his Villa game. The site looking very light here. We do have Mad Skills playing at the top of white. We've got J-Lad just hanging around there. Going to rotate onto the deployable shield and further into Kid's Dawn, but even he is coming under the pressure. Pre-fire there from the window. He's going to look to maybe try and challenge onto it, but it's going to be fairly well ill-advised at the moment. Renshiro, he's going to be there ready to dish out the damage. Does take a good amount of himself. He's also going to be a player inside of Attic as well, and is almost caught between a rock and a hard place. Does manage to achieve the kill, but gets downed in process. J-Lad not going to find the angle to finish that player off. As an adrenal surge will pick Renshiro up just in the nick of time. J-Lad isn't cognizant of that. He might get caught out here, especially if he goes for a bit of an aggressive play. Doesn't need to land too many shots, though. Will chip Renshiro down a little bit further. But his attention needs to be paid elsewhere at the moment, as there is a push coming in through the trophy. Eventually shuts Renshiro down and looks to swing onto more as the top of white stairs Goyo has been popped. Toxic Babe canister is going to start to dissipate here, but BDS still have tons of time to play with.
BDS, though, getting held up in that very same phase of the round that haunted them back on round number 4 here. Not able to make their way past that breach threshold, where we already saw Shaiko pick up 2 kills as well, but unfortunately when he found those kills, he was on his lonesome. The rest of the team was not ready to move in, so could not justify the play, and now has left the window open for refrags to come out for the Falcons. J-Lad downs one, can't peek for the confirmation on the Shaiko, however. Brede, I believe, being heavily lit up by that also, as he's going to be down to about 20 or 30 HP. Thankfully, because of the denial here against JLab, they'll be able to bring Shaiko back up. But the bad news, look at this utility. No more Adrenal Surge. He's already used all three of them, so the HPs are staying in place. Mad Skills takes out both the players, pushing back in, and it gets the White Stairs push as well. So the Falcons keep themselves in this one away now from the tie at 3-3.
Mad Skills in the right place at the right time there. BDS forced in through single doorways. They didn't have an opportunity to get the breach open, and they had no pressure coming in from the double window. That double window is, of course, crucial, and oftentimes that's where you'll have your flank watch playing. Lem's getting taken out a little bit earlier on into that round. Did remove that from being a possibility. And it's kind of surprising, especially given the fact that we saw Shaiko pick up those two really important kills. You would expect BDS to be able to capitalize on that, but they really just got caught in the weeds inside of that round.
BDS don't know what to do with themselves, it seems, when they get the kills necessary to work their way into the site. This has caused them to lose 2 direct rounds back-to-back now, being caught up at that threshold. Great entry capability. They just seem to suddenly be thrusted into that position, though, and don't necessarily know how to follow it up. So we need to see more consistent pacing come out from this BDS roster. The follow-through needs to be seen, as otherwise Falcons are going to continue to frag back into these rounds time after time. Again, they only have to worry about it for one more round here, though. We are in the 6th and final of BDS's attack, but the Falcons are going to be on a bit of a streak of their own, relying heavily on the interior site. Set up the problem, though, they have now had to go back over towards the meeting room, so relying again on those harsh cutoffs that have seemed to have shaken BDS's own execute. Not going to be as easy to force them into. Mad Skills finally punished for his aggression, though. Rafal catches his peek out and is going to be able to take him down.
It's an important kill to get for BDS. Mad Skills, a player that has picked up multiple multi-kills in this series. Always looking for a little bit of aggression in the opening part of the round, and for BDS to shut that down nice and early gives them a little bit of an edge moving into what will be the final round of their attacks here in regulation on Oregon. They've still got the small matter of clearing out Big Tower. A lot of yellow pings coming out here, as they do believe that somebody is going to be hanging around in there. We can see from the X-ray vision there's going to be nobody up there at the moment, and BDS will likely get that called as clear as soon as the drones start to work ahead. Shaiko, though, he's going to fall in a one-on-one engagement with JLad. Falcons level things up.
Falcons indeed keeping it even, finding a very important kill here also. Okill is going to be trying to add himself into the equation by positioning him just around that hatch. No one else from the Falcons really lining up any huge kill potential, though. So things are going to go quiet for a minute as it falls to BDS to make the next move. No easy capability, or rather, they do have the easy capability to try and knock out the back of the stage wall here. Thankfully, they've brought the EMPs on the Thatcher. Breedy, of course, in the Thermite makes it all the easier to follow that through. Something they've had access to throughout the series because of those mirrored bands showing up throughout all 3 maps so far. They're going to focus on the attic access first. They don't want to skip any steps here, despite the fact that we're already encroaching on the 1-minute mark. They want to try and take this as carefully as possible. They can establish the harassment from the top down as much as they'll look to do from the back of stage.
Breedy going to get in all the angles open required. There is an Oster Shield upstairs as well that's going to assist with that garage hold. Kotar's going to be playing deep in behind flags. BDS might need a little bit of a two-pronged push here to try and destabilize some of this defensive prowess that Falcons have set up. Ranchero just struggling to get rid of that Kiba barricade. He's going to look to try and flash out the player that's playing inside of Oil Pit, but he can't quite get the angle on it. So it will now disappear as the bullets do come through. Rafal is going to be successful there, taking down O-Kills. And with the attic pressure relieved, it should make things a little bit easier when BDS come to push in. But they've still got the small matter of players deep in the site. Hiding out, we've got Joker and JLad still up and at him. Joker going to find himself a great pick over onto Ranchero. JLad won just before that. And all of a sudden, Falcons have the advantage. A kill will come in from the hatch. Rafal, he's had 3 on the round. Don't forget he got the opener against Mad Skills as well. 2 versus 2 now as Breedy joins in on the party. He does have the case in pocket and he's going to look to try and get a plant down right now. Timer hitting 0, and Kotos, does he have the info? Goes for the C4 toss. It's a bit of a Hail Mary. The plant will be confirmed, but he didn't have the intel. Breedy with the pistol confirms the plant and the final kill.
So close for the Falcons, but that last player ultimately just grasping at straws for the clutch. doesn't have the intel, as you mentioned, on the plant position, so ground goes the way of BDS. They lock in the advantage, but just barely at 4-2. Either way, it's success by normal standards here, but somewhat the expectation given the way that Oregon has played out at this event. Fairly attacker's side, and even yesterday's game for BDS played out that same way. They'll look to take the edge yet again here against the Falcons, but who has their own defensive prowess increased from yesterday's game as they struggled just as much as their opponents did before they were eliminated in that match.
BDS's turn to take up the defense now. They're going to be going downstairs straight away. Shaiko going to be rocking that Warden pick again, just in order to circumvent some of those flashes that are likely going to be thrown in. Getting a little bit of an off pick from the Falcons right now. J-Lad is actually hovering the Capitao there. He's gone on to much more traditional Sledge and then a Hibana, so really switching things around and keeping us guessing. I was looking forward to a little bit of Capitao play. It looks like we might still see it. As Mad Skills is hovering for the time being. I imagine that that will get locked in at this point.
Attacker's objective is to locate a
Obviously,
bomb.
Capitao, great operator at the minute, brings so much utility, and you do get the benefit of that secondary hard breach as well, should you need it. But you're more looking toward those smoke arrows and the fire arrows to really deny a little bit of area, and of course deny a little bit of vision.
So we'll see the first bouts. The opening play from the Falcons start to work their way in. Skills taking that initial control towards the front door, and really Nitro coming out from Shaiko. Not really sure what the intention was there. Maybe trying to grab some initial aggressive capability that would have been moving in towards the laundry stairs, but it's met with nothing. On top of that, we'll see players from BDS quickly give up their positions on the top of the freezer stairs, not needing to put themselves into it for an extended period of time. They will quickly move back in and play towards the bunker. As we discussed before, Falcons has no problem ignoring the status quo when it came to the basement play and extending their own game out. For BDS, definitely want to take the more traditional note upon it, though. They're going to indeed try to play into their bunker hold, as that also worked much more prominently for them when they played this map for the first time in yesterday's game.
Falcons are going to be performing the jobs on the checklist, getting open those hatches inside of meeting. This is quite the contrary to the approach that we saw BDS take, where they went for a very direct line into the site and sort of forgot about any sort of vertical control, but the Falcons are looking to take that work through the hatches and of course position themselves in those key locations like Freezer, like Blue Bunker, so that they can have a well-rounded execute when the time calls. We want to try and burn out here as a little bit of a little bit hard breach, excuse me, getting placed onto the Freezer wall just to give a little bit more of an angle. But Alems is going to be there to say, not today. We would like that kept closed, thanks, as we reinforced it with one of our panels. A heavy stack up of Falcons players here at the bottom of Laundry, as we do see the fire arrows come through now. Smoke to deny visuals, and fire arrows to go a little bit deeper. Toxic Babe to cut everything off, and kills now starting to come in. 2 for the Falcons before Alems is able to respond with 2 of his own. He's going to get shut down there, though, by Mad Skills, as the fire is still dissipating in and around the site. And Rafal and Brede have a lot of work to do. Scratch that, only Brede alive, draws it into the 1 versus 2. But with the plant going down, he needs to be very cautious as to how he approaches this one. Mad Skills comes off the plant as he's only 1 HP and can't afford to take another tick of the Toxic Babe, but hits the rotation and catches Brede in the reload.
Brede playing it all correctly up until that final push. Wasn't expecting the Falcons to get directly aggressive against him in the midst of the reload, so finally drops the clutch there. Very well played, though. Unfortunately, members of BDS just not able to contend out against that Capitao utility that have been thrusted in, relying a bit too much on their own delay from the Toxic Babes to other forms of it. Just wasn't enough to stem the tide. Falcons pushed their way directly past it. They're able to win out the trade war in the depths of the site to be able to claim round number 7 for themselves here and still keep their hopes alive. Only 1 round away again from tying us up in what would be a 4-4 scoreline. BDS, this last round was a bit of a fluke, though. They're going to go for the retry one more time here in the basement before more than likely moving on to their 2nd floor hold on round 9, irregardless of the result here.
I think it's probably wise for BDS to give it another go down here. Things didn't really go their way, but there were certainly things that could be changed. Slight adjustments that could be made. Shaiko already going to be switching out things onto the Malusi instead. The Falcons rocking a very similar lineup, so BDS likely going to be ready for the Capitao this time and that heavy stack up in Laundry. Freezer hold was largely successful from Alems as well. It all really came down to that push and that utility exchange in through Freezer. Ranchero is going to be placing a couple more magnets in and around that location this time in an effort to try and stop that being such a big problem here.
Just a bit of an update in terms of the kill leader race as well, so you guys can track it for yourselves. Oakhill is currently sitting at 3 and 6, Shaiko at 10 and 5. Shaiko will need to be plus 17 over Oakhills if he wants to try and claim that reward, meaning that currently he needs at least 20 kills to get it, and that number will increase by 1 for every kill that Oakhills also gets.
BDS not in the position to be feeding Shaiko kills either with how close these rounds are. It's not as if they can just say, Shaiko, go kill. They need to be playing as a team, and as such, we can see them all stacked on the basement. A full 5-man turtle here as they have gone, we don't need to roam, we don't need to risk giving ourselves up for free, because we know that Falcons are very proficient in that early round clear. You've only got to look to somebody like MIBR.CEST to know that they are more than capable of picking up those important entry kills. We are going to see a bit of an attempt at an electrical trick here onto the hatch. Alems is going to be tasked with that job for the time being. The secondary hard breach gadget will be placed down. It looks as though Alems may have found the time in there, but only just.
He just barely played out there by our defenders. Is going to be able to properly deny things. Another EMP ready to go, however, to get that out of the way. MIBR.CEST not immediately in position to throw. The canister down on top of it, however. So, see a bit more delay in the opening of that as things will just be managed with the X-Kairos coming out from the Habana this time. A little bit more easy to manage for J-Led and the rest of the squad there. And finally, they have their opening on Alems. Can fully focus on denying the play from back pillar, but MIBR.CEST going to be using the Captain Tower in a little bit of a different fashion this time, trying to send himself in through the back end of this, smoking out the right corner at the bottom of those stairs, but no real follow-through on that for many of these players. Are going to start to see that, though, as it looks like they may try to go, and indeed, they are going to hop directly into electrical. We'll see how it works out. So far, it's an even 1-to-1 exchange. Another member of BDS has been down, but Alems also fully taking out a member of the Falcons with Joker falling down. Oakhill's quick to confirm over there on to Renshiro, taking him down and evening the numbers truly now into a 3v3, but things seem to freeze past that point. Falcons, what's your next move? As you got to get a little bit deeper to get into the site.
Bride got a tough task here to try and hold on to Elbow. Alems is going to pick up another kill over onto MIBR.CEST. Bride eventually finds the pick onto Kotos. As Oakhill's left in the clutch. One player inside of Blue, one player inside of Freezer. He's going to know roughly where both of these players are. The case cold on the ground, not going to be a factor here. Bride, he's got the shotgun. He's ready for this close range engagement, and he swings and lands it. Bride. Big clutch there for BDS. Things getting a little bit tighter in that round for the Falcons. BDS not looking too stretched when push came to shove.
BDS are just 2 rounds away now from upgrading their prize pool, already guaranteed $250,000 by just making it to this phase of the event. It stands in front of them, though. It's not only going to be the trophy in the middle of the stage, but also an upgrade to $400,000 in the first place purse if they can complete the set here by winning out. Very well could be the final map of the series. Falcons have to start getting a little stressed here as they are being pushed to the bitter end and have not had a response so far here inside of this half.
That prize likely to be boosted up to $500,000 as well, given that the MVP of the tournament gets $100,000, kill lead gets $25,000. We've discussed already that Shaiko is going to struggle to try and catch up to Oakhill's, at least if this ends here and now on Oregon. But if we go a little bit deeper into the series, there's nothing to say that he wouldn't win that as well. Still, I'm sure that that is a bit of a secondary thought at the moment for BDS, as they've got a very tense game on their hands. And while they might lead by 2 rounds, as we've seen from our first couple of maps here, nothing is guaranteed until you hit that map point. BDS certainly looking to stay focused here ahead of round number 9.
So away from that, Falcons out on the board yet again. Finally going to ditch a couple of the specific site operators that we saw played into their basement attack, falling back. A much more traditional lineup here for the upcoming site. We're going to see a much more active play come out from Renshiro. He'll extend himself once again into this armory position. Been seeing a few players play into it, but where's the support for Master? Nothing there to watch out for it, so J-Lad waltzes right in and makes very, very quick work of the play from Renshi.
Ooh, Alems. Ill-advised time to shoot the barricade, my friend. MIBR.CEST is there. He's going to deploy a nade to finish the kill nice and quickly. save him, getting himself all the way up into tower. 2 openers for the Falcons. It's going to make things incredibly difficult for BDS to try and keep a hold of here. You think about all the different areas that you want to try and keep an eye on, whether that's White Stairs, in through Trophy. You're going to be worried about Attic a little bit as well. Rafale is actually going to be rotating into Attic now. With the wall fully reinforced, it's going to be quite difficult if the side push comes through. He's going to spend a long time rotating to go and help his teammates. And that's even if he can make that rotation successfully. There is a presence of Falcon players on this first floor, and whichever way he goes, he's going to be coming up against a little bit of resistance.
Falcons with no real reason to fear at the moment, especially with the +2 advantage they are working with, is going to proceed quickly up the rappel and more than likely to start establishing positioning on the inside of Master. They use this as a springboard point to push themselves over into the site, but at the same time, there's at least one element of this defense that's yet to have been dealt with here. O'Kills knows he has one player from BDS sitting on the inside. Like he got a quick spot of it from the drone. So smart from O'Kills here. He knew he had that mute jammer sitting directly below him. Also going to follow it through the second one as well. Bride goes down. Shaiko doesn't even get to see the player that kills him. It's surgical from the Falcons as they absolutely shut down the defense coming in from BDS on that upstairs hold.
Flawless round from the Falcons, really punishing any extension that BDS wanted to try on that top floor defense. We had Renshiro barely extended into Armory and ended up getting taken out from Master Bedroom. Alems suffered some real unfortunate time, and as soon as he popped the barricade, bang, he was sent to the cameras. Difficult round straight from the off for BDS to try and work around there. They'll likely just scratch that one down to a bad experience and look to make some changes ahead of round number 10 here. Falcons slowly clawing themselves back into this, and the longer they keep BDS off that match point, the less pressure really is applied.
Is looking like it's just going to be another run around, as you said, kind of writing off that last round, more than likely because of the opening action that led to 2 of their players going down, on top of their kind of inability to get aggressive past that point, despite the fact that they were certainly set up from it. Not going to see a whole lot in changes to that regard either here from BDS, looking like they'll generally attempt to go for the same type of setup, but we are going to see the Azami get rotated out of it instead this time. Definitely not going to be going for that play into Arsenal. We saw how quickly that was dealt with. They just didn't have the manpower to appropriately defend that, so they'll focus the defense a little bit more so on Trophy while still keeping the security play alive from the looks of it.
Let's see what opportunities Falcons can find themselves in the opening part of this round. They've been very successful in that opening pick. We've often caught BDS unawares and unprepared. BDS looks to be playing things a little bit closer to their chest here and now, though. Bit of drone information there going to be gathered. We know the Legion's going to be in play. The goo mines do, of course, have the potential to slow you down somewhat and offer that little bit of an early warning system. Toto's likely waiting for the time to strike and open up this double window. Obviously feels as though that time is now. Cut the site in half and stop any sort of rotation happening there for BDS. Now, exothermic charge will be caught in the mute jammer, but we did hear a Gon 6 go off, so it's likely in the process of being dealt with here. And there we can see it is going to detonate. The wall now will be open, giving Falcons a clean line of sight into the objective.
Step 1 completed. We'll have to see how much more they'll look to build up for themselves, though, whether it's just going to be support from the rappel or an attempt to move themselves in on a secondary angle such as big windows. Seems to be the latter of those 2 options, more than likely being deployed by the Falcons. But do they have the confidence to move in? Obviously not able to get themselves those clean openers they found in the previous round. Leaves them to second-guess themselves slightly as they prepare to move up towards the threshold. Areas like the top of the White Stairs where Renshiro still maintains positioning. There's still the security element alive and well too, and Renshiro will be able to help out on that from the top side. The smoke's going to start to work themselves in. We do see the Capital play, and now here comes the pinch, trying to work themselves through walk-in, but so far, a good defense being put up initially, but O'Kills and J-Lad working together to fend off more of that interior site pressure. Rafale goes down on the lower end of this one, leaving it all to those interior site defenders, and Lem's going to try to come in on a late flank here. Wants to hop up, not sure if he needs to go for it though, but the second guessing has costed him hugely. Falcons with the full site control has now left the Lems alone. He's not even gonna have a chance. Joker reads him like a book, shuts him down, and it's another round for the Falcons.
Leveled up at 5 rounds apiece here, and the crowd is getting increasingly louder as these rounds tick on by. We've almost got ringleaders of the chant now turning around and looking at the crowd, getting them all geared up for what is to come. Could Oregon be the map that Falcons finally break this streak of coming back, going to overtime, and just not getting it over the line? Once again, they have come back from an incredible round deficit, and they stand level here with BDS. 5 rounds apiece, moving into round number 11. Back down to the basement we go for what is going to be one of these teams onto a map point.
For BDS, they're going to have to hope the adjustments that were made previously is enough for them to finally come out on top of this one and lock in that 6th and final round. But then beyond that, where do they go to be able to find number 7? That'll become the big problem for them and becomes the siren call for what could very realistically, again, become a 3rd consecutive overtime here, as our previous 2 maps not only went to that overtime, but ended up going to all 3 rounds as well. It's been a fully loaded gauntlet for both of these teams, and they can't seem to escape it. Even if BDS finds success here, they've got a pocket strat up their sleeve for the first floor hold. They need some serious adjustments to the 2nd floor play. They go back to it if they're going to look to try and claim number 7 on that site.
Falcons moving with the confidence now, knowing they have what it takes to stand toe-to-toe against BDS. They have what it takes to win a basement attack. Never the easiest thing in the world to achieve, and so far they have struggled. BDS have done a great job of holding firm downstairs. O'Kills has already got himself into a good situation on these back stairs, ready and waiting to take any opportunity that he may find, waiting obviously for some of his teammates to get into position and further move Shaiko around from his spot. Renshiro playing in and around the pillar as well. Nobody immediately for BDS is going to be occupying Freezer. That's typically somewhere that we've seen Lems play quite a lot. Of course, he can rotate in there at a moment's notice. Previous time we saw this attacked as well, it came down to a bit of a Hail Mary electrical hatch drop. They never really go too well, so I'd like to see a little bit more depth this time out of the Falcons.
Terror drones being used quite heavily to try and flesh out some of these positions. An important one landing right there in front of the deployable shield removes that hard point for Bride and prevents him from going for these wild swings when Falcons are ready to make their construction push as well. Another one going to land true. Able to knock out some utility, holding on to that initial threshold deeper in construction, and J-Lad just whipping out these Rotero drones one after another, making quick work of the interior site utility, and hopefully leaving the floodgates open for the Falcons to make a confident push at some point in the next minute and 20. Potential swing coming in there from BDS, but they make second thoughts against it, and Joker, a little bit of a mistake there as they end up knocking out one of their own drones. Still 4 others though, so shouldn't be a huge takeaway from them yet. Shaiko wants to go for the swing, but instead finds a lonely target, and O'Kills hiding out there at the bottom of the stairs, knocks him out smoothly, gets another one before being traded by Kotos. However, the members of the Falcons, they're losing players far too quickly here. Alems already taking down J-Lad. Mad skills with one more pickup before he goes down. No support available on the trade from Kotos because he's still held back by a toxic bait. And now he's left alone in the 1v3. Needs to go for a Hail Mary clutch here. No idea where to reach for his aim and where to find any one of these 3 players, but still going to be trying to move in and negotiate it regardless. Kotos going for the check on every single angle, trying to be so careful, but now that he's been revealed, has to watch his flank as well. That player deeper into the site from BDS can begin pinching against him. Doesn't seem like they want to go for it though. They're happy to play this out on the time. Maybe the very same way they're able to get this. Kotos with one. Can he be the hero yet again for this squad here? He's found that first pickup against Renshiro, but running out of time. And now a Kiba barricade blocks him off from the diffuser. He's going to have to try and route himself in towards it, but he's missed the player in Freezer, and that will lead to his elimination. Alems finishes it off, and it's BDS again to get up to map point first.
Map and series point here for BDS inside of our grand finals. Falcons just falling far too quickly there on their attack inside of basement. BDS standing firm. Shaiko living up to his spot. You don't get a spot named after you in the game unless you know it inside and out, and it's a joy to watch him play in that location. Everything is calculated. He knows every single angle, every single pixel. Was a big part of the way that round ended up playing out for BDS. That and the patience that they exhibited. Even in a 3 versus 1, they were not going for swings. They were looking to waste that clock as much as humanly possible, giving the credit and the respect to the Falcons, knowing what that team is capable of. You cannot afford to give them an inch. Here we go into meeting for what could be the last round of the night.
BDS going to make an attempt at their first floor hold. We talked about this at the beginning of the last round. BDS not having the greatest results on their upstairs plays. They're going to go for the Hail Mary tertiary site and see if this will yield better results for them. We got some interesting attacker repicks coming out here for the Falcons. It's notably going to be coming back in here for Mad Skills. Able to try and use that Gara hook, maybe even the secondary hard breach utility. Could just be for the G8 as well. And oftentimes we see her picked in for that. So oftentimes see Alibi be the same thing for the defense. Speaking of which, we also have the Alibi this round, interestingly enough. Alems is going to be picking that up to maybe enable some more aggressive capability for him. The analysis desk mentioned it. Alems a little bit more quiet on map number 2, but has certainly come alive. And if he's going to be allowed onto a comfort pick like this, Falcons certainly will have something to fear if he's put into the correct position to frag out.
I really want to see where this Gara hook gets used, if it's an attempt to gain quick control of tower, or alternatively, you can, of course, move through a hatch with it. You can go from downstairs to upstairs through the hatch with the Gara hook. Alternatively, as you say, it might just be for the gun, but when everything is on the line, every pick needs to be very carefully considered as to how it is going to affect and how it is going to further play out in the round as a whole. BDS not looking to stack too heavily in on the site at the moment. They're looking to keep control of these adjacent rooms. We do have Joker hanging out below. Hatch open, so he could look to try and throw some utility up through. The Gara hook there, as predicted, is going to be an attempt to take quick control of this top floor, and it is going to result in a nice early kill onto Renshiro.
Renshiro a little bit off on his own, so playing a risky role from the very beginning of it. You can see a few members of BDS try to peek out over here towards Attic in an attempt to catch the refrag, but no, it's going to come from deeper inside. Instead, Mad Skills tries to escape down the hatch, but Bride is waiting for him on the lower end. That evens out the exchange, brings us back into an even 4 versus 4. J-Lad getting a peek from someone on BDS, but he doesn't want the challenge. He needs to commit himself to this clear. They cannot have the confidence to move themselves into the site while the threat sits alive up above, but it won't work out for J-Lad. He'll be lost to Shaiko, and oh no, J-Lad, he took the case with him up there. Rafal closes it down with Shaiko, and that's gonna do it, ladies and gentlemen. BDS shut it down, and they will claim the championship here at Gamers8.
Fantastic run for BDS, not dropping a single map in their entire group and going flawless in the finals. A couple of overtime rounds thrown in there for good measure, but ultimately nobody was coming close to the level of siege that these 5 players have displayed here for us today. We've often said that BDS have never won a major championship. Well, they can hang their heads high now, knowing that they take home $400,000 as the prize.
Obviously, wait to see the results from it, but likely to receive the $100,000 for the MVP as well. We'll have to wait and see who that goes to. Unfortunately, not going to be able to see Shaiko catch up to the kill total from O-Kills, so he will more than likely claim the $25,000 bounty for the most kills in it. Either way, though, an impressive performance here, especially in today's series versus BDS. Even just looking at the matchup yesterday, we had seen some rocky things for this squad, especially for their defensive end of play, but able to make quick corrections on that. And even though they had to go to full distance in the first 2 maps, all the way to the 15th round, they still close it out both times and then lock things in at the bitter end of regulation here on Oregon to take the 3rd and final map, 7-5.
You can see just exactly what this means to the players. We've been seeing them in and around the hotel room for the past couple of days, in and around the venue, and they've always looked very relaxed, always looked very comfortable, and this is finally their moment.
Here they are, ladies and gentlemen, your champions of Gamers8 2022. It's BDS!
Congratulations to BDS. You are the Gamers8 champions. Alems, I'm going to come to you, buddy. I mean, the maps were extremely close, we have to admit. What an incredible fight Falcons put up, but you ultimately took the win in the end. Try and put into words how you and your team are feeling right now.
To be honest, we are feeling extremely happy. I mean, this is our first international win as a team, so obviously we couldn't be more happy. And yeah, I'm proud of those guys because like 2 years we are playing together, and yeah, like we played very well this tournament. This is like how we are supposed to play, and like I'm so happy.
فريق BDS هذا أول فوز لهم على انترناشونال ستيج، وكانوا يتكلمون على نقطة أنهم جدا فخورين أنهم قدروا يوصلون للمرحلة هذه. لهم سنتين يلعبوا مع بعض كروستر وما كان عندهم فرصة يثبتون أنفسهم، وأخيرا قدروا يثبتون أنفسهم معنا في Gamers 8 في رينبو 6 سيج، وفخور جدا اللاعب بكل الناس اللي موجودين معاه في الفريق.
Well, you were dominant throughout the tournament, so I just wanted to ask you, and your chance to say as well to the cameras, to the people at home, is there anything that you would like to say to your fans and to your families who have supported you throughout this entire tournament?
Yeah, thanks to all the fans that still believe in us after like our disappointed performance in the European League. Can I say something in French? Ok, merci à tous les Français qui nous soutiennent, les gars, merci beaucoup. Cette victoire, elle est pour vous. Et si vous vous demandez comment on a gagné, bah, c'est grâce à c'est parce qu'on est abonné à Mazdak. Voilà, tout simplement.
Well, thank you so much, Alems, and thank you so much to BDS. You guys have played incredibly well. Everyone in the Gamers 8 arena, please give it up one more time for your champions, BDS! What an incredible tournament. Thank you so much to everyone who took part, to all the players, to everyone in production for creating this fantastic studio, this amazing stage. It's been absolutely unbelievable. And of course, my co-host Fancy, you've been amazing. And to everyone at the casting desk, you guys are brilliant. We're going to send it back over to the desk so they can round out the day. And what an incredible day it was.
للمرة الثانية ألف مبروك الفريق BDS على فوزهم، فعلا استحقوا الفوز. جو من الجروب حقهم ما خسروا ولا جيم، ما خسروا ولا ماب، واخيرا وصلوا للبلاي اوفز واثبتوا انفسهم من جديد نتيجة 3-0، وكانت فعلا مستحقة انهم يفوزوا معنا، يكونون هم الشامبيونز معنا في Gamers 8. ألف شكر لكل الحضور المتواجدين معنا، شكرا لكل الناس اللي يتابعوننا في بيوتهم، وايضا شكرا لفريق الانتاج والمحللين والمعلقين المتواجدين معنا. يعطيكم الف عافية على دعمكم المتواصل، وشكرا لحضوركم معنا. لكن الان راح نروح على طول للاستوديو التحليلي نتكلم عن ايش صار في المباراة، كيف قدروا BDS يفوزون المباراة هذه بعد ما شفنا اداء جدا مميز من فريق فالكونز. فخلونا نتكلم اكثر معاهم على طول على الاستوديو التحليلي.
Thank you very much, Fancy and Banks. Said a good thing we still have makeup on, or else you'd see us all blushing here on the desk. Welcome back. It's done. It's over. BDS collect their first ever international trophy. And so much money. I mean, honestly, so much. It's incredible how much has gone to this squad, and that's going to be a big, massive one for him. Let's bring up our highlights brought to you by Aramco as I turn around to my wonderful analysts here and ask him some questions. As always, I'm just here to kind of keep the mood up, but I got Tristan, Twister, and Jack Thomas, Alan Jackson to help me through our final matchup.
Do you know what, Milosh? It was...
That's four... How many people? There's 7 people on the desk.
7 people. Jack, Thomas, Alan, and Jackson are all here. Yes, that would be me. And do you know what? BDS were worthy victors. They didn't drop a map the entire series. The team that actually pushed them the closest, Falcons in map 1 and 2 of this particular final. Yep. But they were formidable.
They played the minimum amount of maps possible to win a tournament. Yeah. Like, that's... What else can you say? That's how good they were.
It was very impressive because we saw BDS show the consistency that you need to win a tournament like that. You saw Shaikon being so consistent during the entire tournament, but you already saw as well other players showing up, just like LMs on the group stage, Rafal and Breed on other occasions, and even on this final map, Renshiro just grabbing as much as they could to help his team to grab this trophy.
It was a whole team performance from start to finish. There's nothing more you can say. All 5 of these guys played great. I bet they're just so happy right now. Everything that they've had to go through and, hear about themselves at events, I'm just so happy for them.
It'll be happiness that's twinged, and there's just a little bit of sadness in there that they hadn't clicked about 2-3 weeks ago, to push on to the major. Obviously, this event on its own, amazing, absolutely amazing for them. Obviously, Alems was saying, they feel like they're playing really good Siege right now, but they've got to look to the future now as well. I know I'm talking about let them enjoy the moment, but this is the team, this is the BDS that he's that formidable, and there'll be other teams watching this thinking, Christ, BDS are back.
or more Allah, but yeah, pretty close in that situation.
Sorry, yeah.
It's okay, I can come in and correct for this one, but honestly, incredibly entertaining match that we ended up having in this grand final. I don't think we could have had a better final looking at the quality of competition, and what's impressive is that we've had teams in Falcons' situation over the years that basically come out of nowhere, that either in Europe come out of Challenger League or come out of really the basic leagues in every region. Team 1, for example. You can look at so many teams like this in the past, Team Empire, VB, etc., and then they make it to these finals, they win these tournaments, and even if they don't in their first time, that's a hell of a showing. We all remember the history of Siege, we all know how it was, and a 3-0, yes, it's a good thing they got to the final map, and it didn't go to Max OT because I think we would have needed a quick hospital trip in the meantime. It's a good thing we have one nearby.
I think that's probably the least embarrassing 3-0 defeat that they could have asked for. Like, there's no other way to put it. They can feel that they did so well, and the thing for me with Falcons now is I'm excited to see what's next, because if we do have an opening up of the tournament licensing and so on, like, are we going to see them at more events? Are we going to see more MENA teams? It's interesting. We got a lot of people say these guys aren't even the best ones.
Yeah, and I think that's it for us, is we want to see them competing internationally. You know, if there's more events, if there's, you know, this event going on next year, whatever. This team is a team that's shown they can compete with literally the best teams in every region. It's not like they've beaten anybody bad to get here. You know, they beat TSM, they beat, you know, I want to see this region progress, and I hope that they can in the next 12 months, because Falcons have shown that they've got what it takes.
Join the club, my friend. It took a while to get the servers in the region, and I hope that in the future there will be more of it. But an incredible tournament that we've had all through this week, and I think it's time for our final segment of today. Let's turn to our end of day, brought to you by VOV. And here's our bracket. Here's what it looked like all through, from our playoffs, BDS 2-0 Team Liquid to make it through, Falcons 2-0 Wild. Actually, wonderful match. Highly recommend you go back and rewatch that game. 3-0, BDS versus Falcons, but if you're just looking at the score here in the series, it doesn't tell you even half of the story. You have to go back and rewatch it, because that was an incredible final, not gonna lie.
It was even a comeback in the middle of everything. It was a 3-0 that doesn't look like a 3-0 at all. Yep. We just saw BDS starting winning one map, just playing really good on defense on Villa, and when they come back to this Oregon as well, they just played really good on attack. Shaco just on the leadership of the scoring board just all the time, and being so impactful for his team.
You mentioned a certain player here, and I'm wondering if they are or not. Who is the MVP of Gamers8, brought to you by MasterCard? Oh, it's Shaco! Who would have thought? The best player to ever touch the game in Europe. I know, Pengu, I'm so sorry to say it. Ooh. Honestly, at some point, it's gotta be said. There it is. Shaco, #1, runs away with $100,000. That's a lot. I mean, at this point, you know, MENA getting to grand final, BDS won their first trophy. What's next? What miracles can we expect? Rogue getting out of groups? Come on!
I know, it's amazing for Shaco, and it's nice that the first time we've ever had an individual award like this, it goes to him. And it's especially nice for him because after this tournament, it's going to be Spoit that wins it every single time. So it is nice that he's going to be able to get that before he ends his career.
Do you know what? He hit levels that I didn't think was possible for an individual player in this tournament, where to the extent that he's always the top frag for his team, no matter what happens, near enough, right? But the difference between him and not just the rest of his teammates, because Alem's had a good tournament, but he was just clearly the best player on the server in every single map that he played. You know, even in this one, 51 kills in that best of 3 in a 3-0 victory is absolutely sensational. I say a best of 3, best of 5 that went 3 maps. There won't be a player like him again, I don't think. Maybe Spoit, I don't know.
That's a bit insulting to Spoit, but I know what you mean.
Look at you. You react as if you're the one that's playing in his stead. Well, we'll never know.
That's what Morley knows me.
Twister, your impressions on the tournament?
And we got the Shaiko as the man of the match. He got all the kills. He got an impressive number of entry kills as well. He was +7, and he got 2 plants as well. The man can do anything that he can. So I would just say very well deserved for him. We hear about Shaiko since the beginning of the game, so it's really impressive that he get this prize right now. Just I see as a reward for his career, and he's being crowned right now.
I'd say the same about you in your first ever time coming in on the analyst desk or joining the broadcast team. Mr. Hey, I'm coach in Brazil. Here I am now on the analyst desk in the meantime. Honestly, what can they not
LFT,
do?
by the way, Milos.
LFT, yeah. He's looking for a team if you need a really good coach, by the way.
I know a team looking for a coach.
Okay, keeping that aside, let's take a look at what's going on next at Gamers8, because this is called here the Gamer Festival in Saudi Arabia, which means we started with Rocket League, Riyadh Masters, Dota 2, Fortnite the week before. This week was all Rainbow Six, all through the end of it. Next 2 weeks will be the World Invitational for PUBG Mobile. So if you're kind of into that, then come on in and come back and watch and enjoy your time, because there's a lot of competition coming right at you here live on the stream. Since we're pretty much closing it out, gentlemen, I'll just leave it to your final words. Not the final words like forever, but like final words here. I'm just making it.
Maybe the final words for us on the desk twister. We have, you know, bigger things to move on to, I'm sure. Some of us stay stuck on a desk, don't they? But no, well, an amazing tournament to be a part of. I think every single match we had a whole lot of fun with. The final was amazing as well. We can't complain. How many times do we get to a final and we say that, wow, both teams were just really good? It was a final where there wasn't any throwing, there was no drama, anything. It was just amazing matches.
It's been a great tournament at all. We got all the support, we got incredible matches, we saw comebacks, we saw plenty of storylines here. So I'm just really glad that I could be here, and just want to say thanks to all of you for having me here.
Thanks for joining.
I think for me, the quality of the Siege, just, we had 4 teams in this tournament. 2 of them were unknown in Falcons and Wild, but 4 teams in this tournament playing with substitute players or trialists. The quality of the Siege, for the most part, was absolutely incredible. So I've really enjoyed it, and obviously thank you both for joining me on the desk. I know you, like you say, you're moving on to bigger and better things with teams or local teams or whatever, but you both added a lot of insights. Thank you.
And EU are back on top.
And EU are back on top.
They're back on top.
EU and MENA in the final. Honestly, I can cry now, but I think I'll have a good sleep tonight after all of this. Gentlemen, thank you very much for being here on the analyst desk all through the week. You've all done a fantastic job here, especially some of you for your first ever event, and your, what, 3rd now? He's growing up. One day. They really grow up so fast.
I know.
Oh, well, actually, no, you've been slim over the past 6 months, so you're
Not
growing
the past
up.
week, Milos. I've been eating a few of the chocolate bars. The hospitality's been very nice to me.
If you need any help, then one of our great sponsors who actually makes all of this happen, Dr. Sulaiman Habib, would like to say hello to you and everybody on the other side on the screen. Thank you so very much for watching Gamers8 with us here in Rainbow Six Edition through the week. We love you so very much. Take care. Bye-bye.